Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reborn into the world of One Piece as Enel and conquered the pirate world. Let the tale begin. Chapter 91, Negotiations and Small Test. Now, let's start with you, Robin. Dragon was the one to speak first after that awkward stare down. Robin simply nodded and Enel took a seat on a nearby chair, crossing his arms and legs while looking at the situation with quite a bit of curiosity. As you know, your knowledge is something we need, and we've been looking for someone with a perfect grasp of poneglyphs for quite a while, Dragon said, his usual grin plastered on his face as he looked at the Devil's Child with a warm gaze. Your associates had told me something similar in the past. What exactly is your goal here? Robin asked, tilting her head slightly as her calm gaze scanned over the father of her captain. Download app Enel didn't say much while looking from the side. He also had no clue what Dragon was truly after, not having many things to go off of even in his memories of the show. My goal is similar to yours. As you probably know already, the goal of the Revolutionary Army is to bring down this authoritarian government that has enslaved and killed so many of us. Dragon's grin didn't die down one bit, not even when talking about the government's crimes. It was to the point where Enel thought the grin was just his poker face. In order to do so, we need to find out more about the things that they've been trying to hide. That's where you come in. Dragon looked at Robin with an intense gaze. You are the only person that perfectly knows the language, the last survivor of O'Hara. We need your help with this. I see. From the way you've worded things, I'm guessing you have people capable of transcribing some parts of the poneglyphs, right? Robin looked at Enel to the side as she spoke. If he was able to learn it by himself, then others must have been able to do the same. Quite perceptive of you. We do have a designated team, all of them knowing the ancient script to some extent, but mistakes in translation happen quite often, which leads to constant revisions, and we are usually unable to translate more than half of a poneglyph. Robin raised an eyebrow at that claim. Even half of it was rather impressive. It meant that the Revolutionary Army could make out bits and pieces of the world's history even without her. Still, only having bits and pieces meant that they were missing half of the story. Interpreting the other parts of the text would be almost impossible with nothing to go off of. I guess not everyone is like Enel. I'm still confused as to how he was able to decipher poneglyphs by himself. Robin rubbed her chin once more as she looked to the side. Enel had been able to decipher the ancient language by himself. To Robin, his achievement was the mark of a genius mind at work. She had no way of knowing that he had some external help in the form of the memories of his previous life. So to her, he just reverse-engineered an ancient language from nothing, which was a feat many couldn't even dream of, let alone attempt to achieve. Enel himself was sporting an interesting look in his eyes. Didn't expect the revolutionaries to be that far ahead, but I guess it does make sense for them to have accomplished at least this much. After all, if they had absolutely no knowledge of poneglyphs, then they likely would have tracked down Robin a long time ago, not just now when she was a 28-year-old woman. I guess this team of theirs reached a bottleneck recently, and that's when they started trying to seek her out. I understand. So you want me to help this team of yours with translating texts? Robin gave Dragon a bored gaze, not really being intimidated by the revolutionary leader's overwhelming presence. Well, that, and if it's possible, would you be able to teach a few from our team the rest of the language? Dragon was looking down at this point, his grin residing into a more serious expression. After all, he knew that the ancient language in general would be a taboo subject for a survivor of O'Hara. He wasn't daft, unlike his son. Robin could be seen mulling over some thoughts, not exactly sure how to answer, so Enel decided to push her a bit. I guess the more people know it the better, huh? Enel couldn't see anything wrong with more people learning how to decipher poneglyphs. The world government was certainly incompetent in places. The fact that Nico Robin was still alive was one of the parts that best highlighted their incompetence during the time she was free. She was basically able to teach countless people the ancient language, and the world government was just sitting on its ass while she was roaming the world. Enel chuckled a bit as that thought reached his mind. He looked at Dragon, then at Robin, who still seemed to be conflicted. Eventually, though, she sighed. Then her tone seemed to gain a lot of confidence. I can act as a teacher, But I am not really the only person with a near-perfect grasp on this language. Robin gained a mischievous smile as she spoke, and Enel narrowed his eyes a bit. Have you taught it to others in the past? Dragon seemed excited at the notion. After all, having more people in the world know how to read poneglyphs would really be shitting on the doorstep of the world government. Unfortunately, the answer wasn't exactly what he was expecting. No, unfortunately, I didn't want to teach it to others. I was afraid of it falling into the wrong hands. Dragon deflated a bit, before nodding, accepting her response. Enel also knows it almost perfectly. I've seen some of the texts that he translated, and there weren't all that many improvements to be made to it. Robin gazed at Enel as she spoke, her mischievous smile hidden behind her palm as Enel glared at her. Is she hoping Dragon will convince me to spend more time here? Not gonna happen, sweetheart. Dragon looked at Enel with a shocked gaze. He rubbed his chin for a while, thinking about the situation a bit more. I see. This is good to know. Enel, would you mind helping us as well? Dragon asked, this time bowing fully. It could be said that Robin owed them, as they rescued her from slavery. But it was actually the opposite with Enel, where Dragon owed him for saving Luffy during Marineford. Sure, but my help won't be free. I need your help with some things, Enel said as he slowly sat up, circling around the room a bit as he looked at the paintings on the walls with a bored gaze. Of course, we will do our best to assist you with anything you require. With both of you helping us, everything should go much smoother than before. Dragon straightened his back and nodded. A business transaction was a lot better. At least he would know that Enel had something to gain and what he had to gain by helping them. If Enel had agreed to help them out of the goodness of his heart, then Dragon would have been a bit more cautious around him. What do you need information on? The sooner you tell me, the faster you'll get what you want. Well, first off, I need information on every single religion in this world. Any you can find, of course. Both past and present. Enel looked at Dragon with a bored smile, his gaze scanning the room a bit more. I will also need any information you can find that is related to the soul and how it affects willpower and consciousness. Robin looked at Enel with a curious gaze. She wasn't exactly expecting him to ask for that. She figured he'd likely ask for them to find some poneglyphs or something similar. I guess he has other problems and interests as well? I see. Dragon also smiled when hearing Enel's request. If that is all, then I will put my best men on the job. We should see some results in a few weeks. I'm not sure about the second request, but the first one should be rather straightforward. Don't worry about it. Bring any results your men are able to find to me. I'm already assuming that there are plenty of theories on souls and willpower. I want to study them all. Dragon's smirk widened when hearing that. Enel's request was a straightforward one. He also didn't request any information that could harm the Revolutionary Army, so Dragon was obviously happy to provide anything he could. Of course, granted, Enel also kept his part of the deal, but that would remain to be seen. Good. Perfect. Dragon seemed excited that the negotiations went well. Enel sweated a bit when seeing him that excited. Should he really celebrate this openly after a deal? Robin had a similar thought, but neither of them commented on it, chalking it up to Dragon just being somewhat similar to Luffy. One last thing. I'm sure your people have heard rumors of Garp going on a vacation, right? Enel figured he'd inform Dragon of his father's whereabouts. Yes, I currently have some of my men looking into this. Why? Dragon's excitement seemed to die down, as his tone became serious. It seemed that Dragon was still not the type to joke around when it came to family. I'm sure you're aware how uncharacteristic this is for him. To just vanish like that. Dragon simply nodded at Enel's words, his worry growing as the seconds passed by. Garp was imprisoned by the world government a few weeks back. Enel decided to just rip the band-aid off quickly, and he received the reaction he hoped for. Dragon's smile turned upside down, his eyebrows scrunched up as the clouds above Baltigo seemed to be roaring with anger. Enel squinted a bit as he felt a powerful conqueror's haki wash over the island, all originating from Dragon. Enel stepped in front of Robin, shielding her slightly. He was unaffected, although he didn't try to clash with it. After a few seconds, Dragon seemed to calm down. The veins on his forehead were still visible, though. Sorry about that, Dragon said as he rubbed his forehead in frustration. Don't worry about I dash. Enel's words were interrupted by the door to the room being pushed open. Sabo's figure jumped in almost instantly. He seemed prepared to fight to the death. Dragon, are you all Rigblurg? Dragon proceeded to punch Sabo in the head, sending him flying out of the door. Knock before you come in, Dragon shouted as the doors closed on their own. I guess he felt the need to hit something. Enel looked at the situation with an empty gaze, while Robin was still shivering from the Conqueror's haki that had washed over her before. It was a miracle she hadn't passed out. Well, she would have had Enel not stood in front of her. Enel, can you please tell me where he is being held? Don't be so worried, Dragon. I rescued him a while back. He's living with me on the Sky Islands for now, Enel said with a small smile. Why didn't you start with that? Dragon shouted, anger in his voice palpable, but Enel could tell that most of his stress seemed to have vanished. I was judging your reaction. Call it a small test, Dragon. If you didn't care for your family, then our deals would end the second I got my hands on what I needed. Dragon raised an eyebrow at that, straightening himself up once again. Enel had just come into his territory, made a deal with him, and even tested him to see if they would be able to become allies in the future. He didn't even bother to hide that fact, despite the fact that it could potentially anger him. This Sky King, he's a lot more shrewd than I expected. Chapter 92, Training and Introduction. Enel's meeting with Dragon ended not long after his small test. Enel did make it clear that he was looking for a long-term partnership with Dragon and the Revolutionary Army. But Dragon was still not quite sure what to think about Enel as an individual. On one hand, he had saved both Luffy and had rescued Garp from Impel Down, but on the other, he was also a dangerous individual. Any one of his plans could end up affecting his Revolutionary Army, much like they did affect the Marines. Dragon was a bit ashamed of his outburst, but the family was something he would always care about, and hearing of Garp's imprisonment managed to anger him beyond anything else. Although the father and son duo weren't on great terms, Dragon still considered Garp his father. A blood bond couldn't simply be broken so easily. In the end, after a few hours of contemplating, Dragon reached a conclusion. If Garp is able to trust him, then I will try as well. But the second he does something harmful to the Revolutionary Army is the second our partnership breaks. He decided to trust Enel, but he refused to drop his guard. First, I'll have to see exactly what type of person he is during his stay here. Sabo should be able to keep tabs on him. And so, Enel's stay at the Revolutionary Army HQ started. The very next day, Dragon contacted his agents to look for the information that Enel had requested. Plenty of them were confused about Dragon's sudden interest in theology, but no one really questioned his orders. Robin and Enel were both moved to the outskirts of the island, their homes next to one another. They ended up spending more time together in either home, neither of them all that concerned over how their situation looked to the outside world. Enel had decided to keep his end of the deal and start teaching Robin, helping her grow stronger. The first thing he wanted her to learn was Rankyaku. It went well with her ability to create countless limbs. Having all of them send flying slashes would be draining, but 2 years of training would be enough for her to acclimate to it. Robin took well to her training. She had also started sparring with Enel daily. Enel obviously didn't even come close to getting serious, but he did punch her around all over the place. Robin didn't complain all that much though. Physical training might not have been her forte, but she accepted Enel's harsh training anyway, as she could feel herself grow stronger after each session. This went on for another week before Sabo finally came and interrupted them. Hello, Robin, Enel. He was waving at them enthusiastically, not caring about interrupting them from their training, as he felt rather bad seeing Robin being beaten around like that. Sabo figured it was about time someone would show up. Enel, the one with the most energy after the training, was the one to speak up. He was currently wearing his training clothes, which basically meant he was wearing his baggy pants, with no shirt or shoes. He didn't like staining his suit, and these were comfortable clothes at the end of the day. Robin was still sprawled on the ground, panting and with bruises all over, which would make most people that looked at her wince. But Enel didn't seem to be all that bothered, having been the one to create those bruises in the first place. Well, yeah. Sabo rubbed the back of his head as he stopped looking at Robin with pity in his eyes for now. The leader of the archaeology team is prepared to meet with you now. She wants to set up the dates for the classes as well as inquire a bit more about Poneglyphs, Sabo said as he gestured for the two guests to follow him. Robin was still on the ground, not quite ready to start moving around. This led to Enel just carrying her on his back. He didn't bother to get changed, only putting on a white furry coat that reached all the way to his ankles. I'm comfortable enough, so I don't care. Enel also wanted to get it over with quickly, as he didn't have a lot of time to spend there. The faster he kept his end of the deal with Dragon, the better things were for him. Robin also didn't seem to care about the way she was dressed. She was just wearing regular violet sportswear. The three of them traveled a bit further into the center of the island, arriving in front of a large building with a book sign right at the entrance. Really basic. Robin, who was still on Enel's back, commented half-heartedly while yawning a bit. Who are we to judge? Enel just shrugged with his earlobes as he continued walking into the building. The outside was looking like a regular home, but the inside did manage to surprise both Enel and Robin at the same time. The building was mainly underground. At the top of the staircase, Enel and Robin could see a huge library, one so big that it could almost compete with that of O'Hara. I can only hope this library has just as many history books. I'm taking back my previous comment. This is quite nice, Robin said as she tapped Enel on the shoulder, signaling for him to put her down. Enel obliged, crouching down slightly and letting her slide off his back with ease. I'm glad this place is to your liking. Dragon went through a lot of trouble to acquire all of these books, Sabo said with a proud smile, being quite happy with their reactions. I bet. I'm assuming he had to visit every old person in the world to collect the editions with the least editing from the world government, right? Enel said with a small smile as he could see that some of the books on the shelves were extremely old, which gave them more authenticity in his eyes. Something like that. Sabo laughed a bit as the three of them climbed down the stairs and into the main hall of that large library. The atmosphere was bustling. Dozens of people were reading books, either together or by themselves. Enel could see that there were some even trying to decipher small transcripts from poneglyphs, no doubt some type of exercise to familiarize them with the language. So they are training quite a few people in the ancient language. I thought we'd be teaching one or two people, but I guess we'll be running college courses. Enel smiled to himself as he thought about the situation. It had been a long time since he had acted as a professor. He remembered doing so in his past life after making his great discovery and becoming renowned in his field, but many years had passed since that time. Oh yeah, fair warning. Sabo's voice sounded out again, gaining the attention of both Enel and Robin rather quickly. The team leader can be a bit eccentric? Yeah, that's the word. Enel chuckled a bit as he remembered that most of the people he had worked with in his past life could have been described as eccentric. Hell, most would have even described him as an eccentric person. We'll keep that in mind. Robin nodded as the three of them eventually reached a room to the side. Enel could feel what was inside of it. Nothing more than a regular office, not large like Dragon's, also not decorated. It was basic. The only thing peculiar about it was the fact that it was filled with a variety of sweets. There was also a person inside. The three of them entered the office after Sabo knocked on the door a few times, and Enel finally got to see the face of one of the few people able to read poneglyphs. It was a blonde young woman. She had a pair of bright blue eyes, and she was wearing a tight pair of jeans and a white jacket with a white t-shirt underneath. She was sipping on a large mug of what Enel assumed to be black coffee while eating what seemed to be a chocolate-filled croissant. Sabo, what did you want? I'm on my lunch break. The woman spoke with her mouth full, obviously not horribly interested in the newcomers. Larthai, did you forget that Enel and Robin were coming around today? Sabo seemed to tilt his head at an odd angle. Enel could feel some anger coming from the chief of staff, so he decided to just defuse the situation a bit. Who cares? You did say she was eccentric. Enel's shrug made Sabo cough a few times. Anyway, I'm off. I still have some work to do. Sabo waved at Robin and Enel with a smile, his previous anger seemingly forgotten. Feel free to ask for me if you need anything. I guess he was just playing around. Anyway, now that he's gone, I'm glad to meet you too. The woman walked up to Robin and Enel, putting her coffee and food down while studying the two of them a bit closer. She wasn't all that tall, only standing at around 1.7 meters, 5.58 feet, from what Enel could see. Robin was taller than her by quite a bit, and Enel basically towered over both of them. The blonde woman was quite good-looking, somehow. Her bust was of normal size, around half of Robin's, and her figure was also well-proportioned for her size. Enel raised an eyebrow as she seemed to study the two of them quite a bit, getting a bit too close for comfort to both him and Robin. In the end, she seemed to remember something, slapping her forehead with an open palm, then extending that same palm towards them. "Sorry about that. I have some issues with that. My name is Ronder Larthai. You can just call me Larthai. I don't really care." The woman spoke with a wide smile, as Enel and Robin took turns shaking her hand. "It's a pleasure," Robin said as she smiled at the enthusiastic archaeologist. No, the pleasure's all mine. I've been hoping to meet you for a long time. I'm so glad to finally see you." Enel looked around the room awkwardly as the two of them conversed, not really sure how to intervene, or if he even should have. Eventually, he got bored of counting the number of suites in her office, and he also joined in the conversation. The three of them would then proceed to speak about quite a few things, and also make arrangements for the future classes that Robin and Enel were going to run. Chapter 93. Abuse and Auditorium. Larthai didn't hold them up for long. Enel and Robin decided to start their classes the very next day. Robin did spend a bit more time speaking to the archaeology head while Enel ended up just eating some pancakes he found laying there. He didn't pay much attention to their conversation, but they were mostly talking about poneglyphs. Their subjects also seemed to involve theories about the hidden history of the world and what the world government was trying to hide. Usual girl stuff, I guess? Enel munched on random sweets as he was still being ignored. For some godforsaken reason, Larthai seemed to not be all that interested in him, an actual emperor of the seas. But she was interested in Robin by the looks of it. The head of the archaeology team did end up giving both of them some advice before they left. "By the way, not my job what you guys do behind closed doors, but Enel, please refrain from hitting her face. Wouldn't want bruises to show up during class." Larthai gave the startled Enel a thumbs up after that. Robin raised an eyebrow. She was about to interject but decided against it after thinking about it a bit more. "I'm not the one being suspected of domestic abuse. He can speak for himself. It's his fault his training is this harsh anyway. Don't worry. I'll refrain from hitting her face during training from now on." Enel tapped himself on the chest and walked out, thinking the misunderstanding was cleared with his words. Unfortunately for him, no amount of words from a suspect would ever clear suspicions. Larthai simply sighed as she looked at Robin. "I guess some would call it training." In truth, it wasn't that everyone started thinking Enel was a wife-beater. It was just that his training basically consisted of beating Robin to a pulp every day. That coupled with the two of them sticking together all the time, people started putting two and two together, leading some to reach that conclusion. Robin simply shrugged. He must know something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be an emperor. Her tone sounded hopeful, as Larthai simply sighed. Power dynamics in their relationship are really skewed. Larthai placed her palm on her cheek in concern as Robin also started walking back to her home. "Still, I can't shake this feeling. Nico, Robin sure looks really familiar." Larthai was left alone in her office to continue drinking from her already cold coffee as she tried to put her finger on the origin of that strange thought. Meanwhile, Enel was looking everywhere around him with a poker face, wondering how his alliance with Dragon would be affected by the domestic abuse rumors. "It should be fine. Both Sabo and Robin can vouch for this being just regular training, and for the fact that I am single." Robin walked behind him, not really concerned by the rumors or clearing up the misunderstanding. She liked to think of it as retribution for Enel's rough training and the constant beatings he gave her. She had accepted the training, and she could feel that she was growing stronger, but that didn't mean she had to like the pain that came with it. Getting a bit of offhand revenge like that felt satisfying. Of course, it was only fun because it wasn't affecting him directly in any way. Robin didn't actually want to harm Enel at the end of the day. If she really wanted to stir the pot, she could have started crying some crocodile tears while following Enel, but that would have been a bit too much. The newbie emperor decided to stop caring about the situation altogether and proceeded with the rest of his day as usual. He didn't spare Robin the harsh training, but he did refrain from hitting her face now, as he wanted her to look well for the classes they were about to conduct. The classes themselves were held in a rather large auditorium, and not just the archaeology team was attending, but all of the higher-ups were present at the lecture. Even Sabo and Dragon seemed to be interested in learning more about poneglyphs. Enel and Robin both walked up to the podium, being greeted by dozens of faces. Larthai was also somewhere in the audience, and she seemed to be carrying several notebooks, preparing to write on two at a time by the looks of it. Nerd alert. Enel thought to himself as he remembered how some of his students in the past had been similar. It was odd how he called others nerds when he was technically the biggest nerd of all. Greetings, everyone. I'm glad to see so many friendly faces in here. Robin greeted the audience with a bright smile on her face. She was wearing rather conservative clothing for once. A purplish leather jacket covered her torso and arms, only leaving a bit of cleavage out, as she seemed unable to zip it up properly due to her large bust. A pair of long jeans and high heels also accompanied it, all form-fitting and with matching colors. Enel was also back to wearing a black shirt with rolled-up sleeves, dark blue suit pants, and shoes. His golden gauntlets were still present, but a little less bulky and spiky. His staff was strapped to his back, right behind his frilly white coat with the word "Justice" spelt on its back. Well, today we have quite a few things to talk about. This will be an interactive class, so don't expect you'll just be able to sleep through it, Enel said as his lazy gaze scanned the crowd. I figured they'd want more people to know how to read poneglyphs, but do they actually plan to make it common knowledge? Enel sweated a bit as those thoughts settled in his mind, but he didn't let his apprehension or confusion show outwardly, merely starting the lesson the way he had planned it with Robin. We'll start off with a question. Can anyone tell me what the ancient script is? In broad terms, of course. A student from the research team raised his hand to respond to that. The ancient script refers to the language which is encountered in poneglyphs. That was about the extent of the understanding that most of the archaeological team had. Correct, but not exactly what I was hoping for. Enel's words seemed to confuse some of the people in the room. Enel sighed as he reminded himself that the Revolutionary Army didn't come close to the understanding that the people of O'Hara had in regard to the poneglyphs. The ancient script, in the first place, was a language created by the people that wanted to record the history of the world in a covert manner, to prevent the current world government from erasing all of the records of their past. Some theorized it to be the actual language that a once great kingdom had used during the Void Century. Even knowledge of that kingdom's existence is something that the world government considered a threat. Many people seem to have questions regarding that, but Enel didn't bother with them for now. Larthai was mostly writing down what she was hearing, as Enel was remembering more and more about poneglyphs. In my travels, I had discovered that the poneglyphs originate from the land of Wano, and that is also most likely the origin of that language, where it was created. Enel could see that even Dragon was surprised by that information. Enel smiled as he continued. Joel D. Roger, the former pirate king, was able to read the Rio poneglyph thanks to a samurai on his crew that originated from the land of Wano. Enel was then interrupted by Larthai, of all people. Do you have any proof? What you are saying is interesting, and certainly thought-provoking, but how can we be sure it's the truth? Physical evidence isn't something I can provide. Enel shook his head a bit, his eyes closed as he thought about how to respond to that. It didn't take long, though. That person on Roger's crew, he was called Kazuki Odin, part of the royal family of the Wano country. He even had a wanted poster at some point, though I was unable to find it. Enel shrugged and continued to explain more. The Kazuki family should be the one where poneglyphs originated from. The world government also shouldn't be aware of this, but I was able to find out about it in my travels. Murmurs seemed to fill the study hall as the people inside started thinking more and more about the implications of Enel's words. So, that paints a more exact picture of the ancient script and its origins. Let's continue with the next subject, ancient weapons. Enel smiled widely, giving everyone a good look at his white teeth as they shined in the light. Chapter 94, Poneglyphs, Great Kingdom and Revelations. Robin looked over the crowd with a bit of frustration in her gaze. She had accepted Dragon's request, but that didn't mean she was 100% comfortable with imparting the knowledge of poneglyphs and the ancient script to so many people. She had guarded it for a long time out of fear. After all, only in Poneglyphs would one be able to find the location of the ancient weapons. If those were to fall into the wrong hands, then the world would suffer greatly, and she felt responsible for that. But meeting Enel gave her a bit more perspective. Just like Enel, others should have been able to research the Poneglyphs covertly as well. Suddenly, the load off her shoulders was taken off. Even if it was only one person that she knew about, now the situation became a possibility in her mind. Now she wasn't the only person that could read Poneglyphs. She wasn't truly alone in that fight. And if Enel saw no issue with teaching that many people the language, then neither would she. It was rather the opposite. She enjoyed seeing his enthusiasm as he spoke on the subject of Poneglyphs, revealing information that even the residents of O'Hara weren't privy to. It was somewhat ironic. Enel was a much greater threat to the world government than the entire island of O'Hara, yet they couldn't do anything about him either. It was likely that they didn't even know about his research on Poneglyphs and the world's history, which was quite impressive as that was his main profession, an archaeologist. The thought made Robin quite pleased. Seeing the world government fumbling about while Enel pulled the strings and prepared the stage in order to bring them down was extremely enjoyable. Ancient weapons? Now, this is actually my expertise. Robin raised an eyebrow at that phrase. His expertise, he says, almost like he didn't bring a lot of newfound knowledge to the table in every other field as well. Even her part of the lesson had plenty of additions from Enel. Enel didn't have a lot of exact knowledge yet. He didn't know quite how history had played out, but he seemed to have a pretty good understanding of all the parties involved, which was beyond impressive, as not even O'Hara had gotten that far. Robin could see that quite a few people in the room were excited when hearing about that. Ancient weapons were something that plenty of people knew about, but not many knew a lot of details about those weapons. We'll start with the first one, Pluton. Enel's smile seemed to be contagious as he scanned the room with his eyes. Pluton is a warship powerful enough to be considered an ancient weapon. It's also considered the only ancient weapon that can be replicated. It's said to be able to wipe out entire islands with a single cannon shot. With good reason, as I've recently found out that the warship uses dynastones as ammunition. Enel could see quite a few confused gazes in the crowd. Few people besides Dragon seemed to have any idea what Enel was talking about. Dynastones are objects capable of mass destruction. They are currently in the possession of the world government and the Marines. Each one is capable of almost destroying an island, and many of them together could even erase any trace of an island ever being there. Dragon explained in a calm tone, although he seemed to be rather surprised by Enel's words as well. Quite a few people in the room looked at their leader with a thankful gaze, and then attention was directed back to Enel, who continued. Thanks for that, Dragon. It's true that they are objects of mass destruction, but they are also the ammunition, and possibly the fuel source to that ancient weapon. Recently, whereabouts of the blueprints for Pluton had been discovered by some chipper pole agents, but the ones safeguarding them managed to rip them apart before they got in the wrong hands. This time, Robin looked at Enel with wide eyes. A bit of panic ran through her mind, as she clearly remembered that the blueprints for Pluton were with Frankie during the Eni's lobby incident. She did calm down after a few seconds. I guess he found reports regarding the incident. Currently, said Keeper should be the only one that should believably have knowledge on how to construct Pluton. Thankfully, he is out of the reach of the world government. Robin also gulped a bit at the conclusion Enel had reached. She could only find solace in the fact that Enel didn't seem to be a danger to the world and would likely not misuse an ancient weapon of all things. I'm guessing you all have plenty of questions, but I will keep that person's identity secret for now. I know plenty about the incident as I've been paying attention to the world government's movements for a while. Even while infiltrated in the Marines, Enel decided to use that as an explanation, not expanding further on the problem and simply continuing with the next weapon. Next weapon we'll talk about is Poseidon. Now, little is actually known about it on the world government side, so I'm about to give you some basic information about it. The people in the auditorium seemed to be getting more and more interested in the lecture as the time went on. Even Robin was immersed in Enel's words. Poseidon is not an object. It is merely an ability that seems to manifest in an individual. It allows one to communicate with and command sea kings. The wielder of Poseidon seems to have command even over the strongest sea kings living at the depths of the seas. Enel blinked a few times. There weren't any questions at this point, as most people in the archaeology team seemed to be a bit too busy taking notes. This ability of Poseidon is tied to a prophecy, one that is definitely also tied to the Great Kingdom from the Void Century and even the One Piece, but I won't get into details about that. Enel at that point could see everyone's gazes snapping at him, as if he had just said something outrageous. He simply shrugged, ignoring any raised hand, and continued. Poseidon already exists and has manifested in someone. A person whose identity I will once again keep secret, for their own safety, of course. At this point, even dragons seem to have plenty of questions. How do you know any of this? If what you say is correct, this is information that even the world government doesn't seem to know about. Larthai looked at Enel with a skeptical gaze. She had stopped writing at some point, being too immersed in listening to Enel's words. I understand your skepticism, but these are things that I've discovered over entire decades of looking into this matter covertly and traveling the world. This isn't something I've theorized over a lunch break. This is the result of years of hard work and searching. Larthai seemed to be satisfied with the answer, nodding a bit and blinking a few times before coughing in embarrassment and apologizing for interrupting the lecture. I can tell, you all now, that my discoveries certainly had a lot of luck involved in the mix, as the last ancient weapon on our list still remains a mystery to me. Everyone seemed disappointed to hear that. Some people seem to have expected that, though. At least he's not all-knowing. Dragon sighed to himself as he digested all of the information he had received. Enel had exact knowledge of 2 of the ancient weapons, even knowing the exact location of one. He was already a lot farther than the world government when it came to that aspect, which could only be a good thing. Uranus. I know absolutely nothing about it, besides the fact that it's also an ancient weapon, and that it was named after a god. Enel shrugged as he looked over the disappointed audience with an amused smile. Now, a few things I feel I should add here. Instantly, everyone's attention seemed to return to the stage, their disappointment momentarily forgotten. All 3 of the ancient weapons were likely belonging to the Great Kingdom in some way or another. Poseidon is the only exception. While this news took plenty by surprise once more, there were also plenty that had expected to hear that. After all, the world government didn't have their hands on any of the ancient weapons, which meant they likely never belonged to them in the first place. And another thing, the world government has parts of the ancient weapon Pluton. More specifically, they have its cannon. I can confirm this as it was used against me a while back. This news was the one to get the most gasps, but once again, there were still plenty of people that expected the world government to have something like that up their sleeves. That's about it for the ancient weapons. There is also not much else to add regarding the Great Kingdom. Actually, I think one thing should be mentioned. The Great Kingdom was likely a kingdom of slaves, one ruled and guided by the god of liberation, a figure everyone called Nika. This is more of a working theory, but it deserves a thought or two, as Nika is a prevalent figure in the Void Century. Still, take it with a grain of salt. Enel didn't wait for any questions as he moved on almost instantly, giving the stage to Robin. Well, I'm glad we got over that. Now that you have a brief overview of what poneglyphs are, their origins, and a bit of context on the Great Kingdom, I think it's time we get into the actual ancient script. This will be told by my companion, Robin, who is best qualified to teach you all regarding that. Enel then proceeded to walk away from the podium, standing to the side and smiling at Robin as she gulped a bit and proceeded to continue the lesson. Chapter 95. Impressions, Allies, and Training Plans. Robin's lecture was a lot more straightforward than Enel's, only being related to the ancient script, the basics of it, and deciphering the first few words in a simple text that they had prepared beforehand. Enel didn't have much input for the rest of the lecture, but plenty of people were still sometimes looking over at him, especially the higher-ranking figures of the Revolutionary Army. People like Bellamy, Morley, who was taking up a quarter of the room by himself, Karasu, Ivankov, and even Sabo and Dragon were constantly looking at Enel with curious gazes. Ivankov especially was looking at Enel with quite a bit of appreciation. Having been part of the war, He was well aware that many of his people were unharmed thanks to his lightning. He had only come to Baltigo in order to meet Enel in the first place, as he wanted to thank the Lightning Emperor in person. Well, the lessons were mandatory. He would have had to learn the contents of them even if he failed to show up for the class itself. There would be more classes in the future, but Enel, who was by this point considered the master archaeologist of the group, only lectured in the very first class. The rest was to be handled by Nico Robin, the only survivor of O'Hara. Ivankov could tell that, for some reason, Enel was a lot more experienced as a professor. Robin herself wasn't bad, but the Queer King could still tell that she was a bit uncertain in places. Enel, by contrast, was completely confident in each and every word that he had spoken, even when admitting that he didn't know shit about some things. It was endearing, though. All of the head figures, and everyone that knew about Enel's feats found him endearing. Not only was he strong enough to make the world government bend backwards and constantly get in their way without any repercussions. Hell, Ivankov was shocked when he heard about one of the secret weapons that the world government could employ. The most shocking part was that Enel had faced it and was completely fine. Now, usually, he wouldn't believe a claim like that without any evidence. But these were the words of an actual emperor of the seas. Enel was a person that didn't need to brag about his strength, as it was already recognized by the world to be at the very top. Ivankov waited diligently till the end of the lecture, just as everyone else did. He memorized as much as he could from Robin's lecture. But the job of the high officials was just to have a basic understanding of the language, not to know it by the back of their hands. They could choose to learn it earnestly, but knowing it was still the job of the archaeology team. So, Larthai, the leader of the archaeology team, was the one that paid the most attention to the lecture. The blonde woman had managed to fill out half of each notebook that she had brought with her. She was also the most likely to follow all of the future lectures as well, and the higher-ups would likely just learn from her notes. It was mandatory for her subordinates, the rest of the members of the archaeology team, to also attend these lessons with her, so they all had their own notes to rely on. Enel walked off the podium with a smile on his face. He sidestepped the questions from the archaeology team with a smile on his face as he walked out the door whistling. Ivankov followed him, and Dragon decided that he would likely just visit him afterwards. Larthai seemed to have more questions for Robin, as the two of them left the lecture hall together. Ivankov managed to run into Enel after asking around a bit. He got directions to his home and managed to find him on his way there. With some luck? Enel-chan, so glad to finally get a hold of you. Ivankov's sensual voice reached Enel's ears as the Sky King's spine trembled in fear. What the fuck? He looked around slowly, the sweat on his brow accumulating as he sighed when seeing that it was just Ivankov. I forgot about him. Enel had felt someone approaching when he was mulling over his thoughts, but he wasn't exactly in a state of high alert while in Allied territory. Ivankov, haven't seen you since the war. Glad to see you are healthy. Enel asked, his poker face not breaking one bit when the Queer King winked a few times at him. We didn't speak all that much, but I had heard about you before, Enel said as he shook Ivankov's arm with a cordial smile. Oh, I didn't know little old me was so famous, Ivankov said, sounding somewhat flattered as he randomly turned himself into a woman. In his female form, he looked completely different, a lot taller and better proportioned. Enel sweated a bit as he started remembering more about Ivankov's ability and how busted it was. Was he even originally a man? It's honestly impossible to tell or know. By the way, your previous lecture was quite enlightening, Ivankov said as she started rearranging her hair and makeup. I wouldn't mind a private lesson, I'm afraid I don't have time for that. I, unfortunately, don't have long to spend with the Revolutionary Army, but I am flattered by the proposition. Enel's tone was extremely polite. Ivankov sweated a bit as she felt as if she was speaking to a corporation or a politician, or both. In the end, the Queer King/Queen decided to stop joking around. Enel, on a serious note, I want to thank you for saving so many of my people during the war. Ivankov's words lost their usual sensual tone, being replaced by a marginally more serious one. Enel raised an eyebrow at that. He was a bit confused until he remembered that plenty of Ivankov's men and quite a few revolutionaries were there helping Luffy rescue Ace during the war. No need to thank me. Our goals aligned back then. I saw no use in letting so many die. Enel's voice was calm, but it was also quite cordial this time around. He was clearly appreciating Ivankov's gratitude and the fact that the queer king had felt the need to thank him in person. Well, you had no obligation to save my people, nor did you have any obligation to save so many Marines and pirates that day. The casualties of war were relatively small after your lightning started interfering. Ivankov crossed her arms and flashed Enel a wide smile. Well, that was all I wanted to say. Even if you don't end up allied with the Revolutionary Army, know that you will always find an ally in the Kamabaka Kingdom. Ivankov then walked away, swaying her hips as she walked forwards, making Enel sigh a bit when thinking about the situation. The Kamabaka Kingdom wasn't a horrifyingly powerful nation, but they had their fair share of powerful fighters, all masters of the Okama Kinpo. Plenty of the people in that kingdom also knew hockey, and with Ivankov they were actually a force to be reckoned with even on the world stage. I guess doing good deeds does pay off sometimes. Enel didn't regret saving that many people in the war. He hadn't done it expecting something, but in doing so he had managed to not completely burn the bridges with the Marines and gain new allies in many parts of the world. Now, saying that he didn't burn the bridge with the Marines was a bold claim. But it was the truth that most of the high-ranking figures in the Marines weren't outright hostile to him. Enel had the power to kill a lot of people during the war, yet he chose to protect the Marines as well. That was also why Sengoku, Akainu, and Akiji even felt like they could rely on him to save Garp. Enel sighed, no longer thinking about the war and starting to look into other activities that he could get into while waiting for the information he had requested from Dragon. He also started thinking of ways to improve Robin's training. He had Garp's techniques, and they worked great short-term, but they needed one to have an extremely powerful mentality in order to bear with them. Enel could tell that Robin was slowly reaching her limits, so he needed to adjust a few things. He didn't want to make it too hard for her. She has 2 years to get stronger. I'll just help her build a foundation. The rest will likely be done by the rest of the Revolutionary Army. Enel then proceeded to go on with his day, not really bothering to do much else besides planning out Robin's new training program and looking for ways to appease his boredom. Maybe I should have given Ivankov some private lessons after all. Enel laughed a bit at his own thoughts as he remembered his conversation with the queer king. Welp, I still have to rebuild that engine Enel had originally created. I've yet to figure out how to make it more compact. Chapter 96, Fusha Village, Marines and Disdain. The weeks flowed by for Enel and Robin, as the two of them trained tirelessly. Well, Robin trained and Enel struggled to create the engine/cloud machine he wanted. Enel had spoken to plenty of people during that time. He was visited by just about every cadre of the Revolutionary Army at that time. Surprisingly, it was taking a bit longer than anticipated for the Revolutionary Army to gather the information he requested. So that meant that he wouldn't have as much time to study it while with Baltigo. Still, for now, he was stuck with waiting, studying and training. At least Robin was great company. The two of them had managed to become rather close during their training, helped immensely by Enel starting to go easier on her, which she appreciated greatly. Still, even with her, Enel felt that he was stuck on Baltigo until he got the things he wanted. Unfortunately, the world didn't stand around waiting for him. Quite some time had already passed since the 5 elders had ordered a special base to be built in the Goa Kingdom. The said base was not quite a marine base. Its front was that of a marine base. In fact, it housed and trained CP agents. The base was built secretly, and it was relatively close to Fusha Village, which was known to be the home of Garp, the marine hero. A celestial dragon was also moved there, much to his displeasure. He was of a lower-ranking family, and he had no right to refuse orders from the 5 elders. Why am I being moved to a stupid little village, forced to live near dirty peasants? The mentality of the celestial dragons was bound to be rotten, no matter how low the rank of said celestial dragon's family was. A mansion was swiftly built for him, with a strange air bubble surrounding it. His arrival in the Goa Kingdom was made public, as the world government wanted Garp to know that they already had his hometown in their hands. They certainly didn't care about the saint's life. To them, it was a matter of no importance. He was only there to serve one purpose: threaten Garp's hometown with his presence. He was handpicked by the 5 elders, As he was one of the most problematic world nobles around, the celestial dragon also had plenty of personal guards and had even brought some of his slaves for amusement. I hope this situation isn't permanent. I can't be living in this filth for the rest of my life. St. Jonathan was the name of this particular celestial dragon. He was just as fat as the rest of his ilk. A permanent sneer was also present on his face as he constantly wore an air bubble around his head to avoid breathing in the same air as the lower classes. He was so disgusted by his surroundings that he decided to not venture out of his mansion at all, seeing no issue with sitting on his bed all day and enjoying all the good food that he could as well as the company of his slaves. Today was a day like any other for him. Eat fresh fruits and whip his male slaves, while sometimes fondling the female slave that fed him. At this point, it was routine for the slaves. Most of them had empty eyes, and they were doing nothing more than going through the motions. That was the scene the Vice Admiral Momonga walked on. He was still wearing the same purple and white pinstripe suit with a coat draped over his shoulders. His hair was also the same as it had been, with his mustache pointed outwards on each side, and his hair was arranged in a mohawk, with a ponytail. A blank expression was on the face of the respected Marine Vice Admiral. He had been called in by St. Jonathan, probably to provide him with entertainment. I will never get used to this sight. Slavery wasn't exactly something easy on the stomach. Momonga especially didn't like it. He had been tasked with protecting the celestial dragon in Fusha village. His head was obviously on the line if something were to happen to St. Jonathan. Momonga released a deep sigh as he tried to hide his disdain for the parasitic blob of flesh he was stuck protecting. Things really went downhill after Enel left. Yes, he may have lost us the war, but their treatment of us really has hit a new low. In the first place, the Marines had always been subservient to the world government, but the majority of Marines could go their whole careers without even meeting with a single world noble. Now, they were moved to the middle of the Holy Land, tasked with a seemingly permanent protection job. All Marines of any significance were now forced to protect and serve the whims of the celestial dragons. Many accepted that and took it as punishment for their failures during the war. There were also many Marines madly loyal to the world government, but Momonga was not part of either group. He was only loyal to the Marines themselves and what they stood for. The Marines were never meant to be guard dogs for the upper classes. We were supposed to be the protectors of the public. Even now, many suffer while our best are stuck catering to the needs of these world nobles. Momonga was disgusted by that thought, and, since he was distracted by his thoughts, he let that a bit of displeasure show on his face, something which St. Jonathan had finally managed to take notice of. "Oh, are you bored, Marine Dog?" Momonga became expressionless when hearing the saint's voice. "I could lend you a slave. I feel generous today." Jajaja, the celestial dragon, laughed out loud while staring at Momonoga with disdain in his eyes. "I am quite fine, St. Jonathan." Momonga didn't try to be any more polite than that. He didn't like the person he was protecting, but it was his job. He wasn't anywhere close to the only person with those thoughts. In fact, the majority of higher-ranking Marines were in similar situations. All of them could only keep in mind the words of their new fleet admiral. "Bear with it for now. I will do my best to rectify the situation." Akainu had taken a drastic shift after becoming fleet admiral. He was no longer as uncaring about his fellow Marines as he had been in the past. That shift was brought both by Enel's actions and presence and by his new friendship with Akiji. This also brought forward an unexpected amount of respect even from Sengoku, whom he hadn't been on good terms with in the past. Against everyone's expectations, Akiji actually didn't protest Akainu's position. The two of them ended up working together, and both were just as displeased about the situation. Akainu wanted the Marines to go back to doing what they were meant to, killing pirates, which was also his speciality. So, Momonga would just bear with it for now. What a boring person. "Guards, I want a new Marine Dog. This one is defective," St. Jonathan said with a shit-eating grin as his guards looked at Momonga wearily. "St. Jonathan, my mission strictly refers to making sure that you are not in physical danger. I am not here to entertain you." Momonga simply turned around to leave after saying his piece. He hated being in the presence of that man/pig. It always ended up with him restraining himself and leaving the room. This time, though, it was a bit different. St. Jonathan was not actually in any good mood. He simply wanted to make fun of the Marine that was assigned to him. After seeing that Momonga had no desire to play along, he got really mad. He took out a golden pistol and immediately pointed it at the back of the departing Marine. Momonga stopped in his tracks, slightly turning his head around as his eyes narrowed a bit. St. Jonathan, I would advise against doing something like that to the person tasked with protecting you. Momonga's voice sounded calm, yet his eyes burned with frustration and anger. This is what I am forced to waste my time on. The celestial dragon didn't listen to him, though. Why would he? A shot rang out, with Momonga's body seemingly turning into a piece of paper and bending around the bullet with ease. Momonga was a 46-year-old vice admiral. He was one that already had mastered all of the 6 powers to perfection, despite being a swordsman at heart. How exactly would a leech with a gun be dangerous to him? Momonga scowled a bit. Before continuing to leave the room, the guards were acting like statues. Not a single one of them tried to stop him, despite St. Jonathan's incessant whining and screaming. Although they were loyal pawns, their logic was quite sound when not approaching Momonga. A beating from St. Jonathan is a lot better than one from a vice admiral. After years of working as guards, they knew how to bow and how to act in order to survive. And not one of them was willing to stop Momonga, as he was a protector assigned by the 5 elders, who were far above in jurisdiction compared to the saint they were guarding. St. Jonathan whipped his guards a bit, but he was still angry even after Momonga had left. So, he finally decided to go outside. I'm already bored of beating up the same people. I bet I'll find quite a few people to take out my anger on. Chapter 97. Danger, Assistance, and Mistake. St. Jonathan didn't waste any time gathering his posse of guards and random battle slaves. He was a fool, but not stupid enough to go outside without proper protection. Although he had that same feeling of invulnerability that all celestial dragons had, he still wanted to make sure nothing bad would happen. After all, there had been brazen pirates attacking a celestial dragon before. One such incident had happened quite recently, in fact, during a slave auction. He didn't inform Momonga of his departure, disregarding the Marine's presence as he didn't think he'd need a dog's protection when visiting nothing more than a remote village. And so, St. Jonathan proceeded to be carried by his slaves as he surveyed the surroundings of his new temporary home. Meanwhile, the village was unaware of the disaster approaching their small village. Most of the residents didn't really bother to think all that much about the movements of the government and the new buildings that seemed to spur up near their village. The mayor was a bit different, though. He was keeping a close eye on the situation. Whoop Slap was quite concerned about how things were unfolding at a large scale. He had been keeping up with everything. He, as well as a few others in the village, were quite shocked to hear of Ace's execution and Luffy's involvement. At the very least, the 2 of them were safe. The same couldn't be said about Garp, at least from Whoop Slap's perspective. Retired to a tropical island, my ass. Garp's retirement had been already announced to the entire world, and most of the people that knew Garp on any level could tell that it was complete bullshit. Whatever happened to Garp? It's probably related to the failed execution, and his disappearance might also be the reason for that strange marine base and mansion appearing nearby. Whoop Slap didn't like the situation one bit. Old he was, but he was not a fool. The picture became clearer and clearer the more he thought about the situation. I guess the entire family is one of outlaws now. Would Slap rub the bridge of his nose in frustration? When that thought reached his mind, he also realized that their entire village was most likely being held hostage. It wasn't exactly a difficult conclusion to reach. It was rather obvious and in your face. It wasn't that hard to understand a game when knowing the pieces on the board. Unfortunately for Whoop Slap, knowing the game didn't mean anything, as there was absolutely nothing that he could do about it. Things were about to get worse, though. A messenger came to the village, someone announcing to the villagers loudly that a world noble would be visiting them. Whoop Slap instantly became even more stressed. Not that many people knew just how deplorable said world nobles were, but the mayor had been paying attention to worldly affairs, so he had some idea. The rest of the villagers were merely proceeding as usual, going to the tavern, having fun and drinking after a good day of work in the fields. The arrival of the world noble wasn't given much attention. and St. Jonathan wasn't impressed when seeing the way he was received by the villagers. Why are they not here bowing their heads obediently? He was looking at the entrance of the village with anger in his gaze. No one had been there expecting him despite the fact that he had sent a messenger to inform them of his arrival. To him, the villagers were now nothing more than uncivilized swine. Not that his opinion of them was any greater beforehand. Veins would have been visibly popping up on his forehead were he not overweight. He whipped the slave he was riding to move faster as he and his guards started looking around the village randomly. He was disgusted by what he was seeing. Peasants were all around, laughing in the dirt and working in the fields, walking around drunk and not even bowing to him as he rode his slave around. It angered him greatly. It wasn't as if no one was paying attention to him. He was rather hard to miss, riding on a half-giant slave while whipping it with guards all around him. Plenty of people observed him from a distance, warily. Many entered their homes when seeing him, bringing their children inside as they didn't want to get involved with such a despicable person. Unfortunately, not everyone managed to get away from him. St. Jonathan shouted as he pointed his hand to a nearby drunkard. The man looked at the world noble with a shocked gaze. "Who are yous?" The man's slurred speech made some of the guards sweat a bit, as they knew the man would suffer the consequences of addressing a celestial dragon informally. The celestial dragon didn't even say anything, merely taking out his gun and shooting the drunkard in the stomach. The man collapsed to the ground, clutching at his wound as he screamed out in pain. "Useless peasant." Humph. St. Jonathan then proceeded to get down from his slave's back and start walking towards the place that had the most people gathered, the tavern in the middle of the city. The people that had witnessed that scene all looked on in fear, cowering and hiding in their homes. That gunshot had been heard everywhere in the village, so most people were already aware of the situation, at least to some extent. Whoop Slap grit his teeth when he observed what was happening from a distance. He gulped a bit when seeing the world noble approaching Makino's bar. Nothing good will come out of this. The old man walked forward with steady steps, stepping in front of the celestial dragon and the guards, looking at them coldly. He bowed to the fat man, and in a calm tone he spoke out. "Sir World Noble, to what do we owe the pleasure?" He decided not to bring up the man he had injured. For now, he didn't think further angering the World Noble was a good idea. Did this ant just speak to me? Did I hear that right? The celestial dragon took out his golden gun once more, pointing it toward the old mayor. Whoop Slap trembled a bit when seeing that, not sure what to do. He had heard rumors about the world nobles, but it was a lot worse in person by the looks of it. Sir, please don't harm any more of our villagers." Whoop Slap quickly got to his knees, hoping to somehow appease the celestial dragon. Unfortunately for Whoop Slap, celestial dragons weren't the type to care about the lives of those underneath them. That's better. Ants should crawl on the ground," St. Jonathan said as he pointed his gun at the old mayor's head. Without any remorse or hesitation, the celestial dragon pulled the trigger as a shot rang out in the village once more. This time, though, instead of screams, a loud clang was heard, as a tall figure appeared in front of the old mayor that instant. A tall figure wearing a white and violet striped suit, alongside a marine coat with blue epaulets. It was none other than Vice Admiral Momonga. His sword was raised, blocking the bullet with the hilt of the blade without much issue. Although stopping the bullet was easy, Momonga was still sweating a bit, as he knew the situation was a bit problematic. "I should have followed him from the beginning." Momonga had rushed out of the mansion as soon as he heard the first shot ring out. He saw the injured person on his way, being tended to by a few other civilians. It helped somewhat remind Momonga why the reputation of celestial dragons was so bad among the public. What ashamed him the most was that he had failed in his mission. He was tasked by the world government to look after the celestial dragon, sure, but he also received a secret mission from former Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and that was to look after the Fusha village and make sure no harm came to its residents. He was informed that this was the marine hero's hometown, and he was honored when given the duty of protecting it. Now, to Momonga, the mission given directly by Sengoku was quite a bit more important than the one given by the world government, so he felt like a fool for failing the way he did. How could I think that this pig would walk around without causing trouble? The guards gulped a bit when seeing that Vice Admiral Momonga was blocking the bullet of a celestial dragon. What's the meaning of this? How dare you stop me, Marine Dog? St. Jonathan glared at Momonga with fire in his eyes. At this point, the guard sighed, knowing that there was no way for them to escape a beating from a Vice Admiral at that point. St. Jonathan, I am under direct orders to look after your physical health. I am under the impression that attacking these villagers will directly affect it. I apologize, but I am merely doing this for your safety. Momonga bowed his head as he spoke. Whoop Slap behind him finally recovered from the shock, but he didn't move, knowing that it was probably safest for him to stand behind Momonga in that situation. The guards of the Celestial Dragon were hopeful when hearing Momonga's words, as the Vice Admiral had managed to spin the situation around a bit, somehow. But logic was not a factor in that situation, unfortunately, especially not when a Celestial Dragon was involved. You all, I order you to bring me his head. Now. St. Jonathan waved his gun around as the guards looked at each other and jumped into action. At that point, it was either they fought Momonga or got killed by the Celestial Dragon commanding them. Vice Admiral Momonga, please do not resist. These are direct orders from a world noble. What? Am I supposed to just kneel and wait to die? Momonga seemed to tremble in rage when seeing the way things were developing. There simply was no arguing with a Celestial Dragon. The guards all took their weapons out, but Momonga flashed around them using Saru, knocking all of them out instantly. St. Jonathan, please refrain from such actions. Even as a joke, this is taking things too far. Momonga still tried his best to appease the Celestial Dragon, although he was hating every single second of it. The Celestial Dragon was basically filing his teeth together at that point. Momonga had already put his sword back on his waist, and his palms were raised forward as he tried to calm down the man in front of him. That's it. I'm not having this. The Celestial Dragon seemed to be searching his pockets for something. Then he quickly took out a golden snail. Momonga immediately recognized it as a buster call. And when he did, he remembered Sengoku's words. Under any circumstances, stop a buster call from occurring. It doesn't matter what you have to do. Just make sure that doesn't happen. It was the thing that Sengoku had emphasized on the most. So it had remained ingrained in Momonga's mind. So, without even thinking, just as the saint's finger was about to touch the snail's button and call in the buster call, Momonga swung his sword, swiftly cutting off the saint's entire arm. The Celestial Dragon blinked a few times, the pain not setting in instantly. But it didn't take long for him to realize what had happened as the pain dropped him to the floor the second his adrenaline died down. Momonga stood there, petrified, as he realized what he had just done. I may have made a mistake. The Celestial Dragon squirmed on the ground. The golden snail had also been dropped somewhat close to him, still clutched into his severed hand. But the fat man was paying it no attention, as he was too busy clutching at his bleeding stump. Whoop Slap was also pale when seeing that situation. He knew enough from rumors to understand what happened when a Celestial Dragon was injured. We're dead, Whoop Slap muttered as he looked at the ground with despair in his gaze. Chapter 98. Buster Call and Dire Straits. Momonga looked back at the old mayor behind him, his shoulders slouched and his gaze tired. The Vice Admiral was trying to wrap his mind around what had happened. Don't bother. I think this would have been the result regardless of your actions, Whoop Slap said as he slowly got up from the ground. He looked at the struggling world noble with disdain, but despair was still present in his gaze as he tried to think of ways he and his people could avoid genocide. I was the one to do it. Maybe they will just take my life. Momonga clenched his teeth as the Celestial Dragon finally seemed to pass out from blood loss. Unlikely. We all know how this situation is going to play out. Even looking wrong at a world noble can get your entire family killed. This village is done for. Although Whoop Slap was filled with despair, he was still somewhat managing to keep his calm. A buster call didn't scare him. He had been in the presence of Yonko-level figures before, and he didn't know any fear when it came to that. We need to evacuate this place. Quickly, Whoop Slap said as he rubbed his chin a bit. He was sure he'd be able to get the rest of the villagers to follow him. so there was no danger of anyone getting left behind. There was another problem, though. Well. An assault on a celestial dragon. Huh? Another figure in a white suit appeared in the middle of the street. Momonga narrowed his eyes when seeing it. A masked man wearing what seemed to be a rear admiral's marine coat. Momonga didn't recognize him, though, and he knew every marine from Commodore and up personally, so he instantly assumed the man was a chipper pole agent, a CP agent masquerading as a marine. Momonga said as he mulled over his thoughts, his voice still lacking some of its usual confidence. Momonga contemplated what to do in that situation. His honor as a marine prohibited him from allowing the marine hero's hometown to simply be destroyed. He had disrespected the world government's orders, though. Usually, he'd accept any punishment without hesitation. But this time was different. Even without thinking of Fusha village as the marine hero's hometown, Momonga still felt different about that situation. Was what I did really wrong? Momonga simply couldn't bring himself to think that letting the celestial dragon use the buster call on a random village was a good thing. A celestial dragon left to bleed out by an esteemed vice admiral. Are the Marines rebelling against the world government? The masked man asked with an empty tone. Most CP agents were emotionless in the first place, especially high-ranking ones. Momonga could tell that the man in front of him was strong, so he assumed he wasn't exactly a grunt. This was a personal decision. Momonga's face looked grimmer and grimmer as time passed. Still, he decided to shoulder the blame, not willing to create a greater disaster by implicating Sengoku and Akainu in the matter. Personal. Huh. The CP agent seemed to tilt his head when speaking, seemingly mocking the vice admiral in front of him. 10 more Marines all appeared around Momonga and whoop slap, shocking the old mayor and making the vice admiral grab his blade with a weary gaze. It's quite clear that the people of this village posed a threat to a celestial dragon. St. Jonathan acted appropriately and decided to use his right as a world noble to use a buster call. Who are you to stop him? The agent dressed as a rear admiral spoke out without much emotion as 2 of the lower-ranking agents went to grab the celestial dragon. Momonga wasn't an idiot, though. He didn't care about the celestial dragon, but he knew that he could let the CP agents get their hands on the buster call, lest they finish the celestial dragon's job. So, the second the agents started moving, Momonga jumped into action, slicing the head of one of the approaching agents. The other one had barely managed to block his blade with a blackened fist. Momonga scowled as his wrist tightened, his blade turning pure black as he cut straight through the second agent as well. He swiftly reached out and grabbed the golden snail from the ground. It's already too late for me. I must at least protect this village. Momonga thought to himself as the agents seemed to rush in from all directions, more of them appearing as he fought with fervor, protecting the snail in his palm. A buster call is only initiated if the golden snail sends a signal to the silver snail in the headquarters. This usually happens when a button is pressed. But if the golden snail is to die, then the signal will be sent all the same. Momonga's blade danced around, slicing through the CP agents with devastating precision, sometimes stopping and clashing with one, while receiving cuts and injuries from all of the others surrounding him. The high-ranking agent hadn't even joined in the fight yet. The masked fake rear admiral was only observing the situation from a distance. Whoop Slap was looking at the situation with a grim expression as well. He could tell that the Marine in front of him was fighting to protect the village. It was quite obvious, even to someone blind. At that point, most of the people in their homes were looking at the scene with horror, and the old mayor could feel it as well. As a mayor, it should be my duty to protect my people, but I am nothing more than a weak old man. The old man looked around. The agents seemed to be ignoring him, as they had a bigger threat to deal with. Even though injuries were accumulating, Momonga was still slashing away at their numbers. At that point, 13 agents had already fallen. 2 blades were sticking out of Momonga's back and his body was filled with wounds. Yet he was still fighting. At that point, the houses around them were also wrecked, and plenty of people were running away further from the conflict. Makino's bar also had its roof cut off by a stray flying slash. Only 10 more agents were around, yet Momonga was already exhausted. It was now that the higher-ranking agent jumped in, his strikes a lot heavier, his arms growing mantis blades as he cut towards the vice admiral with impressive speed. Momonga blocked a few slashes, but he was forced to jump backwards after a while. At the very least, I shouldn't let this man shoulder all of the blame. The village is already doomed. With or without this, it's clear that the world government wants to use us to punish Garp or draw him out. Whoop Slap slowly crawled towards the celestial dragon, grabbing the pig's golden pistol from the ground with a weary gaze. The old mayor acted quickly, pointing his gun at the celestial dragon in that same instant. The high-ranking CP agent took notice of that, quickly snapping his head toward the old mayor and trying to rush towards him. Turning your back on an enemy? Presumptuous. Momonga slashed him across the back, sending him tumbling and rolling to the side as he shouted, "Stop that old man!" The lower-ranking CP agents finally started acting, but they were far too late. A single shot rang, a bullet entering the celestial dragon's head just as an agent got in front of the old mayor. Shit. The agent quickly kicked the old man into the bar behind him, breaking the wall of the bar and knocking the wind out of him almost instantly. You dare kill a celestial dragon? The high-ranking CP agent disregarded his injuries, looking at the broken wall of the tavern with hate. Momonga was shocked by what had happened as well, momentarily freezing. Cough. The old man crawled out of the building, coughing a bit of blood as he started speaking. As if you were going to spare us? At the very least, he gets to die too. Here's hoping you all will follow him. The old mayor looked at the CP agent with fire in his gaze. His anger bubbled in his tone. His rage was directed at the world, as the situation was looking worse and worse. He looked at the body of the celestial dragon with a tired gaze. The old man couldn't even bring himself to feel anything about St. Jonathan. The celestial dragon was nothing more than a pawn in the world government's game. Whoop Slap simply wanted to kill the pawn to spite the king, a form of struggle. It was the only way someone weak like him could strike back, killing someone insignificant. But the celestial dragon was only insignificant to the higher-ups. The people present all seemed to be trembling when seeing the corpse of the celestial dragon. To the CP agents, the death of the celestial dragon meant that they were also going to get killed. Still, they hoped that they'd be excused if they were able to do their missions. Well, at least the high-ranking one hoped he'd be spared. The others didn't have high chances. Still, all of them recovered from their shock and started fighting once more. Whoop Slap wasn't killed yet, as all of the agents rushed trying to finish off Momonga first. The Vice Admiral was unrelenting though, all until one point after so many slashes and accumulated injuries, Momonga's attention slipped for 1 second, which led to his hand being swiftly cut off by the mantis claw of the high-ranking CP agent, forcing him to drop the golden snail he had been holding that entire time. Momonga's eyes widened as he jumped back and clutched at his bleeding stump, blocking a few flying slashes with his blade and sending a few with his legs. Shit, he said as he saw the high-ranking CP agent crush the golden snail underneath his foot. We're done for. I failed, Momonga said, his voice tired as blood poured from his wounds. This has been the case for a while now, young man, Whoop Slap said as he shakily got up. Humph. I'll make sure to kill you both before any marine ship gets here, though. This kingdom will be purged thanks to your efforts, the CP agent said as he seemed to transform completely into a 3-meter-tall mantis. Our efforts? Bah. Do you usually eat this much shit? Whoop Slap said as he held himself up, leaning on Momonga's leg. Momonga sighed a bit, taking a few seconds to catch his breath. I hope Sir Sengoku has something planned for this occasion. As the situation developed on their side, the silver snail seemed to intercept the dying signal from the golden one on Fusha village. The fleet admiral was instantly informed, and he then proceeded to walk over to the communications room. Akainu's mind was filled with anxiety as he walked into the room, fearing the worst had happened. Which island is it? Akainu asked the scrambling officers as he looked at the silver snail with narrowed eyes. It's from the Goa Kingdom, Fleet Admiral Akainu, specifically from a place called Fusha Village. An officer spoke as he intercepted the signal and found the location almost immediately. I see. Akainu walked over to the table with the silver snails and looked at the one in question. Such a shame. He put his palm over it, magma consuming it in seconds as the signal proceeded to die down instantly. Fleet Admiral? The officers asked as they all started sweating when seeing the look in Akainu's eyes. Such a shame this silver snail malfunctioned. It seems we need to order a new one from Vegapunk. Akainu glared at the officers without any restraint, narrowing his eyes. All of them simply gulped and nodded. You understood, sir. We'll cancel all orders and get it replaced right away. The leader of the communications team quickly got to work, commanding the other officers to quickly clean the defective snail. Sengoku also entered the room as that was happening. The look on his face was grave, as he could only imagine just how bad things were back in Fusha village. This is bad, the former fleet admiral said as he took off his round glasses. Let's continue this in my office. Akainu then walked out, not even bothering to look back at the communication team as he walked out. He and Sengoku started speaking instantly. Do we have anyone nearby that can assist Momonga? The situation must be pretty dire if this ended up happening. Sengoku asked as he sat down on the couch and looked at the current fleet admiral. 2 rear admirals are already on their way, Akainu said as he tapped onto a special transponder snail, sending a signal to his men. I had them moved nearby in advance, but I hoped they wouldn't be needed. Let's just hope they aren't too late, Sengoku said as his goat came to his side to comfort him, likely sensing his stress. We do know of someone that will likely arrive in time, Akainu said as he leaned back on his chair. I'm sure Kizaru won't be okay with going against the world government like this, Sengoku said as he stroked his beard. Wait, you don't mean? Enel already helped us once with Garp. They are clearly friends. All we have to do is inform him of the situation, and we won't even need to ask for his assistance. He'll likely just give it to us, Akainu said as he searched his desk a bit, taking out yet another small transponder snail, one that had formerly belonged to Sengoku. Do you think he still has his transponder snail? Sengoku asked as he clenched his fists. The former fleet admiral hadn't come close to forgiving Enel yet, but he could understand why he had done it, at least to some extent. It was clear that Enel had chosen his friendship with Garp over the Marines, much like Garp had chosen his family over his duty by not helping much during the war. He couldn't bring himself to hate either of them, but that didn't mean he didn't feel betrayed. They had planned to inform him of Garp's capture in that way, by calling him on the transponder snail that Sengoku had gifted him at one point. But they didn't have to do that, as Akiji had managed to run into him at some point. Akiji didn't go into detail about the circumstances of their meeting, and all of the people that had been on the ship were mute about it too, but Enel had learned of Garp and saved him after a week or two. This time, they could only hope Enel would pick up. Chapter 99. Call to Action and Arrival. Enel didn't think much of his day. His training with Robin had already been over, and he was just laying on his bed and looking at a few books, trying to study a bit more about steam engines. He was somewhat interested in the trains built in Water 7, as they reminded him a lot of his world's trains, but on water, which didn't make much sense to him. But the world of One Piece was always strange to him, so it wasn't like he expected the logic and even physics of his own world to apply in all places. Dragon had given him access to their entire library, and it was quite extensive. Not quite as large as the one in O'Hara going by Robin's words, but it was still a lot of information all gathered in one place. Enel received a few bits and pieces of news regarding the outside world, but he tried to focus on his tasks for a bit. Dragon seemed rather anxious about the reports he was receiving, though. A celestial dragon being moved over to Garp's hometown was certainly something of notice. As Garp's son, he felt the need to mobilize a few agents nearby, just to observe the situation from a distance. Enel didn't act when hearing the information, though, thinking that the world government was likely announcing that as a way to gloat to the marine hero. Enel assumed they were planning on keeping the village hostage for at least a few months, not nuking it instantly. In the first place, he didn't think they would dare to destroy it. The world government would really be playing with fire if they tried that. That was the hometown of the marine hero, Ace, who was a commodore to the Whitebeard pirates and Dragon, the world's greatest criminal and leader of the Revolutionary Army. That place also happened to be where Shanks and his crew stopped by a few times and befriended the locals. Of course, Enel didn't think they'd know about all of that, but at least the parts with Garp and Dragon should have been enough to stop them from attacking. It was as if they were starting a war. Though the war might have been started the second they tried to imprison Garp, Enel stopped thinking about the news after a while and concentrated on his light-reading material on advanced thermodynamics. What Enel didn't expect was to hear a familiar ringtone. Well, it was a snail making ringing sounds with its voice. Enel had still kept his transponder snail. He always carried it at the bottom of his travel bag. Even after he left the Marines, he still kept it. It was still a useful tool. He could also use it to speak to Gonfall at greater distances, so he always brought it with him. What he didn't expect when picking up was to hear Akainu's voice. Enel, good thing you picked up, you piece of shit. It was in an angry tone, as usual, but Enel could tell that Akainu was actually glad he had picked up. Enel blinked a few times as he wondered why Akainu would even call him. He doubted it was a mandatory health check, or to speak about marine pension benefits. Didn't expect to hear your cheery voice. The hell do you want? Enel asked as he tilted his head a bit. His tone was a bit amused as he spoke without any filter. He didn't think he was still considered a friend to the Navy, so them contacting him obviously came as a surprise. Akiji's situation was a lot different, as it was still him that jumped on their ship. With Akainu, Enel was half expecting him to find a way to trace the call back to Baltigo and lead a buster call there. Even if they decide to attack this place, I'll just sink their ships and suggest a new base for the Revolutionary Army. On the Sky Islands, of course, Enel would have liked to have his allies closer to his main base, but he also couldn't just ask them to uproot everything and move to an island in the middle of the sky. Especially not when their island was already well hidden and devoid of any government agents. I just felt the need to let you know. Fusha village is most likely getting attacked currently. We intercepted a buster call request as well. Do what you wish with that information. Akainu hung up after saying that, making Enel stare at his transponder snail with a startled gaze. Seriously? They're actually acting already? Enel quickly got up and walked outside, looking at the sky with a cold gaze. He quickly spotted Dragon flying towards his home. He seemed to also be sporting quite a grave look in his eyes. He had clearly received a report from his agents near Fusha village. He was heading towards Enel's residence, as he knew Enel would reach there fastest. Enel, Dragon shouted as the two of them stopped in midair. Enel's lower body was made of lightning and Dragon was controlling the clouds around him to prop himself up. I already got the news. I'm going first. Don't worry about it. Enel then turned into a flash of light. With a loud burst, a thunderous roar was heard across all of Baltigo as Enel's figure turned into lightning and departed. Thankfully, Enel already knew the location of the Goa kingdom, so all that was left was controlling his speed in order to reach it properly, turning into an electromagnetic wave and flowing in that general direction. Moving at light speed wasn't something that Enel could control, not even with future sight. His perception fell far behind. But when forcing his observation hockey and mind to its utmost limits, Enel was able to reach and almost control at least half of the maximum speed that his devil fruit could provide. He could only go in a straight line while at that speed, as even the slightest alteration had the chance to spiral him out of the stratosphere and into space. Such a speed was simply not usable in most situations, but when traveling a long distance in a short time, it was perfect. And thanks to that, Enel would manage to reach the village in around 2 minutes. At least by his calculations. He also took into account that he would have to stop and readjust his direction a few times. He just hoped that he'd get there in time. And while he was flying over, the situation at Fusha village was worsening. The high-ranking CP agent gave Mamanga and Whoop Slap a smug look, having crushed the buster call under his shoe and gloated to them a bit. But he wasn't foolish enough to spare them. He quickly jumped into action. At least tried to, but his stride got interrupted. A loud bang rang in the village as a cannonball cut the CP agent's path. He managed to turn his body and slice the cannonball in half, but he was momentarily distracted, which led to him almost receiving a flying slash from Mamanga. Dayton, Whoop Slap muttered as he looked in the direction of the cannonball. Mountain bandits rushed the village, trying their best to rescue the citizen and fight against the CP agents. Cannons and bazookas weren't common weapons for them, so they didn't have a lot of ammunition. But Dayton, their leader, felt the need to use them at that point. Mountain bandits? The CP agents were shocked to see that, but they weren't scared. Not by any stretch of the imagination. The mountain bandits were quickly getting overwhelmed, and all of them didn't stand a chance against the trained government agents. What the hell is going on? Dayton asked in a loud voice. The bazooka in her hand pointed towards the high-ranking CP agent as she stared at the destroyed village with rage. She fired another shot. This time, the CP agent simply stepped aside, also dodging a slash from Momonga in the process. You shouldn't have gotten involved. At least you'd have survived in that way. Whoop Slap said as he sat on the ground, his wounds bleeding slightly. Shut it. You ain't the boss of me, Dayton said as her men kept trying to shoot at the CP agents. Many fell to flying slashes sent by the agents, and their bullets did little if anything at all. Regardless of that, the bandits were unrelenting, trying to hold on and save as many villagers as they could. Boss, this ain't going well. One of the bandits shouted as he looked at the situation from a vantage point, climbing on a ruined building. Dayton simply scoffed. We can't just let everyone here die. She grabbed her club and rushed at the high-ranking agent that Momonga was fighting. Having run out of ammunition, this was the best that she could do. The CP agent only gave her a sideways glance as he kicked her torso, sending her flying into a building and breaking it rather easily. The agent then turned to Momonga, whose injuries were already impossible to ignore. He was clearly unable to fight anymore. At least his body was no longer responding in time to his commands. The CP agent smiled under his mask as he raised his arm, aiming to slice off Momonga's head in one sweep. That was when they all heard it. The sky trembled with rage, and the clouds instantly turned dark. Thor. A voice sounded out from the sky, tired, lazy, but at the same time angry. The high-ranking CP agent only got to direct his gaze at the sky for a tenth of a second before a lightning pillar engulfed him completely. At that moment, all of the agents looked up. All of the villagers and bandits present looked at the sky as well, confused as to why a freak storm had suddenly appeared at such a dire time. And in the sky, sitting on a small cloud, was a man. A shirtless man with baggy pants, and draped over his back was a long-sleeved white furred coat with justice written on it. Enel had finally arrived 1 minute and 32 seconds, and that was because he had to backtrack a little, as he had overshot the island by about 100 kilometers initially. But that was irrelevant. He had gotten to Fusha village in record time. Enel surveyed the island, only to find it in an even worse shape than he had expected. An absolute mess. Villagers and bandits were running all around. CP agents were either killing the bandits and some villagers, or all encroaching into one location, where Momonga had been fighting the CP agent he had just killed. It's the Sky King, an emperor of the sea. People had different reactions to his appearance, but all seemed to recognize him. But unfortunately for the CP agents, recognizing Enel only meant that they would know what killed them. The people of Fusha village and the bandits weren't exactly relieved by his presence either, but Momonga released a tired sigh when seeing him descend. With him here, everything should be fine. I doubt he would harm Garp's home. And so, Momonga finally let himself fall to the ground, dropping his sword to the side as he took a deep breath of air. None of the agents that had been attacking him took advantage of that, though. They had far greater concerns now. The CP agents looked at the sky with fear, but they didn't wait for death to take them. They all instinctively knew what to do, as their leaders had already instructed everyone on a way to combat Enel, at least while on land. All of you, disperse the clouds. At least we'll have a chance that way. The agents quickly swiped their weapons and legs at the sky, releasing flying slashes, as many as they could. Their efforts were shown, as they managed to part the clouds slightly, forming a small hole in the sky. But it didn't mean much in the end. Sango. Lightning flash. Enel pointed his palm at the ground, and an erratic stream of lightning flowed out of his palm, parting in many ways and extending towards the village almost instantly. The agents didn't get the time to dodge, as the lightning struck them down one by one. Not even 5 seconds passed, and the CP agents were already down from 34, which had been all of the agents they had moved into the nearby base, minus the ones Momonga killed, to a measly 4. The 4 had managed to somehow either hide or use the bodies of others as shields. But Enel didn't even take a second glance at that. Surviving a casual attack wasn't something that deserved praise in Enel's eyes. The sky discharged some more lighting bolts onto them, creating small pillars of light that killed each of the agents. Enel then landed near Momonga, who was already sprawled on the ground from exhaustion. Enel, Momonga muttered as Enel turned around. Vice Admiral Momonga, you look worse for wear, Enel said as he grit his teeth a bit. He hadn't expected to see a Marine defending the town, but it seemed that Sengoku and Akainu weren't exactly on good terms with the world government, as if that hadn't been made obvious by the fact that Akainu had called him of all people. I guess they won't be acting on the Buster call. Covering it up won't be easy, though. They absolutely have spies in their ranks, as well as plenty of world government fanatics. I'm fine. I can still fight if I need to, Momonga said as he shakily got up, looking at Enel with some confusion. Nah, they're all dead or dying now. Pretty sure Akainu stopped a Buster call from coming here, so there shouldn't be more enemies. Momonga sighed a bit when hearing that, wondering how Enel even knew about Akainu's actions. But he decided not to get into that right away. Instead, he felt as if he was meeting an old acquaintance, a former comrade in arms. Even he may have turned coats and betrayed the Marines, but Enel had never actually killed a Marine in the war, so there wasn't much resentment on Momonga's part. I didn't expect to see you so soon after Marineford. Figured you'd be lying low for a few years, Momonga said with a bloody smile. Heh, I'm sure there's plenty to talk about, but let's get your wound looked at first. There's surely a medic in this village. Enel then looked at Whoop Slap, the mayor of the village. The old man was looking up at Enel without any trace of fear. He also didn't seem to be bothered by his injuries. Heh, I guess Garp has plenty of friends, the old mayor said as he slowly got up. I'll gather everyone. We'll have to leave this place if we want to live, Whoop Slap said as he stood up and went over to the middle of the village, quickly calling what remained of the bandits to him. Their group quickly started gathering as many civilians as possible, and Enel was stuck thinking of ways they could use to escape the island. There was always the possibility of stealing a ship, but he doubted any of the people present knew how to run a ship beside him and Momonga. Seriously, why did things have to go to shit so quickly? Chapter 100, Rescue Mission. Enel walked around the battlefield with a scowl on his face. Momonga was being tended to by a random civilian. The doctor of the village was busy, as there were dozens of people injured. Enel couldn't help but be mad at himself when seeing the damage done to the village. This could have been avoided. I should have acted the second Garp told me that he got threatened. I didn't think they'd have the guts to do something like this. Enel also found the corpse of the celestial dragon, which he kicked over a bit, studying his clothes for a few seconds before sighing. I don't recognize this one, but that's not important. A celestial dragon died here. Enel sighed as he realized that there was little chance of the government sparing the villagers from that point on. They're likely going to be branded demons, just like back in O'Hara. For a few seconds, the Sky King considered destroying the body of the celestial dragon and taking the blame for his death. But that really wouldn't have made any difference. The world government never needed evidence to brand someone a criminal or demon. Even if I take the blame, nothing would change. In the end, he decided not to bother himself. He simply stepped over the body and continued to pull out people from broken-down buildings. After a few minutes, all of the stuck villagers were freed, and even the bodies of the ones that didn't make it were laid in the middle of the village square. Enel continued to look around, surveying the wreckage and sighing once more as he felt two large marine ships approaching. More specifically, one was a cargo ship, and the other was a warship. He could tell they weren't part of a buster call, though. There was no trace of other ships besides them, and cargo ships were not used in any military activities besides the transport of goods and/or weaker prisoners. In the first place, a buster call was a mobilization en masse, moving a force even greater than the army of a developed country to take down a perceived threat to the Marines or the world government. They're either here to survey the situation or are responding to some distress calls, of which there should be many. Then, as Enel was contemplating jumping on their ships and questioning them, he felt two figures starting to approach the island. More specifically, Enel could sense them hopping over to the island. At first, Enel didn't know who they were, but after seeing them he did manage to recognize them. Two rear admirals, faces that he had seen back in Marineford. Followers of Akainu. If I remember correctly, at least I hope so, I've killed enough people for the day. Enel obviously had no way to be sure of the intentions of the people approaching the village, but he could somewhat assume that they were sent by either Akainu or Sengoku, or both. Otherwise, there was no reason for two legitimate and grand line-treading rear admirals to be in East Blue, the weakest of the four seas. Enel smiled when seeing them, realizing that Akainu and Sengoku had actually taken more precautions to protect Garp's hometown than he had. Still, their precautions still weren't enough. Not that I have any right to comment. I guess the world government was keeping an eye on them, and they were restricted in what support they could provide. The two rear admirals also instantly recognized Enel, noticed him approaching them, and decided to land as soon as they could. They didn't know the intentions of the newbie emperor, but they knew that fighting him in the air with only Jeppo to rely on was actually suicidal, especially for them, who couldn't really push away all of the storm clouds gathered in the sky. A fruit like the Goro Goro no Mi was actually impossible to face on most occasions. Very few even had the qualifications to withstand even one of Enel's hits, and the rear admirals were somewhat aware that they didn't quite belong to that group. They both ended up stopping at the shore as the former Marine appeared in front of them, startling them slightly as they immediately prepared for action. The two of them had their hands on their blades and Enel was holding his staff, using it as a walking stick, but neither group decided to act. Enel could tell that the Marines in front of him were extremely tense, but he could tell that they weren't outright hostile, which only further strengthened his assumption of them being there to help. In the end, Enel decided to relieve the tension by starting up a conversation. I'm assuming the two of you are here on Akainu's orders. Enel's voice sounded somewhat tired, but he wasn't exactly physically exhausted. It was mere mental exhaustion, and he could ignore that for now. He looked at the two rear admirals with narrowed eyes, waiting for their answer. The two Marines looked at each other for a bit, before they nodded and one of them decided to speak up. Indeed, we were stationed near this place, waiting for a signal from Akainu to intervene if something happened. The two of them looked at the state of the village with serious gazes, likely realizing that they were a bit too late in their intervention. Good. At least you aren't enemies, Enel said as his cape flowed in the wind, sometimes sparkling with electricity. The fewer people I have to kill the better. I don't wish to harm Marines, but the people attacking the village before all seemed to wear Marine clothing. Enel looked at the bodies of the CP agents he had fried. Well, they certainly weren't Marines, that's for sure. Seriously, what shitty disguises. You'd think CP agents would do better than this? I mean, all of them were decently strong, enough to have a decent rank if they were Marines. I would have certainly seen some of them in Marineford too if they weren't fakes. Our warships already have been filled with enough supplies to transport the villagers living here over a long distance, the other rear admiral said as he looked back at their approaching ships. Enel smiled when hearing that, pleased that he no longer had to look for a way to get the villagers out of the island. But his smile didn't last long, as the conversation continued. Enel then proceeded to give the newcomers a rundown of the situation, as best as he could, including the death of the celestial dragon, which made the two rear admirals freeze completely. Both of them looked genuinely scared when hearing that. Enel could somewhat understand that. They were now basically involved in an incident that had a lot to do with the death of a world noble. If that was found out, then they'd simply be executed, or branded as traitors/pirates and be forced to flee and uproot their lives. Enel decided to give them some reassurance. No need to worry. Akainu is sure to protect the two of you. If he doesn't, then I will. You are making Garp a huge favor by helping these villagers, and, by extension, you are also making me a huge favor. The rear admiral seemed to relax a bit when hearing that before one of them seemed to notice something strange. Wait, is Vice Admiral Garp currently your associate? The other one also seemed to snap his startled gaze at Enel when hearing that. Enel just gave them a wry smile. I guess they wouldn't be informed of stuff like Garp's imprisonment and subsequent breakout. Let's just say he is my friend. There's no way Garp would ever become a pirate, so you don't have to worry. For some reason, The two of them decided to believe Enel for now. They also decided to ignore the fact that out of every person in the Marine headquarters, Garp certainly matched the temperament and demeanor of a pirate the most. They continued to speak a bit more, Enel bringing them to the middle of the village, where everyone was gathered. The rear admirals received quite a few wary gazes from the residents. Dayton was actually about to smash one of them with her club, but Enel got involved and calmed the villagers down. Whoop Slap was glad to receive help from the Marines, and the villagers were all rather mortified to find out that they had actually been attacked by a secret government organization posing as Marines. The Marine ships had also managed to reach the island in the meantime, dropping their anchors and disembarking all at once. They quickly got to work. Marines were all trained in first aid on the battlefield, so they immediately started helping the injured. Enel could tell that there weren't as many as one would usually have on a warship and a cargo ship, but that was likely because a Kainuu couldn't use people sympathetic to the world government for such a mission. In truth, the majority of Marines were crazily loyal to the world government, and only the higher-ups would criticize or even slightly go against the world government. Most Marine recruits were born and bred with the idea that the world government was the reason for peace in the world. Still, Enel was impressed there were that many of them willing to go against the world government in order to do good. The fact that they were helping in the Marine hero's hometown certainly was a motivator, though. Regardless, after another hour, the citizens, as well as Dayton and her family, were all bandaged up and moved onto the ships for further treatment where needed and to prepare for fleeing the scene. Momonga was already unconscious. His wounds were being tended to, but the Marine doctor that was present didn't have high hopes of being able to reattach his arm. He was the one that received the gravest injuries. It was a miracle he even survived long enough for Enel to arrive, let alone to be treated by the Marines. Now that everyone was on the ships, and the Marines were preparing to leave the scene, there was only one question left. Where do we go? The two rear admirals hadn't received any instructions on a location they could move the civilians to. They were not sure where they could even go. Everyone, even the recruits, knew that the people of Fusha village were going to be branded as criminals, so they weren't sure where they could safely allow them to continue living. Enel had an odd look on his face when hearing that problem from the rear admirals. Did Akainu not think that far? Or did he simply not have the time and resources to find a secret spot for these people in case something happened? Enel sighed as he realized that the second option was the most likely one. At that point, it was already clear that the Marines didn't have anywhere near as much leverage as before. Akainu likely had to jump through countless hoops just to bring two ships to the scene. So, it remained up to Enel, where the people of Fusha village would end up. Well, the answer is quite obvious, isn't it? Chapter 101. A Bumpy Voyage and Recording. The Marine ships moved as soon as Enel gave them a destination. We are going to Jaya, the trading port, former safe haven for pirates in paradise, first half of Grand Line. The rear admirals seemed quite confused with that choice, but they had the supplies to make that journey, with more to spare. We're going to be cutting through the comm belt, so the journey should only take around 3 weeks. One of the rear admirals said as he traced their journey on the large map they had on the table. We don't have an eternal pose for that island, though, the other rear admiral said as he looked at the poses they had, which were mostly for Marine bases within the Grand Line and larger cities. That's fine, I have this one. Enel placed an eternal pose on the table. The name that had been written on it was scratched out, but the rear admirals decided to just trust Enel on that one. The ships quickly rose their sails, immediately sporting Jolly Rogers. The rear admirals were masquerading as pirates that had stolen 2 Marine ships, likely an attempt to do their mission covertly. The Marines also changed into attire fitting the operation, most of them wearing casual clothing. Enel was a bit confused by that, as they had dressed as Marines when entering the village. One of the rear admirals did end up informing him that they only dressed as Marines because they wanted to calm the residents of the village, and had figured that appearing as pirates wouldn't have been a great idea. Both rear admirals were now sporting black capes instead of their usual coats, and the ships cut through the high seas with impressive speed. The wind seemed to be with them, as their escape from the islands pertaining to the Goa Kingdom was smooth, and without any form of interception from government agents. Enel spent some time speaking to the residents of Fusha village. Even after a week had passed, Many were still mourning the lives lost or shaken by the fact that they now had to uproot their entire lives. Enel could somewhat sympathize with them. The feeling of guilt he had towards them lessened a lot when Whoop Slap, the bandaged-up mayor, ended up thanking him. I guess not all pirates are scum. Enel didn't really know what to say to that. He remembered Whoop Slap being on good terms with Shanks, but he decided not to press the issue too much. Enel didn't get to speak much with the other residents of Fusha village. Momonga had somehow already woken up, despite his injuries. The doctors were quite shocked, but Enel wasn't that surprised. He's a full-fledged vice admiral after all. Vice admirals and rear admirals made up a large section of the Navy's fighting power, and many figures among them were strong enough to take on the majority of pirates in the New World. Momonga was rather happy to speak more to his fellow Marines. The rear admiral seemed quite concerned with his missing arm, but Momonga himself was able to take it in stride. I only lost my arm because I was weak. This only means that I must grow stronger from now on. Those were the words that Momonga had given them. Enel could understand that, but he still felt that Momonga was the type to keep silent about his insecurities anyway. And Enel was right to think that. One time, during the night, he managed to speak to him in private for a bit. Well, drink with him was more accurate. Momonga was drinking some sake, looking at his bandaged, armless shoulder. Enel could tell that his gaze was complicated. He didn't speak much. He merely sat on the railing of the ship and drank a bit with him. Say a lie enough times, and even you will eventually start to believe it. That was what Momonga was doing. It was how some people chose to deal with loss, and Enel decided not to do much about it. He knew Momonga. He had spoken to him before and while in Marineford, but they weren't exactly friends. Acquaintances were a more apt description of their relationship. Enel drank with him, but didn't try to comfort him in any way. Eventually, Enel managed to steal a newspaper off of a colony of newspaper-carrying seagulls with hats. The news was about what he and the rear admirals had expected. Demons of Fusha village tortured and killed a helpless world noble. All of the residents were in fact branded as demons and were to be hunted by bounty hunters and marines. They each received a hereditary bounty of 30 million berry. Even the children. Enel whistled a bit when seeing their bounties. The world government sure has a lot of money to spare. The fact that no bounties were different from one another meant that the world government didn't actually have eyes on the situation. Well, none that Enel hadn't killed anyway. After all, Whoop Slap was the one to actually kill the world noble. His bounty would have likely been significantly higher if that was known. That was a good thing, as it meant that the involvement of the Marines would be kept a secret, at least the involvement of some Marines. Momonga didn't get that great of treatment in the press. The noble killer Momonga, a bloodthirsty former Marine that turned against the innocent world noble he was supposed to protect and helped the demons of Fusha village torture him. He was also credited with killing all of the Marines inside the nearby fake Marine base. Momonga received a bounty of 400 million berry. Unlike the villagers, though, he only wanted alive. Most likely thanks to Akainu pulling some strings and preparing for some worst-case scenarios. The villagers were petrified when learning of their new status. Not one of them could understand what they had done to deserve such a thing. Whoop Slap did give them some perspective. None of us did anything, but our existence happened to annoy someone important, so they simply decided to kill us. It wasn't a comforting thought, and Enel could see that many were scared when hearing that. So he decided to intervene at that point. It can't be helped. From now on, you are all under my protection, so you can rest easy, Enel said as he crossed his arms. The villagers looked up at him with confusion. Many of them knew about him, the Emperor of the Sea, the Sky King, the one that had betrayed the Marines. He certainly had the strength to protect them, but why did he? That question Enel didn't bother to answer, as no one ever asked it anyway. But it would answer itself when they eventually reached their destination. Enel's bounty remained unchanged in that incident, likely because the world government didn't want to admit that he was involved in the matter. It was either that, or they blew their budget on the bounties of the villagers. Either way, Enel didn't care. The world government had made their move. They dug their hole. Now it was up to Enel to push them into it. I guess it's time to contact Morgan. He would do that after transporting the villagers to his home base, though. After reaching Jaya, he'd be able to carry them in turns to the Sky Island. and the journey went smoothly, at least until they reached the calm belt. The storms got stronger, but they didn't last long, as Enel just blew them off with ease. No natural lightning seemed to even dare to strike their ships. But the Sea Kings were different. Usually, the marine ships would be able to travel freely through the Sea King-infested calm belt, but for some reason, they were a lot more violent than before. Enel threw around lighting pillars all across the seas, killing anything that attacked them in a gruesome fashion. But the Sea Kings seemed almost mindless in the way they were attacking. Momonga also seemed to be unable to understand what was happening. Usually, Sea Kings are extremely intelligent, but they seemed to have all gone mad. Momonga also cut the head of one Sea King that got too close to the ship. He had fought Sea Kings before, so he could recognize the fact that they were behaving strangely. Enel killed more and more Sea Kings as they cut their way through the calm belt. The sea around them was dyed red. Many of the civilians on the ship were scared by the situation, but they were also scared by Enel's power. At the very least, that power was being used to protect them, so it wasn't exactly a bad thing. Eventually, Enel caught something in the corner of his comprehension. He looked to the side, and far into the distance, he could see a black dot. Upon further inspection, it was actually a rowboat, and a single person was sitting inside of it. Then he heard it within his observation hockey. The tortured screams of a woman. It didn't exactly take a genius to realize that the sounds were coming from the ship. His electromagnetic waves bent around the entire boat as Enel realized that the sound was coming from a speaker. He narrowed his eyes as he turned to Momonga and said, "Protect the ship while I do something." Enel then proceeded to turn into a bolt of lightning, appearing again above the small rowboat. This time, he could see and feel a piece of strange equipment on that ship. It seemed to be a speaker, looping the same sounds of a tortured woman over and over again. Sea Kings seemed to not be attacking that rowboat, but Enel could feel them becoming angrier when they were close to it. Enel didn't waste any time, appearing in front of the person on the rowboat and looking at him with an empty gaze. A recording of a former Poseidon being tortured? I guess you seem like the type of people to keep that around. The agent seemed to be startled by Enel's appearance. It was clear that he was nothing more than small fry. He was disposable, sent there with an easy-to-replicate piece of equipment. He was likely not expected to return alive from his mission anyway. So they were tracking our location after all. I just hope the pirate ship cover strategy worked out. Enel turned the cassette player-looking contraption with ease, as his other hand extended and crushed the man's neck almost instantly. The man didn't have the time to react. Then something unexpected happened. The man's body seemed to bloat out instantly, exploding as Enel simply flashed away. He had grabbed the equipment as he took to the skies. Seems pretty nifty, though a bit twisted, was the thought he had as the contraption also glowed a bit in orange light. Enel simply rolled his eyes, dropping it as it was exploding and reappearing above the two ships he was escorting. Of course, they'd have a dead man switch. Chapter 102. Reasons, Condense, and Sky. Enel was a bit annoyed at losing the recording, but there wasn't much he could have done in that situation. He had somewhat expected that to happen, but he had hoped things would work out better. He could also tell that the explosions weren't meant to actually injure him in any way. At least they weren't meant to injure someone at his level. They were just meant to destroy the evidence of the government's involvement, as well as the strange weapon they used to turn all of the Sea Kings mad. Enel was quite annoyed when he found out that they were being tracked, but it wasn't like they had been away from civilization during that entire journey to the calm belt. They had passed by a few islands, and even if they didn't make any stops, their location was likely reported and the cipher pole was able to trace them and determine that they were heading for the first part of the Grand Line through the calm belt. What Enel had trouble understanding wasn't exactly that, though. Why exactly did they use such a method? They must have been aware that Enel was also on the ships, especially after they saw the corpses at Fusha village. So why exactly did they try to attack using only Sea Kings? They had also revealed the fact that they had other ancient weapons in possession, or at the very least had recordings of a former Poseidon's voice. Enel doubted that Shirahoshi had been caught, But if the world government had those types of recordings, then they must have already discovered that the powers of Poseidon only manifested in merfolk. Is that why fishermen slaves are sought after among world nobles? It wouldn't surprise me. It was likely that the world government didn't know the power could only manifest in the royal family that ruled over Fishman Island, so they were trying to find the next Poseidon among the regular population for now. Still, to think that mere recordings would hold such power, I guess I still don't know enough about Poseidon yet. Enel couldn't quite put his finger on why exactly the world government had made the decision to reveal one of their cards so brazenly, especially now that they had somewhat acknowledged him as an enemy. Had they just become completely arrogant and conceited? That was a possibility, certainly would have explained some of its moves as of late. They had acted against his expectations and imprisoned Garp, who was admittedly a thorn in their side, but they should have thought more about the consequences of such actions. Because of that, they had completely alienated most of the leading figures of the Marines, which now most likely despised the world government more than they respected it. They also targeted Garp's hometown and demonized all of them, just as they had done in the past to the people of O'Hara. This was bound to raise many questions, and a lot of people were going to come to their own conclusions on that matter. A lot of the other Marines were also bound to ask questions, as Fusha village was the hometown of the Marine hero, especially since the world government had tried to portray the world noble as faultless, and anyone that paid any attention to rumors knew how vile celestial dragons were. Overall, incompetence could have been used to explain all of their recent mishaps. But Enel somehow found it hard to believe that incompetence was truly the reason for his enemy's choices, especially not when said enemy had already been ruling the world for the past few centuries. So a second way to explain their actions came into mind. Are they just really confident? So confident in their own powers that they didn't believe the Marines were an important force to them. So confident that they were simply able to do whatever they wanted. When thinking of them as confident, another explanation for them taking out the recording of Poseidon came to mind. Maybe they are showing off, trying to make me more cautious. Are they afraid I would just recklessly rush the Holy Land and kill any celestial noble I get my hands on? Or are they baiting me? Are they pretending to reveal all of their cards and hoping I'd be enraged and impatient enough to simply attack them? Maybe they have something prepared at the Holy Land to greet me. Enel simply had no way to know for sure at that point. He needed more information, but most importantly, he couldn't act rashly. For now, let's try to solve my spiritual problems. I have to look more into souls. Dragon should have gathered most of the information they found by now. If he hasn't, then I'll tighten the deadline. I need answers and fast. Enel also decided silently that he'd visit the Fishman Islands, just to make sure nothing bad had happened to Shirahoshi. But for now, Enel decided not to think about the world government anymore. He wouldn't get any answers if he simply stood around and waited. For now, he could sense the Sea Kings going back to the depths as his electromagnetic waves scanned the seawater. Really, this is more like a futuristic radar than anything. Observation hockey usually only allowed one to feel the outline of someone's aura, so being able to perfectly sense the exact shape of everything even underwater when those things weren't in sight was quite liberating. The sea was still dyed red in Sea King blood, and it would likely take a few weeks for it to recover its usual blue color. Enel landed on the ships, where he was greeted by a blood-covered Momna. The two rear admirals were also just as drenched in blood. The three of them had killed quite a few Sea Kings themselves, but they surely would have been killed without Enel's interference. In the end, the two ships continued their journey, with Enel sitting mostly on the deck of the warship, overlooking the seas in the distance. He remained vigilant, as he now knew that the world government likely knew what route they were taking. But the rest of the journey was thankfully uneventful. They reached Jaya swiftly, with a few days to spare. On Enel's orders, though, no one disembarked. Instead, everyone was told to simply hold on tightly to something within the ship. Even Momonga and the other two rear admirals listened to Enel's words, as they didn't test what would have happened if they refused to listen. Brace for a rough takeoff, Enel shouted as the water underneath the ships became energized. In fact, all of the water within 1 kilometer of the ships became the same, and the water quickly started shifting. Slowly, 5 pillars seemed to rise from the water. Momonga looked at Enel with wide eyes when seeing that, and so did Whoop Slap, who looked at the pillars with a shocked gaze. The sea is under his control? From the distance, the pillars looked like the fingers of a water giant, ascending from the depths while grasping the ships within its palm. And the ships started to gain altitude, the water level starting to rise quickly underneath them as they stood in the palm of that giant hand. Many panicked when feeling the ships they were on shifting, but they had been told to hold on in advance, so it wasn't like they were taken by surprise. But that also didn't mean they weren't going to scream as they kept gaining altitude. It got a lot worse when they could see birds actually flying underneath them. Yes, the giant hand extended to the skies, piercing the clouds with ease and even going further above them. Eventually, a path opened up for the ships as the palm of the giant fell apart, freeing the ships as they flowed with the water, diving directly into the sea of clouds. Enel smiled a bit, as he also started controlling the sea of clouds to hold them up as the ships stabilized in water and stopped swaying. Enel simply looked at everybody with a smile as he hovered in between the two ships. Onwards, to the Sky Islands. Enel's voice proclaimed loudly as the Marines quickly recovered and quickly raised their sails. The ships sailed forwards for a few more hours, passing through the Heaven's Gate, where the receptionist didn't dare to ask them for an entry fee, as she froze completely when she saw Enel. The villagers found that reaction to be a bit odd, but they decided not to think about it too much. Enel was a pirate at the end of the day. He was bound to have people that feared him. So, their journey continued, all until they could finally see it. A large city, perched up on the clouds. Buildings floating in the air, scooters and wagons flying around as people seemed to be in a celebratory mood. The residents of Fusha village, and even the Marines, looked at the scene with wonder. It was the first time in their lives that they had witnessed such a scene. Unfortunately, their approach seemed to somewhat kill the atmosphere in the large city. It seemed like the Sky residents weren't all that welcoming to visitors. Wiper came out of the crowds into the shore of the island to greet the incoming ships, which managed to calm down the residents greatly. After all, Wiper was someone everyone on Skypeia trusted at that point. Gonfal's right-hand man and a person powerful enough to protect them. Those feelings changed again when Enel appeared in front of Wiper, with the ships still in the distance. Wiper, Enel. The two of them shook hands, testing each other's grip strengths with strained smiles on their faces. Enel seemed to win that competition, though, with Wiper giving up and taking back his arm with a scowl. "Why aren't you wearing a shirt?" Wiper asked as he crossed his arms. "Don't judge my wardrobe. Didn't have the time to get dressed before going out initially, and I was too lazy to return and get dressed properly afterwards. Whatever. Why are you bringing 2 ships full of people here?" "Yeah, about that. It might be better if I explain things to everyone at once. Can you call everyone to Gonfal's office?" Wiper simply nodded and flew away, stepping on air as he used Jeppo to make his way to Gonfal's office. He was most likely showing off that he had learnt one of the 6 powers already. This made Enel smile a bit as he flashed back to the ships. He told the people there to stop near the shore for now, while he was to deal with their new living arrangements. Then he headed for Gonfal's office after a few minutes, where he could feel that everyone had already gathered. God, Garp isn't going to like this one bit. Chapter 103. Rage, Humiliation, and Gratitude. Enel reached the meeting room instantly, as he didn't bother to walk among the Sky people for now. The room did have a lot more people than usual. Any meeting usually only had him and Gonfal in the past, with Wiper sometimes joining in if he felt like it. Now, both Garp and Francisco were present, as well as a few elders of Skypeia, Gonfal himself and Wiper. It had already been over 2 months since Enel had left, so everyone was quite curious as to why he'd be returning with 2 large ships, presumably filled with people. Francisco was now looking a lot healthier. A good diet of a lot of meat seemed to heal his atrophied muscles, and now his physique was quite similar to that of Garp, at least in looks. Download app, unfortunately, his severed tendons and melted eyes had no chance of recovering, at least not naturally in any way. He was far from his prime, but his life expectancy did shoot up a year or 2. Garp was looking around the same as Enel had left him, though he now had a worried look in his eyes. Enel greeted everyone with a small smile and a wave of his gauntlet hand. Hello everyone. Thank you all for dropping by on such short notice, Enel said, his smile dying down as he looked over at Garp with a serious look. He could easily notice the worry in the old man's eyes, so he decided to simply rip the band-aid off quickly. This is a rather grave issue. The world government decided to act sooner than expected against Fusha village, which is Garp's hometown, by the way, Enel said as he heard the table on Garp's end crack. Garp's iron grip clutched at the table, as his expression became hard to read. I understand your anger. Thankfully, things ended up in our favor. Garp's grip on the poor wooden table somewhat lessened when he heard Enel's words. He looked at Enel with a complicated gaze, as he forced himself to calm down and continued to listen to the Sky King's words. Enel then proceeded to tell everyone of the world government moving a world noble into Fusha village. Plenty of people looked a bit confused when hearing about world nobles. Only Garp and Francisco seemed to narrow their eyes when hearing that title. When gauging their reactions, Enel decided to give everyone a brief description of world nobles. Well, they are like the OL like I was here, back in the day. Tyrannical leaders basically. Leaders of the entire world. They have enough arrogance and stupidity to annoy just about anything with a pulse. Francisco chuckled a bit when hearing that description. It seemed his opinion on the world nobles was also not that great. Also, he and Garp already knew about Enel's past on the Sky Islands. They didn't know the entire story, fabricated or not, but they knew that he had turned over a new leaf and even the people he had persecuted were now his friends, so they didn't hold it against him. Enel couldn't help but scowl internally at his own words, as he remembered how the celestial dragons were portrayed in the show. They were actually really similar to the old Enel, scarily so. Although there was one difference. They also don't really have any power individually, just the sense of superiority over others. Their actual influence comes from the world government, which seems to hold them all on a pedestal and revere them as, well, gods I guess. Enel shrugged as he explained a bit more about the celestial dragons. They were all just weaklings, maybe with a few exceptions who learned how to fight for their own reasons. But the majority weren't worth mentioning, let alone praising or worshipping. He also mentioned a few things about their propensity to treat every other intelligent race as beneath them and to engage in slavery. Wiper seemed to scoff when hearing about that. So people just put up with them out of fear of the world government. Pathetic. He had been part of the resistance group that fought against the old Enel. They didn't submit to Enel in any way, even when he had the capability to nuke all of them into non-existence instantly. He found the thought of the people below the clouds just becoming subservient to weaklings to be disappointing. Good news is, the Marines had apparently prepared for something like that to happen. Sengoku and Akainu specifically asked Vice Admiral Momonga to look after Fusha village, as he was tasked with protecting the world noble that got sent there. Garp smiled a bit when hearing that, probably remembering his old friends in the Marines and/or thanking them internally. With the two ships on our shores, I'm assuming things didn't quite go as swimmingly as planned, right? Francisco said as he tilted his head a bit. Yeah. Long story short, the celestial dragon did what he knew best, and that got him killed. Momonga fought the CP agents stationed there to protect the village. Garp looked at Enel with wide eyes at that point. A celestial dragon simply dying like that was unheard of, which was why Garp now knew just how bad the situation was. I got called by Akainu, as he intercepted a signal and stopped a buster call from happening. The rest is history, and the survivors are going to be moving on our beautiful Sky Island. Enel clapped his hands. Gonfall simply gave him a frustrated look. More housing issues to deal with, but he didn't say anything, especially not when seeing just how angry Garp seemed to be when hearing that last part. Wait, the survivors? How many casualties were there? Garp got up. His fists crushed the table in front of him completely, as Francisco, who was closest to him, slid his chair backwards to dodge the incoming wood chips. Surprisingly low. I didn't get there in time to save everyone, unfortunately. The mountain bandits from Dayton's family actually had the most casualties, with 16 of them dying. Only around 9 villagers actually died, although a lot of them were injured, some even critically. Garp somewhat calmed down when hearing that, but he was still trembling in anger, so he wasn't too far off from wanting to storm the Holy Land and take the world government down a peg. I see. Thank you, Enel, for saving the dash. Garp started with a deep sigh. He was about to give Enel his heartfelt thanks for yet another situation. He didn't like doing that at all. Enel had already helped him numerous times, and now he was even protecting his hometown's residents. For the old marine hero that only liked relying on his fists, this type of thing was actually humiliating, especially since the villagers were only attacked because of him. Enel already knew Garp enough to realize that he'd be bothered by such a thing, so he interrupted the old man mid-sentence. Don't. I didn't do much. Momonga and Daiden, as well as Akainu and Sengoku, are the ones you ought to be thanking right now. Were it not for them, there wouldn't have been anything for me to save. Enel shook his head as he gave the credit for the entire situation on the 4 people he had mentioned. In truth, he wasn't wrong. Without Akainu's call, he would have still been informed about it thanks to Dragon's information. But without Momonga, who was sent by Sengoku and Garp, everyone, besides maybe a few people to be kept as hostages, would have been killed. Without Daiden, most of the villagers would have been killed regardless of Momonga's struggles, as she and her family had bought them those last few minutes before Enel arrived. And finally, without the rear admirals and their ships, they wouldn't have been able to escape quite as smoothly, and many of the injured would have died. The rear admirals had both doctors and supplies to deal with anything, so they were basically a godsend for that village. And all of that was thanks to Akainu and Sengoku pulling strings. Enel hadn't put his life on the line. He hadn't risked anything really. It was a task that actually took 0 effort for him. So, at the end of the day, Enel didn't really feel like he had done enough to receive Garp's thanks. I see. Well, I'll make sure to speak to them and give them my thanks. Garp smiled a bit, looking a bit to the side before his head finally snapped back at Enel. Why wait? Not like they can't be contacted. Also, we should probably call the ships over to shore, Gonfal said as he started thinking more about their living arrangements. Heh, Daiden and Momonga are already on the ships, so you'll thank them later. Akainu and Sengoku are likely preoccupied at the Holy Land though, Enel said with a lazy smile. The meeting continued for a bit, as they all decided to let the villagers live on Upper Yard in the future, where their homes would be built. Garp already ordered his students to start construction at that very moment. He said it would just make for great training, and he was totally not using them as cheap labor. Eventually, as the meeting was dying down, Francisco turned his head to Enel and rubbed his nose. Captain Enel, where's that last Bonnie? He asked with a confused tone. Shit. Chapter 104. Island Survival and Forgotten Prisoner. 1 month or so, he said. Sure. Why not? Must be good training. To say that Bonnie was pissed would have been a rather large understatement. In the first place, she hadn't agreed to be thrown into the wilderness. Enel had somewhat forced that onto her. She could somewhat feel the benefits of that training after 2 months had passed. But there was another issue for her. I am so hungry. She had already cleared her part of the island of any wildlife. Even ferocious beasts now ran away from her, as she had already defeated everything on that island and eaten plenty of its residents. At first, some predators were actually strong enough to harm her, but her devil fruit abilities actually helped her a lot. All she needed was a simple touch, and her enemy was out of commission. After the wild animals figured out that she was dangerous, they seemed to start avoiding her scent completely, which made hunting somewhat harder. As if running out of meat wasn't bad enough, she also had to deal with the fact that most of her food wasn't seasoned, so it tasted rather bland unless the animal she found was a bit special. Water was thankfully not an issue. She had found a river quite quickly after being dropped on the island. She was even lucky enough to find a cave nearby. In the 2 months she fought for her survival, she also gained some mastery over Jeppo and Rankyaku, which were the ones Enel had told her to focus on for now. She was also close to being able to perform Kamii, but that would take her quite a bit more time to gain proficiency in. She had made staggering progress, and even had some inkling at controlling her willpower, though she was far from actually materializing it as armament haki or observation haki. Other than that, all of her senses, as well as her instincts, were sharpened and shaped by that wild environment. At that point, after so much training and constant struggle, only one thing was missing. Where the fuck is he? Bonnie had been waiting on Enel to arrive and take her away from that island for a whole month. At first, she thought that he was just extending her training to see more results. But now that about twice the time frame he had given her had passed, she was starting to think that Enel had just forgotten about her. And, in all fairness, she managed to hit the nail right on the head. He was going to go take her away at some point. She did cross his mind a few times while he was with the Revolutionary Army. But the few weeks he spent transporting the villagers had basically made him forget about her completely. In all fairness, he did have more important things to worry about. But that didn't mean Bonnie also knew that. Nor did it mean that she had to like the situation. At some point, she started building a raft, thinking that maybe she'd get lucky and manage to sail to another island. She was too afraid to do it in the end, as her fear of the sea manifested when seeing how shitty her raft was. It was barely being held together with ropes made from vines. There's no way this thing's surviving anything on the Grand Line. So Bonnie ended up remaining on the island. Part of her daily routine consisted of constantly cursing Enel, while also hoping he'd come for her. In the end, after well over 2 months of arriving there, the skies finally stirred. Lightning bellowed and thunder roared. The skies, shining as the beasts on the island, seemed to become more and more frightened by the second. Bonnie walked out of her cave with a scowl on her face. There hasn't been a storm on this island the entire time I've been here. She looked up at the sky with expectation in her gaze, as a large golden ship seemed to appear from it. It seemed a bit different from what she remembered. Its size had definitely increased. It seemed to part the clouds with its pointed front. Bonnie smiled as she saw it, swearing through her teeth as the ship's design became clearer as it got closer to her. It was a Viking longship, golden paddles extended on both sides, constantly rowing, powered by some odd contraption. At least that was what Bonnie guessed. Behind the ship, 2 large spinning turbines could be seen, both spinning so fast that Bonnie could basically only see the outline of 2 circles behind the ship. A golden dragon as its figurehead. Its large mouth seemed to be constantly opened, exposing its sharp teeth to the world. From each side of the ship and from the figurehead's mouth, black storm clouds extended to the skies as Enel descended. Lightning fell near Bonnie's cave, artificially creating a clearing as trees fell on all sides. Bonnie covered her eyes a bit, as her vision got filled with dust. When she opened her eyes again, the ship had already landed, standing straight on 8 golden legs, and a side opened up, extending a golden stairway to the ground. Enel came down from the ship with a smile on his face, trying his best to hide his guilt at having left her deserted on an island and forgetting about her. Bonnie, so great to see you. Enel's words quickly got cut off, as a flying slash passed through his mouth and cut his ship in half. You piece of shit, Bonnie shouted as she sent a few more flying slashes towards him, cutting his ship up a bit more as he just stood there and smiled. The corners of his lips trembled as he stood there, letting all of the flying slashes pass through him and waiting for Bonnie to cool off. Every few hits she would curse at him a bit more, to which he didn't react all that much, although the curses were definitely more effective in hurting him personally. She didn't even appreciate the hard work I put in my new ship design. Enel cried internally as he felt it crumbling in pieces behind him. After a while, Enel decided to stop her. All right, that's enough. He clapped his hands, creating a shockwave large enough to make Bonnie stumble a bit and lose her footing, causing her to fall on her ass. You're such a piece of shit, you know? Bonnie said as she rubbed her behind while getting up. Hey, it seems your training went swimmingly, Enel said, as he raised his palms towards her and shrugged. Swimmingly, my ass. There are no spices to be found here, Bonnie said as she crossed her arms and looked to the side. Hey, can't argue with the results, right? Enel waved one of his earlobes at her dismissively. Of course, there are results. I had absolutely nothing else to do here besides train. That's the whole point of this training method, though? Well, I'm glad you got in the right mindset for it. Rage is a great motivator for self-improvement. That back and forth continued a while before Bonnie finally calmed down and just sighed. So, that's it? We're going back to the Sky Islands now? She asked while looking at the bits and pieces of the ship reassembling themselves behind Enel, as he tapped a random piece of the ship with his staff. Yep, I'll take you there and then leave again. I was pretty busy these last few weeks, so I couldn't exactly pick you up. Garp will handle your training from now on. I think you're pretty much ready for that, Enel said as he scratched his cheek a bit. Bonnie just rolled her eyes, not protesting at all. Not like I can get closer to him during training. All he does is teach me stuff, and he takes his role really seriously. In the end, she decided that learning with Garp would be about the same. She was going to get beaten up anyway, so it was of no difference to her. The ship took off instantly, as it started floating instantly, taking off into the storm as Enel sat on a golden throne, and Bonnie randomly sat down near the throne. The two of them spoke quite a bit as Enel sailed his new flying vessel back to Skypeia. Enel took his time to bring her up to speed on the most recent news, including his partnership with the Revolutionary Army and whatever movements the world government was making. Bonnie seemed to be rather surprised at some of the news. The fact that Enel was working hand in hand with yet another powerful organization didn't really shock her at that point, though. The two of them reached Skypeia rather quickly, and Bonnie instantly said goodbye and ran to the nearest restaurant. He also stopped on Sky Island for a bit, compressing his ship back into a pair of gauntlets. He compressed more gold to create his newer ship model, so now his gauntlets looked a bit bulkier than usual. They also had several holes in their design. Where thundercloud dials were stored, Enel was now able to create more storm clouds even with his gauntlets. He also integrated a few dials in his staff, so as to have enough of them to form a ship. The problem was that he couldn't create anywhere near as many storm clouds from his gauntlets. But it was still a huge improvement over trying to gather regular storm clouds all the time. Obviously, the new gauntlets were a few tons heavier, but slugging around tons of gold had already become normal for Enel though, so he felt no difference. After looking over the construction of the new Fusha village, Enel decided to depart once more. At least he did so before he finally remembered something. Weren't there some intruders here a while back? Enel then proceeded to flash over to the jail cell, where he could clearly feel one person being held up by sea stone chains. The guards at the door were shocked to see him, but no one actually stopped him. They were likely told that Enel would show up eventually. By now, most of the intruders were likely being used for labor. So only the leader, who was a devil fruit user, was actually still being incarcerated. Enel raised an eyebrow as he saw the captive. He instantly recognized him as well. Bellamy? Chapter 105, The Hyena. I honestly completely forgot about this person's existence. It also doesn't help that I don't really know him that well. I couldn't recognize his aura at all. Figured he was just a random prisoner. He felt somewhat familiar, but I never cared enough to actually try and find out who he was. Hell, I didn't even care about the prisoners for a while. Had bigger concerns. I guess there were some mentions of him reaching the Sky Island somehow, and bringing some gold to Doflamingo to be accepted back into his crew after his loss to Luffy and Jaya. Are you telling me he's just been here this whole time? Bellamy the hyena. My voice rang out, echoing off the walls of his empty cell, as I could see the blond man in front of me shift awake. He seems to be wearing a leather jacket and tattered jeans. He doesn't seem to be in that bad of a state. I guess the Sky people don't treat their prisoners that badly. At least not anymore. It's you. Bellamy's eyes seemed to widen in fear when he finally saw me. Even though I look quite a bit different, he still seems to recognize me. I'll say that's thanks to my earlobes, my greatest and most identifiable feature. No need to be scared. I don't mean you any harm. At least not anymore. I raised my palms in a defensive motion to show that I am of no threat to him. It didn't really work that well going by his reaction, but it still did something, as he managed to calm himself down after a few deep breaths. He's not that stupid, I guess. If we wanted him dead, he wouldn't have been held here for so long. I've been held here for a few months now. What exactly do you want from me? Bellamy seems to have gained some courage. Maybe I was too quick to judge him as not that stupid. I can somewhat guess his thought process, though. He figured that he has some type of leverage since he's not been touched. I don't really know what he thinks he has, but it's enough to give him confidence, even when he's actually the one behind bars and bound in sea stone chains. Well, I'll be blunt with you. What method did you use to reach the Sky Islands? So it was that, huh? Bellamy's smile seemed to shine a bit when hearing my words. I'm guessing he's going to try to keep the path he took to himself. Heh, this place is well guarded. But as soon as Captain Doflamingo learns about this, he will easily be able to rescue me. Yeah, About that, he killed Doflamingo and took down his entire group, Enel said as he twirled one of his earlobes around his finger. Bellamy's eyes widened once again. Shock and disbelief were clear on his face. Enel simply sighed as he realized that Bellamy had likely been held captive ever since Enel's little massacre on Jaya Island. Wait, how exactly did he escape in the first place? Enel racked his mind a bit. He didn't remember Bellamy fleeing the scene at Jaya. He was captured alongside the other pirates. I didn't hear any reports of prisoner ships being attacked. Did Doflamingo pull some strings? Enel in the end decided not to bother himself with that anymore. Bellamy was a non-issue to him anyway. Although, Enel did remember him as being quite talented. If I remember correctly, he was also able to learn armament and observation in just 2 years, just like Luffy. But unlike Luffy, I doubt he had someone like Rayleigh nearby to teach him. That thought made Enel look at Bellamy in a bit of a different light. Even if he was older than Luffy, he had still displayed quite a bit of talent. Luffy had managed to take him out in one punch while injured back in Jaya, and he'd grow to learn 2 types of haki and become strong enough to sail in the New World. That was all in 2 years, and with no masters to teach him anything. Maybe he'd be worthwhile to recruit. I get your shock, especially if you were loyal to him. But he wasn't the type to appreciate your loyalty, I assure you. Enel's words seemed to bother Bellamy quite a bit, as the small-time pirate struggled against his chains for a bit. What do you know? Bellamy growled in between his clenched teeth. As I said, I was the one to take him down. A lot has happened since you were incarcerated. Maybe it's time someone brought you up to speed. Enel then proceeded to do just that, telling Bellamy everything related to Doflamingo's crew. Bellamy's shocked expression seemed to extend for quite a while, and he looked down in a guilty manner when learning of the scope of Doflamingo's crimes. He liked to think of Doflamingo as a respectable person to follow, but it was hard to do that when hearing so much about the deplorable shit he did. Enel also told him a bit more about the war that had happened and how the world was in a strange state at that point. To say that Bellamy was overwhelmed by all of that shocking information would have been an understatement. He simply couldn't wrap his head around most of the things he was hearing. He could somewhat believe that Enel was now an emperor of the sea. He still remembered with how much ease he had taken down every single pirate in Jaya. But the fact that the world had changed so much was simply not something he expected. I hope Luffy is okay. After his loss to Luffy, Bellamy had been really downtrodden. Almost dying to Enel made things a lot worse. But something did give him hope, or courage would be more accurate. As he stood there half-conscious between the bodies of the pirates he had once been ruling over in Jaya, he heard it. The bell of the legendary Sky Island. He saw the shadow reflected upon the sea, and he could tell what had happened. Luffy made it. The Sky Island exists. He was instantly filled with an overwhelming amount of admiration for Luffy. Even when being loaded up in a marine ship, he couldn't contain his excitement. Bellamy could easily remember how confident Luffy had been. Even when every pirate in Jaya scorned him and laughed at his ridiculous goal, he still listened only to his heart. And Luffy's confidence had sparked Bellamy's own, enough for him to go and search for the Sky Island himself after Doflamingo freed him and his crew, or what remained of it. After a while, Bellamy finally took a deep breath and looked back at Enel, before his gaze burrowed down a bit. This man, he may be lying to me. I can't divulge how I reached this place. It's the only leverage I have at this point. I'm sure I'll get Tortu Dash. By the way, there are around 3 ways to get to this island. It's not like I don't know them. I was just asking out of curiosity. Bellamy gulped a bit when hearing that. Shit, wasn't this place supposed to be secret or a legend? Enel smiled a bit when seeing his reaction. He could somewhat tell what Bellamy was thinking just by reading his expression a bit. This place is hardly accessible. All of the ways one might use depend on luck, a lot of luck. The chances of a crew reaching this place through any way other than the knock-up stream are lower than 1%. If they even managed to find them in the first place, Bellamy sweated a bit as he remembered how Luffy's ship flew to the clouds. If the knock-up stream was considered the safest, then he didn't want to know what the hardest method was. The Sea of Clouds is fragmented in any other entry point besides the knock-up stream. The smallest miscalculation will send you tumbling to the sea 7 kilometers below. I am just curious about how you got here. I already know that one can technically reach this island. After all, few people have done it in the past. At that point, Bellamy sighed, and he started speaking. He knew there was a possibility of Enel lying to him, but he doubted Enel had anything to gain from someone like him. Besides, he had been treated really well during his stay on the Sky Islands. He was kept fed, he had a roof over his head, and a warm place to sleep in. Sure, he was chained up, but that was just because he had tried to escape a few times. Bellamy ended up telling Enel about how he and his crew had managed to find a strange, large bird while out searching for a method to reach the Sea of Clouds. Bellamy wanted to eat it, so he and his crew followed it more and more, straying from their goal a bit, all until a large tsunami appeared overhead. Through sheer luck, their ship somehow managed to sail alongside the tsunami, riding it into the sky, and when they had reached its highest point, a large sea king emerged from it as well. Bellamy tried to punch it, but the Sea King didn't seem too bothered. It proceeded to slap their ship away, catapulting it further into the sky, through one of the holes in the Sea of Clouds, just large enough that their ship fit through it. And just like that, Bellamy the hyena had forcefully arrived on the Sea of Clouds. Bellamy was excited when he realized that he was sailing in the sky. Although their ship was close to sinking, nothing a few emergency repairs couldn't fix though. No, their ship was in shambles. Bellamy and his crew all survived on 2 rowboats. They proceeded to row randomly through the Sea of Clouds, somehow avoiding all of the holes/whirlpools, and rowed all the way to Heaven's Gate. The pirates got really excited when seeing it, realizing that they were rather close to the fabled Sky Island. Too bad their excitement got to them. They rushed a bit too much and were taken down after being branded as criminals for being unable to pay the entrance fee. Bellamy was somewhat strong, but he was also injured. He really stood no chance against Wiper's burned bazooka. Well, that about sums up our adventure. Enel blinked a few times as he tried to process what he had just heard. That was the most convoluted way he could have used to get to this island. How the fuck is he alive? No one could really fault Enel for thinking like that. It was literally a 1 in 100 lifetime situation after all. Both lucky and unlucky at the same time. Understood. Well, that's one way to do it, I guess, Enel said as he scratched his chin a bit. I am unsure if that was a method anyone would think of, Bellamy said as he tilted his head a bit. Did you at least get to eat that strange bird? Enel ended up asking, as he picked his nose a bit. Unfortunately, no. Bellamy sounded quite sad when saying that. That's a shame, Enel said, a bit disappointed by the situation. Anyway, you likely aren't going to be kept here for much longer. Enel then spoke as he leaned back on his staff. Am I allowed to go free? Bellamy seemed to instantly become excited at that. No. Well, in the future you will be. You will remain cuffed for a while. Your task will be to help defend the island from now on. But I can't do much with Seastone draining my powers, Bellamy said as he smiled a bit when hearing that he'd be let out of his cell. Don't worry about that. You will also be trained. Now, isn't that amazing? Enel clapped his hands as he turned around. Anyway, I'll make the arrangements. I'll visit sometimes to see if you're behaving. Till then. Enel didn't bother to wait for Bellamy's response, simply leaving the small-time pirate flabbergasted in his cell. Well, that was certainly informative. That's one way to call it, I guess. Chapter 106, Gathering in News. Enel didn't spend a lot more time on the Sky Island after arranging for Bellamy to join the Sky Guards. That was the defense force that he and Gonfall had been building up. The name was still a work in progress, but their purpose was already decided. They became a sort of secret police, and only the strongest of the few hundred people Garp was training could ever become actual Sky Guards. Those that did become Sky Guards would also be thought about hockey extensively, so the position was also a way to get much stronger. Of course, the Sky Guards were far from strong as they were now, as all members were still in the middle or the beginning of their training. But those with talent always distinguished themselves. Bellamy was to become an honorary member, also the only one with a devil fruit amongst the trainees. He and Wiper were likely the most talented among the people among the trainees, so they had the highest chances to become much stronger in the future. But there were also others amongst them. Some sky people seemed to have a talent for observation hockey or mantra, and quite a few people that joined the Sky Guards also had that talent. Enel was quite excited to see their progress after a few years. He was confident that Bellamy would at least become strong enough to take on someone like Doflamingo. The only thing he was missing was Conqueror's hockey. Otherwise, he was talented in armament and observation, and his devil fruit gave him a lot of range of motion and was quite versatile. I have high hopes for him. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint. One of the other impressive things to have happened in his absence was Francisco's recovery. Well, as recovered as he could get. In just a bit over 2 months, his body was now filled with muscles. He had gone from a skeleton to an actual beast. Although he was nowhere near his prime, he could still cut a few ships in half with a swing of his cutlass. The blacksmiths of the Sky Islands had built him a special type of gauntlet, which would permanently fasten his grip on a specially made cutlass when coming in contact with the hilt. The contraption was feeble in a sense, as it wasn't anywhere near as strong as Francisco's natural grip strength could have been, but it at least gave him the option of properly wielding a blade. With his hockey, he was already a force to be reckoned with, probably even capable of defeating most Yonko commanders. Francisco had also taken in around 5 students, including Wiper, which were shaping up to become monsters. All of his students were also Sky Guards, which only served to show how high his standards were. Enel was pleased, though, as all of his students were bound to become pillars of support for his Sky Island in the future. Enel departed from his base after arranging everything, turning into a lightning bolt and zapping in the direction of Baltigo. He stepped onto the island rather quickly, the journey not even taking him 10 minutes. He didn't really rush that much, though. The first thing he wanted to do was to visit Robin, to see how she was faring without his training, but he stopped in his tracks when he noticed that he couldn't sense her anywhere near her home. He didn't think much of it, though, just spread his senses across the entire island and found her almost instantly. She was in Dragon's office, with a few others. A small meeting by the feel of it. Enel was curious, and he also needed to visit Dragon, so he figured that he'd join in their meeting. The members present were Robin, Dragon himself, Sabo, and Larthai. Enel assumed they were just speaking about Robin's classes or something. He didn't bother listening to their conversation, as he was going to join it anyway, and with a spring in his step, he turned into a small bolt of lightning and reappeared in front of Dragon's office, only knocking on the door once before being let inside. "Hello, everybody. Did I miss anything?" Enel's voice sounded cheerful, and his face displayed a smile, which quickly became a bit strained as he realized that the situation in the room wasn't all that great. "Enel, it's great to see you drop by," Dragon said as he fixed his gaze on the sky-faring emperor. "What's with the frowns? Did something happen while I was away?" Enel got straight to the point, as the other people in the room seemed to still be in a bad mood. "Well, we just received some news. Quite concerning news, if I do say so myself," Dragon said as he flipped through a few papers on his desk. "The world government made a strange move quite recently," Robin said as she looked at Enel for a bit, her eyes sizing him up for a bit before she turned her head away and looked at the ground. "You mean the whole thing with Fusha Village? No need to worry about that. I already made sure they won't be found by the world government. Even if the Sky Islands and Fusha residents are found, the world government would just end up regretting that they found them. Now that Garp and Francisco are staying there, well, as long as they don't end up pointing one of their Pluton cannons at the sky." "Well, that was also a bit shocking to hear. Some more recent moves are concerning, to say the least," Sabo said as he scratched the back of his head. "It seems they are trying to gather and collect all of the poneglyphs held by other kingdoms and store them in the Holy Land," Larthai said as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Her deep blue eyes seemed tired beyond belief, almost as if she hadn't slept in quite some time. Robin's looked similar, but she seemed a lot less stressed with Enel around. "What the hell?" Enel said as he finally processed the news he had just heard. "It's very likely that the world government became aware of our efforts to find out more about the Void Century, and they are doing their best to actively prevent us from finding more through whatever means they can," Sabo said as he ran a hand through his golden hair, his round eyes looking a bit downcast. "Were we too obvious in our operations? Does our information network have a rat scurrying around in it?" "Dragon, seemed quite troubled as well. Enel merely crossed his arms as he tried to remember more about the poneglyphs other countries possessed. Royal families might have had the duty to keep the poneglyphs in their possession safe. There are plenty of them sprinkled in the world, but there are also plenty being held by these royal families. This is something passed down through generations, but I doubt the world government cares about tradition. And the royalty that held on to the poneglyphs before just accepted this? Enel asked with a raised eyebrow. The world government might have not cared for tradition, but most royal lines certainly did. There is nothing they can do against raw power. The world government can easily silence any complaint of theirs. If a royal family misbehaves, they will easily get replaced. Robin said as her mood seemed to only be getting worse by the minute. I guess. The public wouldn't usually agree to a change in leadership, at least if they like their leaders. But I'm guessing the public and its opinions don't matter much to the world government, Enel said as he rubbed his chin with his earlobe, his hands still crossed at his chest. Indeed, we could try to intercept some of the cargo ships carrying the poneglyphs, but I also fear that some of them will be bait, and I don't wish to sacrifice my men needlessly. We need a way to distract them somehow, something that would force them to concentrate their efforts elsewhere momentarily. But that will be difficult to find, Dragon said, as his nose scrunched up a bit. I can provide you guys with a proper distraction, Enel said after taking a few seconds to think in silence. Do you have any ideas? I mean, they are likely expecting to be attacked physically. They must be prepared. So I don't know what that would accomplish, Sabo said as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, the attack I had in mind was less than physical. Enel smiled deviously as his eyes also narrowed. He turned his head to Dragon without wasting much time. Dragon, would you be able to get me in contact with Big News Morgan? Enel said as his smile seemed to grow larger and larger. Dragon's eyes widened a bit when hearing that. He rubbed his chin, before his smile seemed to mimic that of Enel. I'm sure Morgan will appreciate some juicy gossip. I hope whatever information you have is enough to cause a large enough stir, Dragon said in a hopeful tone. It should be. I can barely wait, Enel said while rubbing his palms and earlobes together. I'll give you the location of the headquarters of his news station. He spends most of his time there, Dragon said as he walked over to a wall that displayed a map of the world. Perfect. I'll get to it right away. I've no doubt he'd like to have an interview with an emperor published. Enel's smile didn't die down one bit as he started walking towards the door. Oh yeah. If possible, tell him to rush with the publishing of his piece. We need to create a stir in the next week if we want to be able to intercept as many poneglyphs as possible, Sabo said as he turned towards Enel and waved a bit. Larthai also sighed, somewhat glad that the shitty atmosphere got replaced, looking at Enel with a bit of admiration. I guess he's the guy to go to when you need to mess with the world government. By the way, the information you requested waits for you in your house, though I'm guessing you'll check it out later, Robin said as she sighed a bit, somewhat glad that Enel had some type of plan. I'll take care of that later. I have a bird to talk to right now. And just like that, Enel vanished. Chapter 107. Robin and a Talking Bird. After Enel's departure from Dragon's office came quite a lot of strategizing. Dragon looked at the map on his wall with a small grin, as he marked down the location of every shipment that they had reports on. We will intercept all of them. Each group needs to have at least 2 Vice Admiral-level fighters in it, Dragon said as he crossed his arms at the map. We need to pull out all the stops, get as many poneglyphs as possible, Sabo said as he joined Dragon in planning out the squads. Let's focus more on copying the writings from every poneglyph. They are heavy and will be annoying to carry around, Larthai said as she looked at the map from the couch. Parchments with copies of the poneglyphs are really all we need after all. If we are able to steal the whole thing, then it's good, but it's better if we don't risk too many revolutionaries on this. Robin gave her 2 cents on the situation as well. The world government making a move to restrict the ancient script and poneglyphs even further was something she found extremely concerning. The only good thing in that entire situation was that she was with a group that had the means to interfere with that to some extent, although, without Enel, they certainly wouldn't have been able to do as much. He does always seem to have something planned, though I guess some situations still are outside of his expectations. Robin clearly remembered how Enel had departed towards Fusha village. She only managed to catch a glimpse of him speaking to Dragon while in the sky, before he vanished. I kind of miss his training. She wasn't exactly mad that he forgot about her training. She was already taught how to perform a few of the 6 powers, and there wasn't much else needed besides that. She didn't have a high chance of awakening either armament or observation in the 2 years she had, so she decided to just focus on the 6 powers. Going by Enel's words, who knows? They might just awaken naturally in the future. Focus on the basics for now. She obviously took his advice to heart. He was one of the strongest people alive, and powerful enough to directly go against the world government. Even though she was always getting injured, her sparring with Enel had somewhat become the highlight of her day during the weeks he spent with the Revolutionary Army. Sabo also agreed to sometimes spar with her in Enel's absence, though Robin did notice her progress becoming much slower regardless of that. Sabo simply wasn't tough enough during training, though he still instructed her properly. She simply didn't have the same incentive to give it her all without someone that was willing to fight her properly. His training was a bit brutal even after he decided to take it even easier on her, but Robin still appreciated it. Even though Enel was always holding back, he didn't hesitate to beat her up if she made any mistakes. I wonder what distraction he has in mind. I've heard about Big News Morgans, but I don't know how useful he will be now. Robin rubbed her chin as she sighed in the end, and gave up on that thought. I guess we'll just have to rely on him. While Dragon and Sabo continued strategizing, Enel was already well on his way to the headquarters of the World Economy newspaper. The location of the headquarters was actually quite interesting, as they weren't based on an island or ground base. Their headquarters were on a large blimp, which tended to never have a fixed position. Sometimes you'd find him in the Grand Line, sometimes in one of the 4 seas. Sometimes he'd just fly over the Red Line randomly. This time, Dragon managed to give him an area where Morgans was seen recently, somewhere near Wano, crossing over the Red Line. Enel proceeded to track the ship as best as he could, flying lines across the Red Line as he expanded his observation hockey as much as he could. Eventually, he found it. It was inevitable after all. The large flying blimp even had its logo. Enel didn't really know what to say about the flying contraption. It was really weird, somewhat fitting for Morgans's character. It was shaped like a teapot, a large silver teapot with an even larger balloon over it, held by ropes and metallic cords. The balloon was red in color, and it had the words, "We News" written boldly on it. Enel just smiled when seeing how secretive yet obvious Morgans was with his base. He didn't even bother trying to hide the fact that it belonged to him. I guess there aren't that many teapot-shaped blimps flying around. Although it was just a news organization as a front, Big News Morgans was actually a really large figure. An actual emperor of the underworld, with what was possibly the largest and most developed information network in the world, and ties to plenty of other pirates and government agents. That was the reason why the world government could never afford to get rid of him regardless of how problematic he sometimes proved to be. He was simply too influential, and his disappearance or death would leave a large hole in the underworld, which would turn the entire world in disarray. Enel was rather excited to meet the man-slash-bird, so he wasted no time in appearing in front of his ship and waving his hand. He made sure his appearance brought forth a loud thunderclap to make the ones steering the blimp catch sight of him. Enel waved for a few seconds, as the blimp seemed to stop in its tracks, right in front of him. "What do you want?" A high-pitched voice came from a speaker on the outside of the blimp. Enel scratched his head with a smile. "How about you let me in before we start the conversation?" Enel shouted as his earlobes and white-furred cape swayed in the wind. "Fair enough. Come by the side. We'll open the door for you," the high-pitched voice said after a few seconds of silence. Enel just sighed and flew to the side of the blimp. The metallic door opened, and he entered in the next second, closing the door behind him with his earlobe. "Great. Thanks for opening the door." Enel smiled at the random employee that had been sent to do that. The employee's knees seemed to tremble a bit as he nodded. Enel's smile became a bit strained when noticing that, but he didn't bother to bring it up. "Mind if you lead me to Morgan's?" Enel said as he tapped his staff on the ground, preparing to use it as a walking stick. "Sure." The employee then led Enel through a few rooms, through the offices where dozens of employees were writing tabloids. Plenty of people seemed to be glancing at him. Everyone that noticed his presence seemed to either fear him or whisper something about big news incoming. Enel couldn't help but chuckle a bit at that. It only made sense for a majority of Morgan's employees to be just as special as he was. Though Enel had no doubt Morgan's was actually the most passionate about the subject, Enel also caught sight of a few more interesting people working there. They didn't seem like anything special at first, but Enel was able to tell that they were stronger than the rest of the people present. Likely CP agents and spies. Either that or Morgan's also has a secret fighting squad strong enough to match CP agents. Enel somewhat doubted the second part, but he just whistled while passing by those people, knowing that it wasn't the right time for him to deal with spies. Eventually, Enel reached Morgan's office, entering without any restraint as he ignored the guards at the door, who weren't exactly anything special, even weaker than the presumed CP agents on board. Big News Morgan looked just as Enel remembered him. A large white feathered human/albatross hybrid, wearing a blue top hat with a large striped feather in it, a light blue button-down shirt with a yellow bow on the top, red and white checkered pants, a dark cape, and shoes that fit his bird-like feet. I guess he doesn't stay in his human form all that much, Enel thought to himself as Morgan started the conversation. Amazing. To think I'd be visited by the most unpredictable figure yet. This is going to make the news. Enel simply sweated a bit when seeing how excited Morgan's was. A simple visit would be enough to make the news? Enel asked, tilting his head as he became a bit curious. He wanted to understand more about Morgan's mindset as soon into the conversation as possible, as it would be helpful to him in the long run. Of course, this is no simple visit. Just follow the footprints, the chain of events. You show up now that the world government started making large moves. This must mean you are bringing me great news. Morgan's rubbed his wings/hands together as his eyes shined, and his beak curled somewhat upwards, smiling at Enel. His face is a lot more expressive than what you'd expect from a bird. I must say, you are quite astute. I guess this is to be expected of someone like you. Big News Morgan's? Enel said as he sat down in a chair in front of the news-hungry bird human. Indeed. Though, it wasn't that hard to figure out. Most people that follow your movements at this point should be able to tell that you have something against the world government. Morgan's looked at the closed door behind Enel with narrowed eyes. Enel sweated a bit when hearing that. I guess I haven't been quite as secretive about my intentions lately. Although the world government tried to hide quite a few things that were related to Enel's involvement, Morgan's and a few others were still able to find out that Enel was somewhat involved in most events related to the world government. All events either publicly ended badly for the world government, or the government hid them, which Morgan and the others in his field knew that it just meant they also ended badly. Morgan seemed to notice Enel's somewhat awkward stare, so he continued. Though, I guess I cannot blame you. They do tend to dip their fingers everywhere. They always keep the biggest news to themselves. Humph, the gall and the audacity. The news should be for everyone to enjoy, and for me to profit off of its ratings. Enel smiled once more at that point. I guess he's still a businessman. Bird? Not sure. Indeed, news should be for everyone, and everyone deserves to know the truth, Enel said as he raised an eyebrow. Yes. Now, what news do you bring me? Chapter 108. Grand Alliance and Big News. Big News Morgan's didn't quite know what to say about an emperor visiting him. He was currently in the process of hiding a bit near the Red Line, as he planned to investigate a few recent events related to the world government, and he didn't want them interfering. Enel appearing was so outside of his expectations that he didn't even know how to react to it. But when thinking about it, it somewhat made sense for him to show up. As an emperor of the underworld, I am the one that should be able to spread the news around the world the fastest. He doesn't mean any harm, otherwise, my blimp would already be destroyed. Morgan had already run plenty of scenarios through his mind, and in the end, only one made sense. He has some dirt dug up and needs someone to spread it. It was no secret in the underworld that Enel was going against the world government, so Morgan's easily put two and two together. So, what news do you have for me? I'm already annoying the world government by snooping around. Publishing bad things about them won't change my situation much. In that situation, Morgans knew that he had nothing to lose at all. Even better, he'd gain a favor from an emperor, which was always a lifesaver in his profession. There was always the fear that the world government would start feeling that his existence's bad points outweighed the good ones. But Morgans knew that he wouldn't be killed as long as he hid properly for enough time. There was also something else bugging Morgans. The world government has been in power for too long. They've also made plenty of enemies. Maybe this time around it's truly coming to an end. Well, let's start with the incident at Dressrosa. I'm sure you have heard about that, right? Enel said as he smiled a bit, Morgans touching his beak with a thoughtful look. Yes. The story ended really quickly. Most of the information I received was when the situation had already concluded. I did manage to spread a video of you winning against Doflamingo, as I figured it would make for great news back then. Enel simply nodded when hearing Morgans. Indeed, well, I have actual evidence of the world government covering up the situation, planting evidence, and taking away Doflamingo's body, Enel said as he put down the recording snail he had used to capture all of that on the table. Morgans's eyes widened when hearing that, his feathered fists clenching as if in excitement. Astonishing news. Big news. Certainly will make for good ratings. But I don't think this will create quite the stir you want to cause, Morgans said as he stroked his beak. Chin? Once more. Enel raised an eyebrow at that. He knew that the news of the Dressrosa cover-up alone wouldn't be enough to do it, but he had planned to reveal that and take some physical action as well. It's not that difficult to figure out. What you need is a distraction, a revolt, something to keep them occupied and distract them from their current endeavor. Morgans seemed to be thinking about something for a few seconds, so Enel gave him a bit of time as he tried to think of some other news he could give Morgans. Meanwhile, Morgans's mind was not exactly on the same issue. If I do help him, then I will basically side with him. Although I hope he'll succeed, do I really have any assurance? Morgans looked at Enel with a serious gaze, studying the Emperor with a skeptical gaze. No, even if he fails, my days are numbered. If I want to succeed, I must do as I've always done. My intuition tells me that this man will reach far, and I've always trusted my intuition. Even now that my life is on the line, with him at least there is some chance of me surviving. Morgans, he tapped the brim of his top hat. His serious gaze turned somewhat different as he started looking at Enel with excitement. You see, I am willing to help you, and spread some rumors in the underworld as well. People will certainly scowl upon the deeds of celestial dragons worldwide. I have plenty of physical evidence and recordings of them torturing the populace. Not even slaves, just regular civilians. Morgan's beak shined as he spoke, making Enel sweat a bit. So he does have a lot of dirt on them. Why is he willing to give it away just to help me? I see. That would certainly cause a larger stir in plenty of places. But why are you doing this for me? Enel asked as he crossed his gauntlet arms together, staring at the bird-slash-human in front of him with narrowed eyes. Morgans merely chuckled, the presence of an emperor not affecting him even slightly as his smile widened in a devious manner. Someone like me can easily notice the hints? Enel, your actions haven't exactly been subtle to anyone even slightly involved in this. You are starting a war. This war only has two sides. Let's just say I am picking my side. I see. I appreciate the vote of confidence. I assure you that I will give my best. Enel said with a serious nod. Kuahaha. I appreciate the fact that you are not lying. There can be no assurance of winning in this war. But as long as you vow to give your best, I am willing to aid you. Morgan smiled as he looked towards the door of his office. Enel also smiled, studying the office he was in a bit more, looking at the walls as he started thinking more and more about his abrupt alliance with Morgans. I guess his position with the world government is a lot more fickle than I had thought. They really must have pissed him off with their interference in his business, otherwise, I don't know why he would agree to this. Then, Enel's smile retreated a bit, as he figured that he should also show Morgans that he was right in his choice. Morgans, I am glad that we came to an understanding. I will gladly accept any help. But I feel I should warn you. The Queen of the Pleasure District is not someone that you should be making deals with, Enel said as he remembered Stussy. another empress of the underworld that Morgans was in a business relationship with. I am surprised you know about my associates. I guess you also did your homework before coming here. Morgan smiled even more when saying that. Of course, I know about her. I don't make deals or alliances with people I can't trust, Enel said as he gave Morgans a sly look. The bird human simply cackled a bit, his confidence in Enel raising a bit more. It's better that the person going against the world government is intelligent rather than a bumbling fool asking for help from all sides. Stussy is a CP0 agent, likely one of the highest ranks in the entire Chipperpal. Her speciality is espionage and information gathering, Enel said as he tilted his head, one of his earlobes stabbing a photo of her into Morgan's table. That's... Morgan's eyes widened when he heard that, his beak turning downwards into a frown. That would explain quite a few things. Morgans then touched his beak thoughtfully once more. Enel simply smiled at that. I guess he also suspected her. He probably noted some of her suspicious behavior in the past. Maybe that's why he doesn't feel the need to ask about proof, which is a good thing, as I don't have any. Enel knew that digging up proof of Stussy's link to the world government would be extremely difficult and time-consuming, so he was basically relying on his reputation as an emperor to give that piece of news. Since Morgans didn't hear any evidence from him either, the bird human also assumed the same, so he didn't press the issue. After that, their meeting didn't last much longer, with Morgans agreeing to publish the dirt he had on the world government the following days. He also agreed to cut all ties with Stussy, trusting Enel's words and his own intuition once more. Before leaving, Enel also did him a favor, snapping the necks of the CP agents that he had on board. They weren't all that hard to spot, at least for Enel, who had already killed hundreds of them. He could tell how they carried themselves. The methods they used to hide their abilities were also obvious to him. An actual master of observation hockey. It wasn't just that he could discern them due to their personal strengths, though. There were plenty of factors and hints that Enel was able to pick up. The spies were good at what they were doing. The problem was that they were too good. They were doing their work in an almost robotic way. They were too methodic, their interactions with others too perfect. So, Enel picked all of them off. The majority of them didn't even get the chance to think about fighting back. Only the last one got the chance to release a Rankyaku, which would have cut the ship a bit had Enel not just casually blocked it with a blackened palm. Enel sighed for a job well done, ignoring the shocked and scared looks of the other employees as he continued to walk off while whistling. The reaction of the employees was understandable, though, as they had just watched 6 of what they thought were their own people die in front of them. Enel wasn't bothered with them. Morgans would handle the explanations. Morgans appreciated Enel's efforts to clean his news station of CP agents, which basically solidified Morgans' confidence in the side he had chosen. But the fact that the world government had placed that many agents in his HQ angered him quite a bit. So, if they are willing to go that far, then I should also go all out. Morgans was just going to publish some random facts about celestial dragons, coupled with a bit of evidence. But now he was angry, and just that much simply wouldn't cut it. They'll always find excuses about things related to world nobles. They will always be able to explain everything with the fact that the world nobles have all the right to do whatever they want. Little shits. Let's see how they explain away this one. And just like that, Morgan started brewing a storm, the perfect piece of news that could both destabilize the government and give Enel a chance to do what he wanted with the Poneglyphs. The name of that piece of news? Well, Chapter 109. Room for Improvement in Waves. Who knew Morgans would be so agreeable? Having him as an ally should make things run quite smoothly for now. I also need to make a small adjustment to my plans. I was planning to throw some lightning over at the Holy Land and kill a few world nobles to create a stir alongside the news. That would have certainly made them send more troops to the Holy Land. But now I no longer need to risk my life to create a distraction. If I was to attack the Holy Land, maybe I would have managed to do some damage, but that city is also the best defended place in the world. From what I managed to gather, Kizaru is now a permanent protector in the Holy Land, so I can expect any pot shots taken from a distance to be intercepted by his lasers. I'd have at most 1 or 2 hits landed before all of them are cancelled out by laser beams. But he isn't even close to being the only person on that island that I need to watch out for. There is also Kong, the world government's commander-in-chief, also former Marine Fleet Admiral, the one before Sengoku. There are also Akiji, Sengoku, and Akainu. Even if we're on somewhat agreeable terms, their situation still forces them to aid the world government. It's either that or start an uprising in the Marines, where they'd end up killing a lot of their own men off. The worst of all is certainly still I am, though. I don't even know if I'll survive fighting him. He and Kong are both question marks, but I at least know what to expect from Kong. Just a regular Yonko-level fighter at most. I can deal with that. But I am is a complete wild card. The leader of the world, the one that sits on the empty throne. I don't feel prepared to face him by myself. It's hard to tell what he can pull and how strong he really is. I expect him to be able to kill me as I am now, though. There are plenty of powerful people in the Marine and world government, but he is by far the strongest from what I am able to gather. My knowledge of the series ends a bit after the point where Luffy defeats Kaido. A lot of questions are still left unanswered by the show, so I will have to seek the answers myself. But at this point, it's fair to say that I am far from prepared to fight the world government directly by myself. I am not that much stronger than Kaido, and that's just due to my devil fruit. I can kite him and constantly damage him with lightning beams. His dragon form only makes him a bigger target for me, but I don't know if that works on IM. Even if it does, it takes only one mistake to mess up my entire fighting style. If any fighter near Kaido's level is to get too close to me, I'd likely die in 2 or 3 hits. Thankfully, I still have plenty of room for improvement physically, and I should still have time. For now, learning the advanced forms of Haki and figuring out the issue with my soul and Conqueror's Haki should be the priority. After handling this whole mess with the Poneglyphs, I need to get my shit together and look into the information Dragon already supplied for me. Well, better head back to Baltigo for now. I'll help the Revolutionary Army recover some Poneglyphs after Morgans publishes his hit piece. I just hope it will be enough to create a large enough uproar among the populace and royalty of some countries. That's all we need, really. He'll reach Baltigo rather quickly after his talk with Morgans. He didn't go into many details, but he did mention that Morgans was now taking their side in the upcoming war. Dragon was rather excited to hear that Morgans was now assisting them and completely cutting off the world government. After all, Morgans was a largely influential figure. What he chooses, many will follow. There were bound to be plenty of underworld kingpins and emperors coming to their side the second Morgans made his stance public. At least that was what they hoped for. In regards to the distraction, Dragon was barely containing his excitement. He was also curious about what Enel had given Morgans to convince him to create an alliance. Enel waited patiently to get his hands on a newspaper. As he waited, he also got to read more about a few gods and started highlighting the religions that interested him from the information that was gathered at his request. The world of One Piece had actually hundreds of religions recorded in that world, and dozens were still actively being practiced. And that was just from what Dragon's agents were able to gather. There were bound to be plenty of undiscovered religions and unexplored islands, marks of old civilizations that fell to the flow of time. Enel was hoping to be the one to discover many of them in the future, but now he had to focus on his goals. Enel was also able to find a lot of interesting information on souls and the way they worked. There were plenty of beliefs and theories regarding that, but one thing was quite apparent. Souls were very real and quite tangible in the world of One Piece. Even older inanimate objects and plants had souls, everything from trees to blades to ships to articles of clothing, apparently. Enel was rather fascinated to read more about that and the many phenomena surrounding souls. But he wasn't able to find any situation similar to his along the examples that he had gotten to read before stopping himself. Why did he stop himself? Well, Morgans had managed to publish his hit piece rather quickly, and as soon as revolutionaries got their hands on the newspaper, he was instantly called to Dragon's office. Dragon, Larthai, Robin, and Sabo were there, each reading a newspaper with shocked faces. Enel was a bit confused at first, but then his eyes caught sight of the title on the front of the newspaper, The Tragedy of O'Hara. The ones that sought the truth. Enel's smile trembled a bit when reading that to himself. Morgans, that crazy bastard. Excitement quickly took over. as he grabbed a copy of it and started reading the rest of the article as well. It wasn't just an article. That entire rendition was used to tell the world about the story of the people that had lived in O'Hara, to tell people about their dreams and the legacy they had left behind. It told the story of an island of people known for their curiosity and intellect, people that sought to discover more about the world, more about the people that had once lived in it. And to do that, they looked to the past. They deciphered the Poneglyphs, the ancient writings that documented the secrets of the Void Century. Every event that had happened leading up to Buster Call was explained and iterated greatly, even going a bit into the findings of O'Hara. Everything about the people of O'Hara was documented clearly, but the second part became more blurry. The second part spoke about how they were massacred by the world government, how a Buster Call was called on them only because they sought to tell the truth to the world. It even showcased some pictures of the aftermath, burnt buildings, dried blood everywhere, burnt bodies. Enel noticed the lack of finer details in that part of the explanation, but Morgans managed to highlight one thing. The entire world was fooled into thinking the people of O'Hara were criminals. They were demonized more so than any pirate in history, but they did nothing to deserve such an ending. Yet the world allowed itself to be fooled, even to the point where they hunted down a child. O'Hara's last survivor, Nico Robin. Morgan seemed to have kept track of Robin's life for some reason, which made Enel raise an eyebrow. The newspaper didn't go into many details, but Morgans made sure to make everyone that had ever hunted her down feel like trash in that article, especially the world government, which was responsible for everything in the first place. And the newspaper ended in a strange way as well. The government has had our world in its palms for the longest of times. They have been playing with our lives like we are meaningless. Maybe it's time for a change. But change won't ever happen by itself. If you wish for change, if you wish to honor the wishes of the ones that gave their lives for the truth, then fight for it. You are the only one that can ever hope to bring change to this world. A call to action. Not something that Enel expected, but exactly what they needed. The entire article made Enel feel speechless. He blinked a few times as he realized that all newspapers displayed the same story. From all news agencies. I guess he owned all of them behind the scenes. Besides that, the way that the news was structured, the details in which it went, it made Enel realize something. Someone from O'Hara had supplied Morgans with information. Enel knew that it wasn't Robin. She would have said something if that was the case. But it was probably a researcher in O'Hara, someone that traveled a lot, someone that didn't survive the massacre. Enel only knew of one person that fit all of those categories. Nikolia. Enel turned his head to Robin, who was still reading the news with wide eyes, somewhat petrified by what she was seeing. It all makes sense now. Enel gulped a bit as he remembered more about Robin's story. She always struggled. She was strong and willful, and her grit was what allowed her to survive in that cruel world that saw her as a demon. But will and grit wouldn't have done anything to help her against the world government. It didn't make sense for a child to be able to hide her tracks from the strongest power in the world. Someone, behind the scenes, a person that likely not even Robin knew of, was assisting her. That was the conclusion Enel had reached, even back in his own world when he was merely an observer. The Revolutionary Army wouldn't have been able to do that. They were nowhere near as strong back then as they were in the present, and thanks to the newspaper he was reading, Enel finally managed to find the one that had aided her. Big news, Morgans, Emperor of the Underworld, and has been one for 3 decades. Likely a former associate or friend of Nikolia, he had both the means and reasons to aid Robin. Enel smiled as he realized that, but his smile was somewhat strained as he now had to get in touch with Morgans again. Robin will certainly want to meet this man. She is smart. She will come to the same conclusion I did as well. But that will come at a later day. This newspaper will create a lot more than a stir or momentary distraction. Better if we get to work as the storm is brewing. Chapter 110. Underworld and Response. The news barreled across the entire world at breakneck speeds, and the world government was unable to do anything whatsoever, no longer having any manner of control over the majority of the news stations. After Enel got rid of the agents at his main news station's headquarters, Morgans had actually purged all of his other news stations, laying every employee off completely and only working the printing press to publish that final newspaper. The world government may have noticed something odd, but they had no way of knowing just how badly and quickly Morgans was going to destroy their reputation. In every city, every village, everywhere that the news coup could reach, the newspaper spread out in the entire world at once. The world government did the best it could to suppress it, but they were completely unable to. The entire underworld had seemingly turned against them in a single day. Morgans pulled a lot of strings to make everything happen in such a short time. But, somehow, he managed to make anyone worth anything in the underworld no longer want anything to do with the world government and its agents. This manifested in Stussy, the queen of the pleasure district, being dethroned, as her ties to the world government were revealed by an anonymous source to the rest of the underworld emperors. She was quickly overwhelmed and shut down, basically banned completely and rendered unable to do anything, or even perform even basic information gathering, which was supposed to be her speciality. Such a large-scale mobilization destabilized the underworld completely, but it controlled chaos, merely a facade as others raced to fill in Stussy's spot. It was clear to anyone in the know that the one behind that move had been planning it for a long time, and the world government knew who that person was. Morgans. One of the 5 elders smashed his fist on the table as his chair also cracked underneath him. This is the worst possible timing for such betrayal, one of the calmer members of the 5 elders said as he looked at a map of the world that stood in the middle of their table. And we had to deal with that backstabbing bird? To think he was planning something like this? The reactions were varying in the room, but all of the 5 elders felt about the same inside. Rage, but also shame. They had greatly underestimated Morgans and the amount of damage he was capable of causing them. In the first place, that bird had a lot more influence in the underworld than we could ever expect. It is Stussy's failure for not looking into him better. One of the elders nodded in a sagely manner, hiding his rage perfectly. She was ordered to keep him close and survey his moves, but I guess Morgans was actually the one keeping her close and studying her every move. It can't be helped. She will be punished for this. She may be one of our best, but this is a colossal failure on her part. Even if Stussy was their best agent, they still couldn't possibly excuse her for missing the mark to such an extent with Morgans. Despite being an emperor alongside a few others, including Stussy formerly, he actually turned out to be the influential person in the underworld. At least that was what the world government gathered from the massive shifts Morgans had created in the underbelly of the civilized world. They had no way of knowing that the Revolutionary Army had also aided him in his endeavors after Enel reported their alliance. At least they were unable to find any relation to the Revolutionary Army at that time. Regardless, the operation would have still happened without them, but it was a lot more brutal and widespread thanks to the revolutionaries. It was as if a large part of the world had just turned against them, a dangerous part that they had been trying to control for centuries. The underworld was always a ticking time bomb. This was to be expected at some point, but this timing is what bothers me most. Why did it have to happen now? Just when they were preparing to transport the Poneglyphs and store them at the Holy Land, where they would be safe. It was an important step that they had decided to take after finding out that the revolutionaries were looking into them. The timing was just that bad for them. Due to that newspaper, in just a few days, there were revolts all around the world. Almost every large city in the civilized world was in an uproar, with people shouting for change. The regular people were pissed off, and Morgans's call to arms at the end had worked perfectly to stir the pot even more. And thanks to Morgan's efforts, the world government's grip on the underworld had completely slipped, with only a few agents in insignificant positions left to fend for themselves. Morgans's attack was swift, brutal, and decisive. The world government knew that they had a lot of work to do in order to create a new foothold for themselves in the underworld. This incident alone was bound to set them back a few decades. Even worse, they now had to stage something in order to take away attention from the newspapers. Something big, something that would make people forget about the news altogether. Well, at least a majority of the public. It would take decades for the situation to be forgotten completely. Thankfully, the world government was confident that the riots would end quickly. They were forced to spread out their agents in as many places as possible. with clear instructions to turn the revolts and peaceful protests into violent revolutions. That way, they could stomp them down violently. The problem with doing that was that now they had to postpone their plans to transport the Poneglyphs, or at the very least greatly downscale them. Some were already in the process of arriving in the Holy Land, so the 5 elders were glad that they at least had some of them secured, at least until they found out they weren't as secure as they thought them to be. A Marine came and informed them of the situation. Countless unknown parties are engaging several Marine ships. Many of our people were injured. The one reporting this news was a loyal rear admiral. That news basically confirmed their largest worries. The revolutionaries are working with Morgans. It wasn't that hard to tell. The way everything was timed perfectly gave it away. Then news rolled in about most of their ship being attacked, even fully stolen at times. Usually, the attackers just fled the ship after a few minutes. They are after the Poneglyphs. Not that difficult of a realization to reach either. But the 5 elders were so deep into other shit that they didn't even have the time to react to any of those attacks. The Revolutionary Army had mobilized all of their fighters, all of their resources to pull off those attacks. And Morgans had done the same to push them out of the underworld completely and create a worldwide riot they now had to contain. At the very least, they now knew who their enemy was. At least now we know who our enemies are. Morgans is now on the same boat as the revolutionaries. One of the elders said after the rear admiral had left. A boat we will be sinking soon by the look of things. Another one felt the need to add that to the conversation, expressing his distaste for the hardships they were now going through. At this point, we might have to ask Lord Im for his assistance. We are not to ask His Majesty for assistance with such trivial worldly matters. Most of the elders seemed quite reluctant to go to their leader for help, but the next piece of news did manage to change their opinions. The newest report they received spoke of a freak storm swallowing some of their ships, throwing agents overboard while ignoring the Marines sometimes on board. That alone made some of the elders anxious, as they all associated storms with someone at that point. Then the worst possible thing happened. The confirmation of their worries. A single photo of Enel with a notebook and pencil in his hand, looking back at the camera with a smirk, as if to spite them, he still wore the symbol of justice on his back. At that point, fears materialized. Enel is working together with the revolutionaries, and the elders had no other choice left. Let us inform Lord Im of this. The elders were all in agreement, all of them walking quickly to the empty throne that stood at the top of the world. All of them kneeled in front of the long stairway leading to the throne, groveling as they didn't even dare to look in the direction of their lord after such failure. Im's eyes stared emptily at a few wanted posters. This time many photos were on his wall, all of them filled with knives and swords. In the middle of it, all was Enel's wanted poster. It was so covered in blades that one could barely make it out. It was clear that Im didn't quite like his interference with their plans. The other posters and photos lining the walls were of Garp, Francisco, Luffy, Ace, Whitebeard and Dragon, and even Bonnie. The last photo, and one that was added recently by the looks of it, was one of Morgan's. It also had some swords sticking out of it. Im's eyes were slightly bloodshot as he held a newspaper in his hand and glared at it with hate. I want Morgan's dead. That was all that Im said as his eyes then peered into the 5 people prostrating before him. Why yes, Lord. However, the situation became complicated with recent developments. It seems that Morgans is working with the revolutionaries, which may have joined up with Enel. The elder trembled while speaking, seemingly afraid. Im was silent for a bit, his eyes narrowing a bit. Find Baltigo, and find Enel's main base of operations. I don't care how you do it, but do it soon. The elders didn't dare refuse that request, but all of them were sweating when they heard that order. And what the hell do we do now? Chapter 111. Chaos and Strange Occurrence. While the 5 elders were looking into ways to fulfill Im's request, the revolutionaries and Enel weren't sitting still at all. The CP agents heard a burst of high-pitched laughter as their crew fought a strange group of oddly dressed hairy men. All of them were wearing ballerina outfits, with the exception of one that was dressed in a winter coat and cut apart the agents using giant scissors. and the leader, a large and strangely proportioned man with an indigo afro wearing a purple leotard of all things with leather boots and gloves. The strange men seemed to dance around them, acting like ballerinas in the wind, as they kicked and tore the ship apart with ease. What the hell is Tid Dash? The high-ranking CP agent on board only got to half of his sentence before he got rudely interrupted. Hell wink. Ivankov fluttered his eyelashes, releasing a shockwave strong enough to blow apart half of the ship's deck as his laughter continued to ring. The understaffed CP agents had no chance to fight back. Their convoy was large. Each ship was currently experiencing similar situations, maybe with fewer odd people aboard. Armies of revolutionaries motivated and strengthened by Bellamy were tearing through the outnumbered CP agents on most ships, and some ships had to deal with individuals, which was proving to be even worse. Ryunoa Buki, Dragon Breath. One ship's deck crumbled apart in seconds as Sabo sunk his hand into it, attacking the core directly and destroying the footing of all agents on board. They quickly tried to fly away using Jeppo, like many others before them, only for lighting to target them the second they reached a certain point. A freak storm raged above their entire convoy. The clouds sparkled, daring anyone to take to the skies. The clouds became darker and darker, striking fear into the CP agents. The few pacifists they had around didn't help them either, as all of them were fried by lightning bolts before they even got to lock on any targets. The agents that dashed towards Sabo instead of flying up were the only ones that remained. Unfortunately for them, the results weren't much different. Sabo's blackened arms crushed the skulls of the agents with ease, sometimes turning their brains to mush without even cracking the skull one bit. But he wasn't exactly the most dangerous person to attack that convoy, despite the fact that he took down high-ranking agents with ease. Enel was dealing with a few ships by himself, lightning bolts clearing the agents aboard with ease. Even the ones that tried to hide and suppress their presence through sheer willpower were being killed. Enel's radar was perfected now. When turned on, no one could sneak up on him or sneak away from him. He was rather pleased to see that it worked perfectly even against people that tried to hide away from observation, as that had been its main purpose. Enel smirked as he stared at the sky once more, to see his creation working as intended. A gigantic golden Viking ship, at least 200 meters long and 30 tall. It floated overhead, releasing more and more dark clouds from many holes along its sides as gigantic paddles rode at the air constantly, stirring the clouds. The gigantic ship was staying afloat with energy that had been stored in a special engine that Enel had managed to build in his free time. After clearing out the world government's ships and copying the contents of each poneglyph, the ship in the skies sank down to their level, clearing the skies and revealing around a dozen blimps, which quickly started their descent as well. A part of the Revolutionary Army embarked on Enel's ship, the rest embarked on the many blimps that had been hiding above the stormy clouds. The Revolutionary Army moved swiftly, steamrolling through each and every convoy they had information on. Enel was leading a part of the mission with his flying ship, and Dragon was leading another group with yet another set of blimps. Their attack was quick, going from convoy to convoy in a set route. They were to meet in the middle, after which the copies of the poneglyphs would be stored in Enel's ship. Attacking from the air was not something many of them were accustomed to, but they were still trained in doing so. Most of their operations were usually covert, so they wouldn't use such a strategy under normal circumstances. Most of the blimps were provided by Morgans through his underworld connections. After forming a pact with Enel, Morgan started aiding the Revolutionary Army directly as well, with both information and supplies. Now they were in the same boat. Morgans likely saw the support he gave them as an investment of sorts. He had somewhat figured they were with Enel after receiving their help in the underworld when trying to turn everyone against the world government. Now, the combined efforts of Enel, the revolutionaries and Morgans were proving to be a bit too much for the slightly unprepared world government. The losses the government suffered were great, with many agents dying at the hands of the revolutionaries. Some lives were also lost on the Dragon's side, but Enel's group was lucky to be led by, well, Enel. He was basically made for such situations. He had minimized the casualties on both sides of the war at Marineford. Taking care of a few revolutionaries was too easy for him. Enel's lightning controlled the battlefield, as his observation had already spread out everywhere. The storm clouds above fried every agent even close to killing a revolutionary soldier alive. The soldiers were obviously motivated by that, leading to them charging in and tearing apart the CP agents ferociously. After attacking all of the convoys on their path, Enel's group quickly headed for the meeting point, where they waited a few more hours and rested. Dragon's group was also in high spirits. Sure, they had taken some damage along the way, and one or two of their blimps were missing. But such sacrifices were to be expected. Apparently, Dragon's group had run into a lot of pacifistas, much more than Enel's group, which made things a lot more difficult. But Dragon was strong enough to take care of things at the end of the day. Rather, their casualties were extremely low thanks to the lack of numbers on the government's part. The Revolutionary Army was able to carry out its plan perfectly, but the rest of the world was suffering greatly. Pacifistas were ushered out to deal with the disturbance in Skypeia, leading to plenty of civilian deaths as the protest turned violent when an unidentified man shot at a Marine. That situation was being replicated in many parts of the world, pacifistas only being sent out to deal with conflicts near the borders of the Holy Land. The rest of the world had to deal with casualties of both soldiers/police and civilians. All of them were left to fight for their lives. The chaos that overtook the big cities led to many deaths worldwide, but the world government didn't care about that. They were still looking for a distraction for the rest of the world, something to get everyone's minds off of everything, and more importantly, looking for any clues on the location of Baltigo. After a bit of deliberation, the elders now assumed that Baltigo was likely also Enel's base, as they were working together and the elders had no evidence pointing to anything else. The only silver lining for them was that they now had a trail to follow. All of the convoys that were attacked in order gave them a clear line to where the revolutionaries were to meet up on the map, so all they had to do was follow the trail. But they weren't the only ones looking for Enel and his whereabouts. How does one find a single man in such a large world? King's eyes gazed at the sea, as he sat on a ship full of beast pirates, hunting down one person. He and Queen had split up to search for him, despite the fact that neither of them was fully confident in taking on Enel. At that point, he was mostly going around blindly, hoping to catch a glimpse of any flying golden ship in the sky. But it wasn't his lucky day, unfortunately. He followed any trail he could, but he simply had no inkling as to where Enel was supposed to be. Then something strange happened. The world seemed to tremble around him and his ship, as he looked at the sea around him in confusion. Is some large sea king emerging, or something? The entire situation felt like a sea quake. It was as if the seas were abruptly choosing a path for him. Then, the sea in front of their ship seemed to abruptly shift, angling itself upwards as King swore and commanded the ship to move forwards. I don't know where this is going, but our best choice right now is to go forward. I can always fly away if I need to. And so, King and his crew started descending towards the clouds. Chapter 112. Mother's Past in War. Enel's ship cut through the clouds as he sat on his golden throne, legs crossed and a book in front of his face. Sabo and Ivankov were currently busy partying with the rest of the revolutionaries abroad. Their mission had been a complete success, and now they were heading back to base. Enel ensured they weren't being followed, turning on his radar every 30 minutes and scanning the area as far as his observation hockey allowed. Thanks to that, Enel was confident no one was following his vessel, which was good, as he was designated as the first ship to return to Baltigo, of which he was given a piece of Larthi's Vivre card in order to navigate properly. Larthi and her team couldn't do much to help the situation after the initial planning was over. Robin was also in Baltigo studying from their library. After all, even with the training from Enel, she wasn't exactly someone they wished to risk on the front lines. For now, their duties were to prepare for the few sleepless weeks that would follow after Enel delivered the Poneglyphs to them. Dragon and everyone else had also split up. They were to all head back to Baltigo after doing a few loops and confusing anyone that was set to follow them. A few of the revolutionaries also stole some of the vessels, as they were useful ships and could either be destroyed for parts or fully resold to the right buyers. They also scattered in different directions, fleeing with some of the original Poneglyphs and new warships for the Revolutionary Army. The ships that couldn't be taken from each convoy were simply sunk, letting some of the original Poneglyphs also reach the bottom of the seas. Better for the fish and sea kings to have them than the world government, were Dragon's exact words when strategizing how to cause as much damage as possible. There weren't many occurrences for Enel along the way. The only interesting thing to happen was Ivankov turning into a woman and inviting Enel for a dance, and calling him a boring party pooper when refused. Although he was called that, the party still continued, and Ivankov even ended up hoisting Enel up in the air by his chair and parading him around the ship. In doing so, he had basically ripped the chair from its initial spot and ripped all of the golden tubes connected to it. All was well, with Enel continuing to read his book as his chair moved around in the dancing crowd. All until the ship's engines started going slower for a bit, and Enel punched him in the head for disrupting his connection to the ship's electricity system. Ivankov woke up after a few minutes and continued to party without bothering Enel after that. Enel's giant vessel reached Baltigo relatively quickly, as its high-powered engines flew high above the clouds with speeds far exceeding any regular seafaring ship. Enel's eyes scanned the clouds once more before descending into the mist and landing his vessel near the main base on the island. The residents had already spotted them before the landing. They had already come out to greet them, including Robin and Larthai, who seemed to be conversing about something as they watched Enel's ship stop its engines completely. "I'm telling you, you look exactly like her," Larthai said as her finger twirled around a few golden strands of her somewhat messy hair. "This is not exactly what I expected to hear this morning." Robin rubbed the bridge of her nose in frustration as she looked at Enel's ship with a tired gaze. For a while now, Larthai had been going on in her own mind about finding Robin familiar for some reason. Even during the whole mess with the war, the thought didn't quite leave her mind. She had been subconsciously interested in Robin ever since meeting her for some odd reason. It was just something about her mannerisms and calm demeanor that she found extremely familiar and quite soothing. And finally, after searching her mind a bit more, she finally remembered why she seemed so familiar. "You look exactly like Mother." Those were the exact words Larthai screamed at Robin when she burst into her room. Robin was taken by surprise, as she had actually been sleeping like a regular person and not staying up the entire night trying to remember things. "What?" was the only thing that came out of the groggy and half-asleep Robin. Larthai then actually explained herself, thankfully. "Okay, so, when I was small, there was this lady running our orphanage. She looked really similar to you, but she had white hair. She wasn't really there a lot, but she's the one that raised me, basically." Larthai patted herself on the chest with a large smile on her face. Robin just stared at her for a bit, blinking a few times as her sleepy mind tried to process whatever it was that she was hearing. "What?" And so, Larthai basically followed Robin around the entire morning, up until some members of the archaeology team dragged her off elsewhere. Robin didn't really know what to think of that at all. For most of her life, her mother was actually missing from her, as she traveled the world a lot. She had no idea what Olivia had been doing with her spare time. But from Larthai's words, Olivia was apparently acting as a caretaker for an orphanage at one point. Well, she had funded and built the orphanage, giving street urchins a place where they could sleep comfortably and some warm food on their plates. Orphans of war were common in the world of One Piece, and Olivia had likely encountered quite a few disasters in her time as a traveler. The fact that she had ended up creating an orphanage and taking in various children didn't bother her. What bothered her most was that, from Larthai's words, Olivia was visiting the orphans more than she had been visiting Robin back in O'Hara. It wasn't that she was mad at her biological mother. There was no use in hating the dead. But Robin didn't quite like thinking about it either. She also didn't want to subconsciously start directing her displeasure in that matter towards Larthai. She didn't feel the need to be jealous outright. She also didn't want to hate Larthai because of it. The woman had been nothing but friendly to her during her time with the revolutionaries. Still, she felt a bit off when learning about that. An emotion that Enel of all people managed to pick up on rather quickly. She's a bit mopier than usual. Having spent so much time with Robin, he could somewhat pick up on her emotions, and he could tell that she was in a relatively bad mood. Larthai was a bit less receptive in that sense, as she was acting like her usual friendly self, only finding the fact that Robin looked like her mother to be extremely interesting more so than anything else. Enel let the revolutionaries unload everything from the ship, as he walked up to Robin and Larthai with a small smile on his face. "Now, what have the two of you been up to?" Enel's head tilted slightly, his earlobes dangling a bit as he directed a comforting gaze towards Robin. Robin noticed that her face mustering up a strained smile as he looked over at Larthai with a quizzical look. But Larthai seemed to have no clue that that subtle interaction was even happening, as she just responded to Enel's question. "Our team has been preparing for your arrival. We are hoping for good news, obviously." Enel simply smiled at her, reminding himself that most bookworms weren't socially apt as well. He simply tapped Robin's shoulder and leaned down quite a bit, whispering to her ear, "We'll talk a bit later, okay?" Robin simply nodded to that, before shaking her head and recovering her stoic exterior. "Well, the good news is that we managed to get all of the convoys we had mapped out. The bad news is we've no clue if we've missed any." Enel turned to Larthai and spoke with a smile. "No need to cry over spilt milk. If you've got all of the ones we had mapped out, then everything should be good. I can't wait to get my hands on them." Larthai clapped her hands together as the team behind her seemed to groan in frustration. Enel looked at them for a bit before smirking a bit. "Heh, guess they have a lot of work to do now. Sucks to be them, I ain't helping. Now then, let's all get to work, shall we?" Enel also clapped his hands, gaining more groans from the archaeology team except for Larthai, who basically ran to the ship to look at the copied poneglyphs, unable to contain her excitement. While that was happening, unbeknownst to everyone, a large decision was made at the table of the 5 elders. "So you want us to start another war?" Akainu smashed his fist on the table as he glared at the 5 elders with rage. "Imph! You have no right to argue after losing so pathetically in the last one," one of the elders said as he glared at the fleet admiral without any speck of fear. "This is far too soon. The Marines have barely had a few months to recove dash. We don't care. You saw the news, Akainu. The world is twisting and turning because of that stupid newspaper." Akainu simply clenched his teeth, the anger in his gaze rising when hearing about the newspaper as well. "Don't you dare protest any further, Sakazuki. We haven't forgotten about your failure to act upon a buster call a few weeks back." One of the elders narrowed his eyes at Akainu as he said that, making the fleet admiral meet his gaze defiantly. "I already said that it was a technical issue," Akainu said, almost in a growl. "Humph. As if anyone would believe that. I don't care who you do it with, but I want you to start a war. And now, attack a Yonko territory for all I care. Throw as many lives into it as possible. The bigger the loss of life, the more impactful a news story it will be." Akainu at that point could only grit his teeth even more, to the point where his gums were bleeding slightly. "As you wish," Akainu said as he strolled out and slammed the door behind him. "These fuckers have no care in the world, do they?" Akainu slammed his fist into a nearby wall, cracking it as his anger skyrocketed again. He managed to calm down when seeing Akiji, who was looking at him with a serious gaze as well. "You heard it. We need to start a war now," Akainu said as he crossed his arms and huffed some steam from his nose. "It seems they just want a distraction. Maybe if we are able to find something big enough to distract the public, we'd be fine," Akiji said as he put his hands in his pockets and started walking alongside Akainu. "No, they specifically asked for war. The fuckers. They want some loss of life, a huge tragedy, so that they can sweep everything they did under the rug," Akainu said as he finally reached his office. They want a war, right?" Akainu finally calmed down completely when he sat down on his chair. Akiji in front of him just gave him a cryptic look before nodding his head once. Akainu's lips parted into a wide smile as his eyes blazed with volcanic rage once more. "Well, let's give them war." Chapter 113. Research and Souls. Enel collected his new golden ship into a pair of both gauntlets and a pair of golden sabatons for his feet. The revolutionaries had given him a lot of gold for that operation. It was a payment of sorts for the help he gave them. Enel didn't bother to decline, as he saw nothing bad with having more resources to work with. He also had plenty of thundercloud dials in both his staff, sabatons, and gauntlets. Storing them was still just as easy. The only problem with storing the dials in his gauntlets and sabotants was that if Enel was to clash with Kizaru, or any person at his level, most of the Thundercloud dials would likely break on impact. At least the dials and the parts that took part in the clash. It wasn't ideal, but that could be fixed as long as his armament hockey got stronger. But before armament comes conquerors. I need to get on with my research. After that, I should also look into advanced hockey techniques. Robin had gone with the archaeology team. For now, she was likely going to be helping them for a while. Enel didn't forget about her. He still wanted to speak to her in private. But for now, they both had plenty of work to deal with. Enel himself had countless issues in his mind, and a lot of things that needed to be addressed quickly, but the one that he had been postponing was the one he needed to start with. Let's hope that the information Dragon gathered is useful for my situation. And so, Enel got to reading. His eyes scanned through pages upon pages of information at impressive speeds, reading through the documents on his desk as quickly as he could, while also comprehending as much as possible. Being able to minimize study time was something that he had been quite proficient at in his past life. Now he got to do it all over again. It didn't take long for Enel to find a pattern in all of the information that was provided to him. In all of the religions, there was a general consensus when it came to spirituality and souls in general. Souls are not one simple construct. They are supposedly a complex construct made of different parts. The more he read on, the more that hypothesis was mirrored in every religion he had information on. After a mere few hours, Enel had gained quite a bit of comprehension regarding souls and the way they worked, at least from the information that he had been provided with. There was obviously more than one theory on souls and they functioned. One thing was clear though, souls obviously are deeply ingrained into this world's history. Powers directly affecting one's soul weren't uncommon, and plenty of religions were based upon their powers as well. It was rather fascinating for Enel to read that at some point in history someone with Big Mom's fruit had created an entire religion based around that fruit. It had been more than 400 years in the past, and most people had forgotten about it completely. The only reason the revolutionaries were able to find out about it was that they had managed to find a mention of it in an extremely old book. Soul Society, it had been called, something akin to a utopia. No discrimination between races and powers. As to them, only the soul mattered. Each individual was different in some way, but in their differences, they had found strengths. It was disbanded after gaining a bit too much strength, though, most likely by the world government. But there was no real mention of that either. So it was just a guess from Enel more so than anything. An educated guess, as some would call it. Regardless, Enel was able to compile the most believable theory from the information he had read. Souls were specifically made out of 3 parts. The first part was the mind. It dictated one's own reasoning. The second part was the emotion, the spiritedness, often associated with bursts of rage or differing emotions. The third and final part was the desire, the appetite, rather self-explanatory, making up one's own desires. After compiling that information, Enel couldn't help but blink a few times, as he somewhat remembered the explanation. He continued to read it over quite a few times before he finally remembered where he remembered it from. It's the Platonic soul. The Platonic soul was a real theory that existed back in his own world, and it was eerily similar to the one that he was looking at right now. Plato's and Socrates, 2 Greek philosophers, also theorized that the soul was of 3 parts. The mind was called logos, or logistikon. The emotion was called thymos, or thematikon. And finally, the desire was called eros, or epithematikon. One other part of each theory seemed to match. The concept of rebirth. Souls would inherently be immortal. This is agreed upon in both theories. But an addition made by Aristotle also appears in the theory of this world. Only logos, the logical mind, and the intellect were immortal. The emotion and the desire changed upon each incarnation of one soul, but the intellect always remained the same. That led Enel to one question only. How exactly was my soul reincarnated into this world? Enel had all the reasons to believe that there was a soul in his body. Everything around him had a soul. Everything alive, and even not alive, could have a soul. So his living and breathing flesh certainly had a soul behind the wheel. Now, if the theory he uncovered was to be believed, and it certainly held some weight if it was present in both worlds, then only his mind could have been transferred over to Enel. Only his intellect and his memories would have been transferred over if he were to listen to every single part of the theory and believe it is true. But I also have my desires still. Wait, do I really still have them? He and Enel had long since become the same person. He felt as if his desires were reflected in that world as well, to find out the truth about the world and spread it to the entire world. His original soul's desires and interests were what sparked that goal. But did I have this goal before coming here? Enel asked himself as he looked around his bleak and boring room, filled with scattered books and documents. In my past life, I've never truly cared much for revealing the truth to the world. I only cared about learning for myself. I cared not for recognition or wealth. So why? Why did I suddenly feel differently? Enel spoke out loud, to no one in particular, as he tried to wrap his mind around the way his existence worked. Were Enel's desires and emotions simply twisted to fit my mind? Enel said out loud as he had finally come to that realization. He blinked a few times before gulping a bit. The original Enel wouldn't have cared about the world, but he had a god complex, didn't he? It was at that point that things became clearer and more fleshed out in Enel's mind. The original Enel's god complex didn't allow him to think of himself as nothing other than righteous. That's how they always are. But he never really had a strong set of morals or values, which led to him basically being a third-rate villain at best. So, his god complex mixed together with my morality, values, and interests, leading to this? The more he thought about it, the less he liked it, but it was the most logical conclusion he could come to, at least with the information he had at hand. Well, this whole theory would certainly explain why I became so comfortable in my new skin so quickly. Enel felt that, with that revelation, some of his own questions had been answered. My soul. It's not that it's missing. It's just incomplete. His current soul was a patched-up work of bits and pieces of the original Enel soul, stapled together to Alexander's logos, or his mind and memories. But every part of my soul was altered, as I also gained Enel's memories. So it's more accurate to say that Enel never died. The original Enel just merged with me. Well, the parts of me that are here anyway. My mind overpowered his, and it seems to have put me in charge, in a sense. No, that isn't quite accurate. I am no longer either Alexander or Enel. I just became both. Their minds merged, but the other parts were different. What did the other parts of Enel's soul merge with? Mine should not exist anymore. It was a good question. After all, the god that had sent him there didn't want him to learn a lot about his soul. He had even prevented Big Mom from seeing it. No, it's simply impossible to tell at this point. I need to get in touch with Big Mom. She should hopefully be able to confirm or deny some of my findings. If she agrees to help me, that is. Enel simply threw the documents back into the pile with a sigh. Well, this certainly answers some of my questions, though I've yet to find anything on how my soul affects my willpower. Which part of the soul would be related to one's will, or ambition, the most? Enel didn't take long to realize that the answer was a lot more complicated than that. Desire and emotion both make up someone's will in a sense, same for intellect. How am I supposed to pinpoint this? In the end, Enel just sighed and figured he'd speak more about it with Big Mom. After he finished that train of thought, he rested his tired eyes for a few minutes before hearing a knock on his door. Robin. Chapter 114. Sharing and Beginning. Enel somewhat expected Robin to come to him. He was the one that had extended the invitation in a sense. What he didn't expect was for her to drop by so soon. He had barely started resting his eyes a bit, and his room was an absolute mess as well. His usually silked backward short hair was now messier than usual, and his shirt was unbuttoned as well. He didn't bother fixing those things, though. Nor did he bother tidying up his room. Well, no need to try and keep up any appearances with her. After so many weeks spent together, Enel knew that Robin was a person that appreciated honesty. And he also didn't feel like cleaning everything up so quickly. Robin looked about as tired as when Enel had first seen her when arriving on the island. It still seemed like something was bothering her, but she also looked almost asleep. I guess she's a bit cute like this. Enel blinked a few times. as he realized that was the first time he ever found a woman cute. He usually reserved that term for small children, but something about her just looked harmless. Yeah, that would be the right word. Robin, I'm glad you're here. I was going to visit you soon. Enel then looked at the dark sky above them as they stood in the doorway. How many hours was I studying for? I guess I was going to visit you tomorrow. He corrected himself as he scratched the back of his head and invited her inside his temporary home. Thanks, Robin said as she entered Enel's room and sat on his bed, ignoring the countless books and documents that littered the floor. Enel sat down, pulling his chair in front of her and looking her in the eye for a bit. The two of them awkwardly sat in silence for a while, before Enel finally spoke. So, are you going to talk about what's happened? Are the revolutionaries not treating you right? Enel asked as he tilted his head. I may be good at picking up social cues, but that doesn't mean I am great at comforting people. Guess I'll just have to wing it. It's nothing. I'm just being stupid, maybe a bit childish even. I didn't think I was capable of that anymore. Robin shook her head, seemingly ashamed to even tell Enel what had happened. But it was clear that something was on her mind, and that she wanted someone to talk about it to. Otherwise, she wouldn't be here, now would she? But how exactly could Enel go about getting her to open up to him? You know, I've always looked at the world from a neutral stance. I've always been afraid to show my hand, in fear that the world would take advantage of that. So, he decided to open up a bit about himself. Whether it was studying, fighting, or archaeology, I've always succeeded in every field. But I've yet to actually ever feel fulfilled by any of my discoveries. My curious nature always prompts me to go forward, to try and uncover more. Ignoring dangers, and ignoring my own health at times. Enel crossed his legs as he started thinking more about his past, the way he had acted in his previous life. My curiosity has always been my strongest and most defining characteristic. It's what brought me where I am today. But I also fear that it will one day be the very reason for my death. Enel blinked a few times as he continued in his mind after a few seconds. It already has once. Robin looked up at Enel's face with a confused gaze. She seemed to think about a few things before sighing. But you still let your curiosity drive you forwards, right? She asked, looking down at her legs. Always have, probably always will be. I want to see how the world reacts to the truth, I guess. I want to know the truth for myself as well. All of my goals ultimately spawn out of curiosity. Isn't that somewhat self-destructive? What do you plan to do after achieving your current goals? Robin asked, raising her eyebrow as she looked Enel straight in the eye and tried to explore more and more about his mind and thought process. Well, I guess I'll have to live and see, won't I? Probably whatever else my curiosity turns towards next. Enel simply shrugged, breaking eye contact for a few seconds as his gaze became unfocused. It was at that point that Robin seemed to huff a bit. Well, maybe you'll find something else to live for afterwards. She coughed into her own fist as she also broke eye contact and looked around the room, her poker face not breaking for 1 second. Enel thought about those words a bit, before simply smiling. Maybe I will. His words rang in a much more confident tone, almost melodic and high-spirited. Robin coughed again, and Enel looked back at her with a relaxed smile. Since you're willing to open up to me like that, I guess I should as well. Robin's words made Enel even happier, but she seemed to suddenly become fidgety, for some reason, rubbing her shoulder while breaking eye contact and looking at the ground. Well, I learnt recently that Larthai was technically raised by my biological mother, while I was being raised by my aunt and her family. Enel blinked a few times as he tried to remember details about Robin's childhood. Nothing was mentioned about Larthai in the show, and Nico Olivia's life and adventures are about just as well known. Enel couldn't quite remember much about Nico Olivia, besides the fact that she and Robin had missed each other by seconds when O'Hara was destroyed. It's hard to tell if Olivia failing to find Robin on O'Hara actually saved her life. I see. Does that thought make you feel strange? Enel asked with a knowing smile, trying to get into her mind, to empathize with her as well as he could. I guess, It's not like I hate Larthai or anything. Not like I hate my mom either. But I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. Robin seemed to be in a worse mood the more the conversation went on, so Enel simply sighed. It's okay to feel like that, I guess. I've never met your mother, nor do I remember ever meeting my parents, but I can understand if you felt like this situation specifically is unfair. Enel smiled as he patted her back, trying his best to comfort her. Unfair. I guess that's the word I was looking for. Robin sighed as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. My mother, Nico Olivia, was a traveling archaeologist. You see, she didn't spend any time at home. She barely spent any time with me. So I found it unfair when I heard that she apparently had the time to raise an orphanage. Enel smiled even more when hearing that, only sitting down beside her and listening to her. Apparently, Larthai even learned a bit about poneglyphs from Olivia. She is apparently what sparked her interest in archaeology. Robin continued to speak more and more about her thoughts and her feelings. She found it unfair. She didn't want to hate her mother, nor did she want to hate Larthai, but she just wanted to complain. And Enel listened. He listened with a smile on his face, comforting her as best he could. Then, after a while, she felt liberated. The more she talked about it, the better she felt. Enel's understanding gaze and words helped her see her problems as important. It helped her feel like they mattered. In the end, before either of them even realized it, Enel's arm had stopped rubbing her back randomly and just rested over her shoulder, pulling her to his chest into a hug of sorts. She didn't reject it, but she did pull away when feeling her heart beat faster. Enel didn't mind, though. He simply smiled. He opened his mouth, about to say something. Boom! An explosion rang throughout Baltigo as Enel's eyes widened. The ground trembled as the foundation of his home seemed to rattle alongside it. Enel's haki quickly spread out beyond the island's borders as he felt the explosion had hit the right side of the island. In the distance, he could feel a number of unrecognized ships popping up on his radar as he also started spreading electromagnetic waves around him. Chapter 115. War breaking out. The second the explosions broke out, pandemonium spread through the island. But not for long. The revolutionaries were not your regular citizens. Every person on that island was prepared for such a thing to happen. They had specific protocols for everything. And now, an alarm rang through the entire island as countless ships approached the island, finally entering Enel's range as he started realizing the gravity of the situation. A buster call? No, this doesn't feel like one. A buster call only involves the Marines usually. The ships present were familiar to Enel, but they weren't all filled with Marines as they would usually be during a buster call. Instead, there were close to 1,000 pacifistas, coupled with hundreds of agents. Damn. Considering the number of pacifistas, they must have overworked Vegapunk to hell. Download app, and the worst part by far. As frontliners, presumably, every powerful figure in the Navy was present, including some powerful people that Enel couldn't recognize through the radar. One of them is slumped a bit and is using a sheathed sword as a walking stick, and the other one is standing tall and wearing a pair of sunglasses of some kind. It's hard to tell for the second one, but the first one is certainly Fujitora. Did they get recruited this soon? Enel was annoyed by that. He had planned to extend an invitation towards Fujitora himself at some point. He knew that the Admiral didn't have much respect for the world government, so he could likely be persuaded to work against it with enough work. The other new Admiral, Ryakujiu, wasn't as interesting to Enel. He was a zealous believer in the world government, and it was likely impossible to persuade him of anything, even with actual proof. Well, no use crying over spilt milk. He would have been useful, but I don't care either way. There are plenty of powerful people to recruit in the world. Akainu and the others were also there, including Sengoku, which made Enel realize that the world government was really going all out. Every vice admiral and every admiral prospect was also present, including Gion and Tokicake, who were both actual admiral-level figures when it came to actual strength. What the fuck is wrong with them? To mobilize so many people? Are they leaving the Holy Land undefended? Enel stopped and pondered that for half a second, before shaking the thought out of his head. No, Kong isn't here, and I is also still in the Holy Land. Just him alone is likely all the protection the Holy Land needs. The Navy and world government are attacking the island? How much time did I spend reading anyway? Enel asked out loud as he blinked a few times. It's been 2 days since you arrived on this island, so I'd say about that much, Robin said as she also looked rather panicked. I'll make sure to buy enough time for you all to flee. You should head to the south. The revolutionaries should be gathering there anyway. Take a blimp and stay safe, Enel said as he buttoned up his white shirt and put on his furry coat. Still, I don't see how the situation can turn any shittier, Enel said out loud as the two of them quickly started walking out. Then you better stop talking. Wouldn't want you to jinx it, Robin said as her mouth turned upwards into a smile. Usually, she would have been scared in that situation, but being near Enel gave her a sense of safety. But the situation was still somewhat worrying to her. Even with Enel's power as an emperor, she was still unsure if he would be able to save everyone in the revolutionary army. Also, you should stay safe as well. You may be strong, but you're not invincible, Robin said as she looked at Enel with a serious gaze. I may not be invincible, but I am far from easy to deal with. I can deal with whatever they throw at me. You just make sure to escape in time. Enel's words were accompanied by a calm smile, exuding confidence. That smile simply made Robin sigh a bit as she turned around and looked at her home. I'll go get my things. Good luck. And just like that, Robin ran off, and Enel vanished as well, resting his staff on his shoulder as he took to the skies. In the skies, he formed his ship, charging it to stay in the sky for at least 10 minutes, and allowing it to create storm clouds constantly. This should at least even things out a bit. I don't know where Dragon is, but he's not on the island. I guess his blimp didn't come back yet. Still, Enel didn't quite understand how the government had found Baltigo. It had gone under the radar for many years already. Did they follow one of the blimps that came in after me? Enel pondered as he flew in front of the enemy ships, greeting them with a smile. Enel tapped the sea with his staff, spreading electricity across the entire sea around him, and raising a giant wave, blocking all of the cannonballs and giving the revolutionaries on the island some breathing space. I wonder how they plan on fighting me. The wave continued further, before being blasted apart by a barrage of lasers from the pacifistas. Figures. But what can they do about this? Enel then manipulated the water near the ship, circling around to the depths and forming a giant whirlpool right underneath 2 of the ships. 200 pacifistas were sunk just like that, and Enel narrowed his eyes as his opponents acted in the way he had expected them to. The water instantly turned to ice, and he didn't bother to melt it. So now he landed on the edge there, standing in between the world government and Baltigo. I don't really like harming Marines, but all I need to do is buy enough time. Enel narrowed his eyes as his opponents all started disembarking, stepping on the ice with confidence. Hundreds of pacifistas formed a line right at the front, leading the charge as the Marines stood behind and looked at Enel with wariness. Why the hell is he here? Akainu thought to himself as he crossed his arms and huffed a bit of steam. Akainu had planned to carry out an attack somewhere else, to stage a war with the Big Mom pirates, who were somewhat weaker than the other Yonkos still around. But just as he was about to look into ways to start the war publicly, he and his forces were forced to move. Everyone was pushed to act and attack Baltigo, as a top agent of the Cipher Pole had managed to locate it. Akainu accepted in the end, as he figured the revolutionaries would be easier to fight than an emperor of the sea. Enel's appearance wasn't something he expected. It was the same for Sengoku and Akiji, who were worried about something else as well. If Enel is here, doesn't that mean Garp is around as well? Thankfully for them, Garp was somewhat busy elsewhere. After all, the world government wasn't the only one starting a war. After all, while Enel was preparing to face the Navy and the forces of the world government, another person on the other side of the world was also gearing up for a war, of sorts. It had been a few days since King had started wandering around the Sea of Clouds. His ship had seen better days, and many of his men had lost their lives already. But it all felt worth it when he saw it in the distance. The gates of heaven. This civilization in the clouds? He could easily recognize man-made structures. He didn't get close to the gate, merely observing it from the distance. This could be a strategic position to conquer. I need to quickly inform Kaido of this, and so, King quickly called his captain, telling him of his findings. An island 7 kilometers into the sky. Kaido asked as he drank from a barrel of sake. Indeed, I've not ventured too far into it yet, but I can see things clearly from a distance by flying up a bit more, King said as he flapped his wings and stared at the islands in the distance. In that case, you should take it. We can make it a temporary base. Should be pretty well hidden. Queen is nearby, right? Queen should be on the seas below, King said as he landed back on his ship, his eyes narrowing at the seemingly peaceful sea of clouds he was on. Then go fetch him. The two of you should be more than enough to take on anything. I'd just order you to do it alone, but there's a chance that you'd run into the Sky King there, Kaido said as he took another sip from his barrel. I guess it's better to be safe. I will join up with Queen and we'll make sure to secure these Sky Islands as our territory. King then hung up and started flying again. It shouldn't take me long. It seems that Queen has been following me for a while now, but on the lower seas. He probably noticed something strange and decided to track me by my Vivre card, and just like that, the tables were set for a war to be fought on two fronts. Chapter 116, First Skirmish. The first battle to start was on Enel's side. I need to cut down on their numbers so that I can concentrate on the people that are actually dangerous. The first thought that went through Enel's mind was to use Conqueror's Haki to get rid of the government agents, as very few of them seem to be powerful enough to withstand it. But Sengoku would be expecting me to start like that, so he should be ready to clash with me. I don't think I'd win a clash, but even if I did, it would just be wasted energy. In the end, Enel decided that using his devil fruit would give him better chances when it came to getting rid of as much cannon fodder as possible. And so, he smirked and brought his hand down. Mamaragan. Heavy thunder. The fight started with a bang, as Enel's words rang out at the same time as the clouds started moving. The black clouds that covered the sky roared in anger, and countless lightning bolts rang down onto the ships. The lightning swiftly targeted all of the pacifistas and government agents, but the Navy was prepared. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru reacted the fastest. Hundreds of light beams, meeting head-on with the heavy thunder as their clashes filled the dark skies with explosions. Enel smiled a bit. He had started his attack a second earlier than Kizaru, so he had already taken down around 100 government agents and just as many pacifistas. The frozen sea that Akiji had created was littered with holes now, cracking even more as Akiji rushed to freeze it all over again. Now, Enel was satisfied with the results of that first clash, but it was far from good enough. There were still hundreds of agents and pacifistas left. The problem was that he wouldn't be able to replicate that attack for a few minutes, as the clouds were blown away by the explosions. Such a grand occasion, to have the best of the Navy gathered here. Enel smiled as he paid no mind to the agents and pacifistas. Akainu simply grunted. Don't think you'll be able to weasel your way out of this one. You may be able to flee at any moment, but would you leave your allies behind like that? I wouldn't be surprised, considering your track record, Sengoku said as some veins appeared on his forehead. I guess they're pretty serious about this. Either that, or he's simply putting up a show for the world government. Enel sighed as he realized that his friendship with the Navy wouldn't allow him to get a free pass for the Revolutionary Army in that situation. Akainu probably hopes to be able to restore the influence that the Navy had previously with this war. Unfortunately, I can't allow the world government to win. I understand that fleeing isn't really an option in my case, Enel said as he blinked a few times. Then a large smile rose to his lips. But do you think all of you will be able to defeat me? Enel smiled as the black clouds covered the skies once more. Sengoku looked up, raising an eyebrow as he had seen Kizaru's explosions blow them away already. Don't get cocky, you brat, Sengoku shouted as he jumped forward in front of the other Marines and grew in size. He quickly turned into a golden giant. His palm pointed to the sky as he released a massive shockwave and broke apart a large section of the clouds. Enel simply scoffed and discharged all the clouds at the same time. Kumo no Hoden, cloud discharge. Enel had long since started creating more and more moves using his powers. It wasn't that difficult, as his fruit granted him an insane amount of diversity and possibilities. And just like that, all of the clouds around them started releasing powerful lightning bolts onto the crowd of pacifistas and CP agents. Many of the pacifists were hit, fried, or melted alive by the heat, though it was a stretch to call them alive. The agents weren't doing any better, falling by the dozens in the few seconds that the attack lasted. The attack ended quickly, though, as the clouds calmed down rather quickly. Cloud Discharge was an extremely quick and powerful attack. It was basically a much quicker and concentrated version of Mamoragan, but it could only take people by surprise once. Aramaki acted quickly, forming a massive dome of living wood, a massive construct sprouting from his palms that was large enough to cover them all, providing everyone with a huge roof to shield them against any future attacks from the skies. The dome did prevent Sengoku from further blowing away the clouds, but now they were somewhat protected. Well, the Marines were still rather safe. The lightning had somewhat avoided them all up to that point. Sengoku, as well as a few others, realized that Enel was likely not that willing to harm them. As much as I dislike doing this, we need to take advantage of the fact that he's not attacking us. Sengoku gritted his teeth as he gave Akainu a complicated look. The current fleet admiral noticed that, sighing as he knew what they needed to do. In the few seconds they had spent looking at the roof over their heads, Enel had already prepared the clouds for another strike, creating a whirlpool in the skies and letting more and more lightning rain down on their wooden shield. Aramaki scoffed when seeing that. A dirty criminal bearing his fangs against the world government. The newly appointed admiral muttered under his breath hatefully. I guess even an emperor only counts for this much. The wooden admiral said boldly as he smiled a bit. Enel simply raised an eyebrow at the man. I guess he thinks he's a good counter to me, but unlike Luffy, he's got no way to resist the heat of my attacks. And just like that, Enel brought his hand down once more, starting yet another Mamoragan right above the wooden dome. The dome quickly started trembling underneath those lightning blats. It held up exactly for 2 seconds before massive lighting pillars from the skies poked holes into it with ease. Kizaru was prepared this time, though, quickly sending light beam after light beam to intercept the beams. Unfortunately for him, Enel's lighting was extremely destructive, and the lightning pillars managed to overwhelm his light this time, leading to many casualties on their side. Pacifistas exploding and CP agents scrambling to dodge attacks. Everything was looking like the scene from an apocalyptic movie. And that entire time Enel had yet to move from his position. Sengoku quickly rushed out of the dome and started pushing away the clouds again, the anger in his giant golden face rather easy to discern. We need to deal with Enel quickly. We won't get far by only defending. Akainu shouted as he also started running towards Enel. His arms turned into magma as he formed an obscenely large fist made completely out of melted rock. Dai Funka. Major eruption. The magma fist barreled forwards, melting the ice in front of him as it approached Enel at impressive speeds. As the giant magma fist flew towards Enel, Akainu blasted himself to the side. Enel stood there, stone-faced. He raised his arm towards it without losing any of his calm. Elthor. His palm turned into a huge lightning beam, which swallowed up the attack completely, at least for half a second. The ice underneath him shifted and covered his legs completely. Enel simply raised an eyebrow at that. Then, a yellow light flashed to his side. A large figure wearing a golden suit kicking toward him with a glowing leg. Enel merely scoffed, as he had already anticipated the attack. Kizaru's kick connected, Enel turning into lightning and letting it pass through him. One of his earlobes shot up, the golden earring turning into a spear point as it stabbed at Kizaru's head at lightning speed. Kizaru sweated a bit. His eyes widened as he managed to lean backwards, the blackened spear point breaking his sunglasses, shooting them off his head and cutting a bit into his forehead. It didn't do much damage, only a small cut, as Kizaru had managed to use armament hockey in time. But Kizaru had lost his balance as he had been kicking already. Enel's staff came barreling towards him, jabbing him in the gut and sending him flying to the side. The Lightning Emperor then tapped the ice around him with his staff, breaking it as he took off flying, dodging yet another magma fist coming from his other side in the process. Enel pointed his staff towards Akainu. its tip splitting into dozens of threads as they all turned black and rushed to impale him. Akainu stopped. Magma rose in front of him, blocking the tendrils momentarily. But the hockey-clad tendrils seemed to start piercing through the magma wall, not bothered by the temperature at all. Akainu scoffed, but he didn't get to do much, as the tendrils reaching for him all collapsed. Gravito! Fujitora walked forwards, using his power to press Enel to the ice, and bringing him down from the skies, forcing him to retrieve the tendrils and reform his staff. Enel gritted his teeth as the pressure on his back mounted, the ice 100 meters around him cracking and fragmenting. Fujitora wasn't done though. While his enemy was suppressed, he quickly sent a flying slash towards him. The pacifistas had also finally managed to lock onto Enel, and all of their mouths opened up at the same time, sending hundreds of lasers in his direction. Enel finally got used to the pressure Fujitora was putting on him, only to see the barrage of attacks coming toward him. He instantly turned into a lightning bolt, the lasers passing through his body as he took to the skies once more. The clouds around were scattered everywhere, as Sengoku had taken it upon him to make sure Enel wouldn't be able to fight at full power. Enel had a foreboding feeling, so he quickly parted his body at his head, just as a bullet rang through it. In the distance, Enel could feel Tokicake in the distance, holding a rifle pointed at him. Scoffing, he sent a lightning bolt towards him. The lightning bolt was simply intercepted by a flying slash, as Tokicake didn't even flinch, only looking at Enel with narrowed eyes. Gion swiped her sword once more, sending another flying slash at him, which he easily dodged. Both Gion and Tokicake were admiral-level figures, only slightly falling behind Fujitora and Aramaki. More and more vice admirals joined in, throwing flying sashes at the sky as Enel parted his body around them. The pacifistas were still locked onto him, sending flying lasers all across the sky and filling it with yellow explosions. Meanwhile, some government agents were trying to sneak toward Baltigo, suppressing their presence while doing so. But Enel had already felt them on his radar. There was no escaping him. He quickly flashed towards them, appearing in front of them in the blink of an eye and striking one of them with his staff and sending him into his partners, injuring 5 of them in the process. The pacifistas also had their view of him obscured, so they were unable to shoot him. His body was then forced to bend around yet another hockey-clad bullet from Tokicake. The admiral-level sniper had no issue with shooting between the small gaps among the numerous CP agents in front of Enel. Enel then twisted in the air, his staff blocking Kizaru's kick, as the light admiral had followed him, keeping up with his speed perfectly. This isn't looking all that great for me. Chapter 117. In-battle news and force choices. Enel continued blocking kick after kick from Kizaru with his staff, sometimes bending his body with Kamii to avoid a stray bullet from Tokicake, but otherwise undisturbed by the hundreds of pacifists still waiting to lock onto him. We need to deal with him quickly if we actually want this invasion to succeed, Akainu said as he raised his arm, signaling all of the CP agents to advance. The agents quickly also ordered the pacifistas to do the same, realizing that the Marines would likely hold back the Sky King. Enel noticed their movements though, his perception already spread out throughout the whole battlefield and his radar active at all times. The Sky King raised both of his arms in the air, shocking Kizaru as he turned his staff into a pair of white gauntlets. Kizaru took that opportunity, kicking toward Enel, only to then narrow his eyes as his hockey-clad hit harmlessly passed through Enel's torso. Kizaru kept his leg there, preparing to explode it with light. Kaminari Nagashi. Lightning current. Enel muttered as he brought his hands down rapidly, Kizaru's leg still kicking through his ephemeral torso. Then Kizaru heard Akainu's voice. Kizaru, retreat. The fleet admiral's voice came in a bit too late though. Kizaru's eyes widened as he tried to turn into light. But just as he was about to do that, Enel grabbed onto his leg, and Kizaru could feel his power slipping away. His body quickly released an ungodly amount of lightning, spreading in every direction all around him. Kizaru took the brunt of the attack. The current didn't last long though, but 2 seconds were enough to burn Kizaru's leg and fill his body with burns. The light admiral collapsed on the melting ice below, smoke rising from him as he passed out due to the shock. The agents that had been trying to pass by Enel fell along with him. Their states were unknown, as they were far less durable than an admiral. Akiji quickly refroze the sea around Enel, and Tokicake managed to take that opportunity and grazed Enel's torso with one of his bullets. Ryusei Kazan. Meteoric volcano. Shit. Akainu shouted as his countless magma fists shot at the skies. This is so annoying. I can't even go all out here, since we're in the middle of the sea. The fleet admiral thought to himself as he continued to try and suppress Enel with more and more attacks. Even when predicting Enel's trajectory, his attacks were far too slow for them to catch Enel off guard. Ice block. Pheasant flock. Akiji quickly joined in dozens of flying large ice birds shooting up at the skies, cutting off more and more of Enel's paths. Enel scoffed, as he realized that the Marines were trying to corner him off. He didn't want to let that happen, so he tapped his hands together as he bent his body around one of Akiji's ice birds. The ice constructs instantly turned to water as soon as they passed through Enel. The Sky King then parted his hands, forming a thick line of electricity between his gloves. The gloves quickly changed their shape, leaving his palm empty as the stream of electricity became thicker and brighter. Gravito. Enel felt the pressure upon him, much stronger this time, as Fujitora stood in front of him floating on a large piece of ice. Enel hit the bed of ice below without making any sounds, cracking it once again underneath his feet as he shot back up almost instantly. I already got used to it. Enel smiled at the bewildered blind admiral, as his attack was finally charged up enough. 60 billion volt Jamble. Thunder Dragon. A large flying eastern dragon flowed out of the powerful stream that Enel had been charging. It wiggled like a snake in the sky, its tail swatting away the incoming lasers as it coiled around Enel for a few seconds, batting away all projectiles, its body almost turning solid as the lightning concentrated more and formed its body. The frozen seas around them quickly started steaming up, melting rapidly as the lightning dragon exuded more and more heat. Fujitora sweated a bit as he flew above the dragon on his piece of ice. He took out his sword and slashed at it. The dragon's body seemed to part slightly at that hit, looking like its skin was cut, but it quickly reformed. This is absurd. How would one go about defeating this thing? Akiji thought to himself as he saw the dragon burning anything it came in touch with to cinders. The dragon then roamed free, part of its tail still covering Enel. Tokicake attempted to shoot toward Enel, but the bullets seemed to melt into nothing the second they entered the dragon's tail, which was still shielding Enel. The first one to act was Sengoku this time, taking his attention away from the clouds and sending a large shockwave at the dragon with his palm. The shockwave managed to stop the dragon in its path, making Enel narrow his eyes a bit. Then Fujitora acted once more, calling down a meteor. This time, though, he didn't aim for Enel. No. Instead, he aimed for Baltigo directly. Shit. If that hits the island, a lot of people will die. Enel scowled as the dragon he created quickly rushed towards that meteor. The dragon coiled around in the air, stopping the meteor with its body and creating an explosion large enough to cover the sky above Baltigo. At that point, the entire island of Baltigo shook, and the seas around them as well. The ice cracked once more, causing a few of the pacifistas to sink as Akiji quickly acted to freeze the seas once more. This time the terrain was a lot more uneven, as the shockwave of that explosion had created waves throughout the area. But uneven terrain didn't matter much, as all of the people present could use observation hockey to somewhat track Enel. The problem came with actually managing to land a hit on him. Tokicake used that opportunity of the dragon leaving Enel's side to once again start shooting at the Lightning Emperor, and Gion also got a bit closer, cleaving her sword at him with a vengeance. Enel decided to take down more of his opponents at that time. I feel bad for injuring them, but I can't afford to lose here. He appeared near Gion. At a strange angle, Tokicake in the distance tried to shoot at him, but he wasn't fast enough. Gion quickly cut at him with her blackened blade, an attack he easily let pass through him. At least he thought he did, but a second slash seemed to trail right behind it as an afterimage, leaving a bloody cut across his chest. The Lightning Emperor didn't let that dissuade him, though, merely grunting a bit and complaining inwardly about how odd and unpredictable Gion's swordsmanship was. Enel moved his hands around Gion, one of his hands held above her head, the other in parallel, around 1 meter apart, somewhat near her knee, palm pointing up. Vari. Electrical discharge. Enel acted as a makeshift taser, instantly electrocuting Gion. She managed to resist for a few seconds, allowing Akiji to freeze Enel. But she collapsed right after, smoke coming off of her body as her consciousness slipped, her mind filled with only indignation. Enel easily broke out of the ice, his body exuding enough heat to turn the ice to steam instantly. He then smiled as he felt the first few blimps depart from Baltigo. I don't have to hold them back for long now. Enel then looked over at the remaining CP agents. They were still attempting to run past him. He pointed his palm at them and released yet another series of lightning bolts, all aiming directly for them. Akiji and Aramaki put walls of ice and wood between the agents and Enel, but they were burnt through almost instantly. Akiji knew that he was a bad matchup for Enel, so he never bothered getting close to the Sky King, but Aramaki was a bit less wise in that aspect. He continued trying to put more walls in between Enel and the agents, unsuccessfully. But Aramaki had other plans. The wooden admiral quickly extended his arm into countless wooden tendrils and tried to grab at Enel. The young emperor simply turned into a bolt of lightning, easily escaping the wooden tendrils as they burned behind him. He then appeared in front of Aramaki, his gauntlets turning back into a staff as he swung it at the admiral's head. Aramaki quickly turned into wood completely, but he was still solid. Enel's staff seemed to pass through his neck, leaving behind a tight and extremely thin collar. The wooden admiral then felt all of his power drain. He quickly grasped at the collar around his neck desperately, but it was far too thin for him to grasp. Enel simply whacked him over the head in the split second. He tried to remove his collar, sending him flying and breaking the ice around him due to the shockwave. The Lightning Emperor then appeared in front of the CP agents once more, dodging some lasers from the pacifistas remaining and some magma fists from Akainu in the process. The fact that you've been ignoring me is quite hurtful, Enel said as he pointed his palm towards them. PSCH. A man wearing a white suit walked forward. Enel instantly recognized him as a higher-ranking member in the CP0. Not because he had seen him before, but because it was rather clear that the ones wearing white suits were more important. The agents behind him all prepared to fight Enel to the death. Well, at least die trying, but the high-ranking agent simply raised his hand. The agents behind him all stopped in their tracks, and Enel raised an eyebrow at that. Akiji already took the opportunity to freeze his legs once again, but Enel didn't even react to that, as he knew it was of no consequence. The high-ranking agent looked at Enel with a shady gaze. We have just received an interesting report. The agent started speaking, much to Enel's surprise. Kaido's forces have started gathering in the skies, and a fight broke out, parting the clouds and uncovering a large island high up in the sky. Enel's eyes widened at that point, as some veins appeared on his forehead. So they discovered Skypeia now? Shit. We've already come to the conclusion that the Sky Island is your hidden base. Kaido's men are likely already stripping it and turning it into their own. The agent smiled as he continued speaking, looking at Enel's reactions with a sadistic gaze. So, are you going to keep protecting this place? Or are you going to save your own? You better choose soon. I doubt you have much time. Chapter 118. Trust and Lesson. Enel stared at the CP agent in front of him with a blank gaze. The agent noticed that, so he decided to try and hurry Enel a bit more. Do you really have the time to be standing there, Dash? He didn't get to finish the sentence, though. I thought you guys were smarter than that. You already know Garp is with me? Do you really think Kaido's crew can do much there? Enel simply gave the agents a mocking smile. Even we were able to capture him. Even if he is able to escape, he won't be able to defend the entire island from Kaido's strongest. To that, Enel simply burst out laughing. Yahahaha! The Emperor clutched at his belly and wiped a tear off of his face. The Marines had already taken enough time to recover, and they were preparing to attack Enel once more. You guys are really looking down on us? Even if Kaido went there himself, he would still be forced to retreat. Enel flashed a sadistic smile. Garp isn't alone on that island. Francisco can likely intimidate Kaido away just by being there. And if it's really just Kaido's subordinates attacking, well, they aren't much really. And so, Enel turned his staff into a long spear, piercing it right through the agent's head. The high-ranking agent only got to bring his hands up, trying to block the spear point as his palms turned black. But the spear point parted around his hands and pierced through his head directly. Enel then killed off a few more of the agents in front of him before being stopped by a large shockwave and a wave of magma, both Akainu and Sengoku acting at the same time. Gravito. Fujitora also acted quickly, suppressing Enel once again as he flew on his block of ice. Both attacks threatened to crush his body from both sides. Enel simply pointed both of his hands on each side and released a huge laser from both of them. Akainu's attack was quickly overwhelmed, but the shockwave of Sengoku's palm managed to send Enel flying. The Lightning Emperor quickly regained his stability in the air, breathing out as he continued to dodge attacks from all sides. I don't know how much more I'll be able to keep this up, but I still have the stamina for now. I wonder how the situation is up there on Skypeia. The world government now knows its location, which can't be a good thing. Regardless of that, I trust Garp and Francisco to handle things there. And so, the Lightning Emperor continued fighting. Rewinding time a bit, just before Enel started his fight with the Marines, King had managed to reunite with Queen. It wasn't hard, and it didn't take long. King even managed to carry their entire ship to the Sea of Clouds, grabbing its mast with his talons, and using his monstrous strength to pull it along. The ship was from the treasure tree atom, so it held up quite well even when carried like that. Piercing the Sea of Clouds wasn't all that hard for him. All it took was a sword slash, and he was able to pass through without any issue. And so, King and Queen prepared to take over the Sky Islands at the behest of their captain. They weren't the only people in on that operation, though. Each had a Tobarapo tagging along. This was so that they would be able to face anything they would come across. King had Who's Who accompanying him, a 3.3-meter slim and tall man with long pink hair and a pair of horns on his head. Who's Who wore an unbuttoned leather jacket, leather pants, and shoes, all red, as it seemed to be his favorite color. He also wore a mask only on the top half of his face, also red. A katana with a pink sheath was on his waist. And Queen had Sasaki, also extremely tall, standing at 3.2 meters, but he was extremely fat and strangely proportioned. He had long green hair, a pair of horns, and 2 long canines jutting out of his mouth even when he kept it close. He wore a white coat, draping it over his shoulders, black pants, and boots. On his belt was a large sword with a strange design. Both of them were competing for the currently free spot in the All-Stars, the highest rank of the Beast Pirates. They had adequate strength, and they were both rather excited at the prospect of capturing the Sky Island. The first place that fell to them was Heaven's Gate, who ended up killing the old lady that greeted them without any hesitation. King didn't really care to stop him, and neither did anybody else. The Beast Pirates all believed in strength, and not one of them really cared for the safety of regular civilians. The old lady had barely gotten the time to contact Gonfall just before her death, leading to the old god of Skypeia to hear her death over the transponder snail. Who simply shook the blood off his blade and picked up the transponder snail and started speaking. Greetings. Whoever is on the other side of this line, know that the Sky Islands are to be ruled by the Beast Pirates from now on. We will advance further into the islands. Know that you will die if you try to resist. Then, the Tobarapo simply crushed the transponder snail in his palm. That's certainly one way to announce our arrival, Queen said as he looked over at Who's Who with narrowed eyes. Some casualties are necessary if we want to instill fear into them quickly. King simply shrugged, and the ships continued sailing forward, onwards to the islands in the sky. And while they did that, Gonfall quickly contacted everyone that he could. Garp and Francisco were both shocked when they were disturbed from their training sessions. The students were happy to get a small break at least. Gonfall quickly briefed them on the situation. Garp wasn't bothered all that much, and Francisco simply frowned when hearing that they had killed an old lady randomly. Did you already call Enel? Garp asked as he rubbed his chin a bit. He was confident in taking on just about anyone, but he was unsure if he could win against Kaido and his crew all by himself. He also didn't really want to put his trust in Francisco, who was formerly in the same crew as Kaido. He didn't pick up. I don't know what is happening on his side, Gonfalls said as he rubbed his eyebrows in frustration. Bah, he's probably sleeping. Shove that staff of his so far up his ass that he can no longer hear us. Garp scoffed a bit, crossing his arms and looking to the side. Looking at Francisco for a bit, the two of them had broken out of prison together. Garp was okay with him back then, because he felt that Francisco had already given up on a life of piracy. But after getting accepted by Enel, Francisco started training his body once more, bringing it into decent shape quite quickly with a rigorous diet and exercise routine. At that point, it was clear to Garp that, even after all those decades of torture, the pirate inside Francisco was still alive and well. This led to Garp not really trusting the old man, as he remembered just how much trouble he and Rox had given him in the past. But at that point, with a war knocking on his door, he needed all the help possible. He needed to make sure that no harm came to the people on Sky Island, and especially to the people of Fusha village, who were being hunted down because of him. And he couldn't do that alone. I guess I've no choice but to trust my back to him now. We'll have to gather everyone and prepare for this. Francisco rubbed his chin as he sat down on the couch. I don't think they will react nicely to this. Have some of them at least managed to get stronger during your training? Gonfalls said, his voice hopeful. Maybe the old men in front of him weren't their only fighters on the island. They had plenty of soldiers, but Enel had already told him of how dangerous the Grand Line was. Some of them are decent enough already. They'll mostly be dealing with grunts, but even regular soldiers will be Zoan Devil Fruit users. So this might be even harder than anticipated. Garp's words made Francisco raise an eyebrow. So many devil fruits? Has something happened while I was imprisoned? Did they suddenly start growing on trees or something? Did you miss the part where Enel told us about Kaido's army and the smile fruits? He didn't go in much detail. Basically, their fruits aren't real, Gonfalls said as he raised an eyebrow at Francisco. Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that part of the meeting. Francisco yawned a bit when speaking, not even bothering to suppress it in any way. Senile bastard, Garp muttered under his breath, looking to the side again and grumbling a bit. Francisco just gave him a sideways glance. You're one to talk. After that, Francisco slowly got up from the couch. Still, to think they just kill a helpless old lady. It seems these barbarians have no respect for the elderly, Francisco said as he grasped the hilt of his cutlass, his lips curling up a bit. Garp seemed to get in the same mood as him, also extremely mad that the Fusha villagers were going to be bothered so soon after settling in. Indeed. I guess it's up to us old men to teach them some manners, huh? Garp cracked his knuckles, as a forced smile also rose to his lips. Chapter 119. Moods, Marksman and War. And so, every recruit was ushered near the shore of the island, including Bonnie, Bellamy, and Wiper. All of them were armed and ready, as two old men walked out in front of everybody. Garp and Francisco both had smiles on their faces, brimming with confidence, and prepared to face off against anything the world had to throw at them. Will I be able to meet that brat, Kaido, again so soon? Francisco was even excited at the possibility of reuniting with one of his old crewmates. As some of you might already know, pirates are attacking the island. And unlike the last times this happened, these pirates are extremely powerful. Bellamy frowned a bit and complained under his breath when hearing that. Wiper, the one that had defeated him, looked at him with a cheeky smile. Bonnie was simply munching on some lamb chops, not really interested in the situation. She simply glanced at the two legends that were currently giving them a briefing on the pirates that were attacking the island. She was shocked to hear that it was the beast pirates of all people that decided to attack the island. But she wasn't scared in any way. Push come to shove, I can always do that. There's little in this world that these two can't take on together. Remember, the beast pirates are cruel. They only care about power. And like most pirates, they won't hesitate to kill you either. Garp's voice rang out like thunder, as all of the civilians that had also gathered started hiding in their homes. Yes, Sir Garp. We can see their ships approaching. One Shandian warrior flew in on a pair of shooters, air-dreading rollerblades basically, and gave Garp and Francisco more information on their enemy's position. Indeed. They're almost here already, Francisco said as he turned his back to the crowd and sighed a bit. I guess that dragon brat isn't with them. Don't know if this complicates things or not. The legendary old pirate spoke with a bit of sadness in his voice. Heh, you and your abnormal observation range. That was always annoying to deal with. Good thing you were never good with aiming for long distances, Garp said as he also turned around. Not good. I beg your pardon, you old dog. Francisco rolled up his sleeve, revealing the metallic gauntlet on his arm as he took out his cutlass, a regular-looking blade, but upon closer inspection was also extremely blunt. It was the blade Francisco used in training, and it seemed he was peppered to use it right away. Easy now, old ladies. Stop bickering and don't start fighting each other for no reason, Bonnie said with a sneer. But she still noticed that the antics of the two old men managed to relax some of the island soldiers, which was an extremely good thing. Shut it, you old hag, Garp shouted, crossing his arms and huffing a bit, causing some veins to appear on Bonnie's forehead. She was about to start yet another shouting match with the irritating person that Enel had left her with, but Francisco interrupted her. I don't direct my blade towards allies. I shall prove my superior marksmanship this very moment. The old pirate gripped the blunt cutlass tighter, assisted by the mechanical glove he was wearing. Bah, good luck. Also, don't call this shit marksmanship. You ain't even using a proper weapon, Garp said as he took out a packet of rice crackers and sat down on the sand. By now, the two gigantic pirate ships could be seen in the distance. Small dots, barely noticeable, they were sailing side by side, going at the exact same speed. Francisco simply scoffed, bringing his blunt cutlass above his head, while putting his other arm in front, seemingly aiming for a few seconds. I bet you'll miss by a few nautical miles. Also, why are you pretending to aim with your eyes? You don't have any, Garp said as he huffed a bit. Shut it. A master marksman is concentrating. Francisco silenced him, his blade pointing at the sky still. Garp was about to comment about Francisco using a sword and calling himself a marksman, but he didn't get to, as Francisco finally brought his arm down. With a heave, a powerful and gigantic flying slash rushed forwards. The mere shockwave of that sword strike shook the trees nearby and made most of the students present take a step back. The flying slash parted the sea of clouds, creating a gorge so long that it spanned over 10 kilometers. The ships seemed to be blasted to a side, forced to part with one another as the flying slash went right between them, almost flipping them over in the process. The seas rumbled and the skies cried, as Francisco's slash only stopped after passing by the two ships. Bwahaha, you fucking missed. Great marksman, my ass. Garp immediately started laughing and mocking Francisco relentlessly. Bah, I didn't miss anything. I was merely intimidating them. Francisco simply crossed his arms, sheathing his cutlass with his head held up high. Behind the two old men, not one person dared to say anything even close to mocking. The sea of clouds was still slowly reforming in front of them, trying to heal from Francisco's powerful attack. The clouds were pushed to the side all around them. It was a miracle that they weren't sent flying backwards by the shockwave, but that was just their training showing its usefulness. To think he was that strong. Both Bellamy and Wiper had their backs filled with cold sweat. As expected of a legendary pirate, I guess. Bonnie was less impressed. She could tell the old man hadn't even gone seriously on that slash. Garp, behind all the mocking and joking, was also looking at Francisco with a skeptical gaze. To think he recovered this much strength? Still, compared to back then, Garp looked at the recovering sea of clouds, and then at the boats swaying in the distance before sighting and getting up, leaving his rice crackers on the sand. Someone of his caliber in the past would have easily been able to slash those ships out of the sky with the flick of a wrist. It's either he's really degraded a lot, or he's not bothering to do so for some reason. Francisco must have noticed his skepticism, as he gave him a side glance and spoke in a voice only he could hear. I could have slashed them off the sea of clouds, but I think it's high time for some real-life practice for our recruits. Garp just responded with an understanding gaze, remembering that he had trained his recruits on the field a lot. Hunting pirates actively was a great exercise for quick growth. Still, to fight a Yonko crew for training, Quite unheard of, Garp said, cracking his knuckles once more. If this is truly the extent of the power that a Yonko crew can muster, then I must say that I am highly disappointed in this generation. Francisco scoffed as he remembered just what it meant to be called the strongest crew on the seas back in his day. He had heard about how the powers in the world had split in his absence. He even had enough knowledge to identify one of the attackers. That flying dinosaur floating ahead of the ships is likely King, Kaido's right-hand man. The mere thought of that filled Francisco with disappointment. This is considered the vice-captain of one of the strongest crews? Sufficient to say that he was quite pissed as well. I expected better from that little dragon. The powers in the world, as well as the balance itself, really shifted after the Rocks pirates fell. Back in the day, you were the leading powers on the high seas, but nowadays no one crew can possibly reach that strength. Garp patted the sand off his ass as he looked at the approaching ships. Francisco simply grunted. He understood that was the case, but he still found it disappointing. If things keep going like this, no one will really ever be able to stand against the world government. At the very least, Enel has high enough chances right now. Me and this old guy here will take care of the strongest ones. You all deal with the dregs, Garp shouted, gaining everyone's attention as they all prepared to engage the enemy. Francisco sighed, shaking his thoughts away and directing his attention at the war that was starting right in front of him. The beast pirates weren't having a nice time, though. At first, they figured they'd have an easy time taking over the island. Just a few barbarians that didn't know much about the outside world, nothing unseen before. But then the flying slash threatened to kill them all in one swift strike. The ones able to fly managed to dodge away in fear. King dodged calmly, but even he realized that their conquest wasn't going to be that easy. Who's Who and Sasaki refused to flinch, but they both felt a bit of fear when seeing how close both of their ships were to falling to the seas below. Queen didn't care much, confident in his defense and power to block a slash like that if the need arose. It's pretty clear that our enemy wants us to get closer, Queen thought to himself as he saw the sea reforming. King had also realized that, if the person that released that slash wanted to, he could have sunk both of their ships easily. I don't like this, but we can't exactly afford to fail here or disrespect Kaido's direct orders. And so, the ships finally came close to shore, hundreds of pirates pouring out. King was the first to land on shore, coming face to face with Garp and Francisco. Behind them were a few hundred soldiers, prepared to defend their homeland. King sweated a bit when he recognized Garp, the worst situation materializing in front of him. I and Queen should be able to take him on, but who's the blind old man standing by his side? King narrowed his eyes when seeing that the blind old man was holding a cutlass. It can't be. You're telling me that panic amongst our troops was caused by an old cripple? We have come here with direct orders for Lord Kaido. You can either surrender or suffer the consequences. King decided to continue with the war. Who's Who and Sasaki should be able to take on that old guy, or at least hold him back while we deal with Garp. Consequences? You think you've got the right to stroll in here and talk about consequences? Garp immediately dashed at King, starting the fight with a bang. King was forced to fly backwards, dodging Garp's renowned fist by a few centimeters as the shockwave sent him flying further. Beast pirates, attack! King's voice rang out as he took out his sword, flames rising up all around him as he started engaging Garp by himself for a while. Queen quickly joined him, jumping into the fray just in time to receive one of Garp's patented fists of love. Loveless this time, though. So Queen was sent flying back onto his ship, destroying the deck entirely. Sky Warriors, kill these cretins! Francisco quickly shouted as he sent a flying slash and cut towards one of the pirate ships. Who's Who and Sasaki immediately roared and acted, realizing that the blind old man was likely the obstacle that the two of them needed to deal with. Sasaki turned into a dinosaur and rushed to impale him on his large horn, while Who's Who rushed to the front of his ship and took out his blade, trying to block the old man's flying slash. Sasaki's attack was dodged with ease, the old man stepping on his horn and kicking off his head towards Who's Who was still struggling against the previous flying slash. Who's Who's eyes widened when he saw the old man appear near him. blunt cutlass raised towards him. He was forced to use Saru and disappear from there, leading to his ship being cut in half. Shit. The pirates quickly started heading for land, where they were faced with the Sky Warriors. Spring Death Knock. Bellamy struck the head of an insect-like enemy, making him skid backwards a bit. The beast pirate seemed otherwise uninjured, merely smiling and mocking Bellamy with his gaze. "These people are weaklings. Kill them all," the pirate shouted, and just as he did, his head was cut off instantly by a flying blade. "Hold them here. Not one of them is touching our people." Wiper, who had sent that Rankyaku, shouted to the rest of his men. And so, the war waged on. Chapter 120. Fledgling and True Conquerors. The fight raged on, with the Shandian warriors and Skyguards somehow holding on. Bellamy was hopping around the battlefield everywhere, distracting enemies and helping wherever he could. He, like many others, could barely do any damage to the beast pirates. Wiper and a few others could actually fight properly, but all of them could at least dodge around and block the beast pirates. Bonnie also was quite crucial for the Sky People's defense, as she simply strolled around the battlefield and finished all the pirates she could with a single touch, turning them either into babies or old men at random. In the end, the fight turned out to be a stalemate on their end, as some of the stronger beast pirates had haki and could hold off Bonnie. Meanwhile, Wiper had yet to learn armament, so he was struggling against those that knew haki as well. Thankfully, Bellamy was doing a good job of distracting the beast pirates with his odd movements, but he still couldn't do much damage, and a single stray hit would have been enough to take him out. Wiper fought and fought hard at that, but he felt ashamed when seeing how weak he was, especially so when he encountered an odd bear-human hybrid with armament haki. Enel would have been able to kill them all instantly, and here I am struggling against a random and useless piece of shit. He was angry. He felt as if he was being left far behind. No, he had been left behind for a long time. Since the beginning, Enel was much stronger than he was, but he still had hopes that he would be able to catch up one day. The bear-human hybrid swiped its claws at Wiper, laughing all along as Wiper stepped backwards and shoved his burn bazooka down its throat. "Shut up and burn." Without hesitating at all, he pulled the trigger, his bazooka releasing a gout of powerful flame right inside his enemy's mouth. The bear-human hybrid reeled back, grasping at its neck and face as they burned up badly. Wiper looked around him, seeing more and more of his people get injured by pirates. Slowly but surely, he became angrier and angrier. Was I always this fucking powerless? In his mind, he kept telling himself that, had Enel been there, the situation would have already been over. Wiper dashed in, taking on more and more enemies, as wounds accumulated on his body. Bellamy was inspired by his struggle, so he quickly jumped in as well, not caring for the accumulating cuts and bruises on his body as he bounced around the battlefield as fast as he could. Eventually, Wiper's body had had enough. The pirates were circling around him and the remaining Sky Warriors. It was unknown how many of their people had died and how many were injured. But one thing was clear. "This isn't fair," Bellamy said as he clutched at his broken arm. His springy step was stopped as his bones ached and a sharp pain shot up all across his body. Wiper looked at him for a few seconds. Bellamy had only joined them all recently, so it was to be expected that he was among the weaker present. Yet he had held up quite well throughout the whole thing, refusing to let up all that time. "It seems this is our end." Huh. More of the people behind him started lamenting, as the pirates seemed to rejoice in their fear and despair. Garp and Francisco both seemed too busy with their respective fights to assist them. Garp specifically was forced to dodge constant lasers from Queen, while sparring with King, batting away sword strikes and talon slashes. King used his whole body in the fight, refusing to give Garp even a moment of rest. Francisco was in a similar situation, Sasaki trying to hold him down while Who fought him with either finger guns or flying slashes. Wiper realized that they wouldn't be getting any help from them. Even worse, he found it pathetic that he even expected their help in the first place. If they aren't able to help us, then we must help ourselves. It was a strange feeling, from the depths of his soul. It was as if his fate had shifted completely. Beyond anyone's expectations, a wave of Conqueror's haki washed over the entire battlefield, making everyone turn their heads toward the scene, including Garp and Francisco, as well as their opponents. Francisco simply smiled at the scene, as he felt Wiper's aura through his observation. He's gotten much stronger. Finally a fitting student. Wiper, on the verge of passing out, glared at his enemies with bloodshot eyes. You think you're tough shit? Come and get me then. He spat out those words with pure vitriol, unleashing his will upon the beast pirates. All of them took a step back, but it was far too weak to knock them out. And just as Wiper finished his words, the cannon in his grasp hit the floor. He was unconscious, but he didn't fall to the ground himself. No, he stood tall as his eyes glazed over. The Sky People were inspired by the scene, but they were all too tired to move at that point. The beast pirates simply seemed to be looking warily at the unconscious Wiper before all stepping to approach the group again. This exceeded my expectations, but I guess willpower grows the quickest in stressful environments. This has been good training. Francisco nodded his head once, his smile shining. He felt the beast pirates getting closer to Wiper. Sasaki and Who's Who also both dashed towards him, hoping to take advantage of the fact that he didn't seem to be paying attention. No, can't have that. It was at that time that every pirate on the battlefield froze, including the All-Stars. Sasaki and Who's Who both stared on with wide eyes, paralyzed by their instincts. A crushing aura surged out from the blind old man that they had been fighting. It was a regal, almost baleful sensation that managed to make their spines tremble in fear. Waves of red aura seemed to buzz around in the air, each more powerful than the last. Francisco's figure became impossible to see as the red aura rolled off of him, creating sparks in the air and making red lighting appear all around him. The aura went on to encapsulate a good chunk of the Sea of Clouds and the entire shore of Skypeia. The regular beast pirates seemed to collapse, foam coming from their mouths. The Sky People seemed to pass out as well, forming a pile of unconscious people, with eyes rolled backwards. Wouldn't want my newly discovered gifted student to keel over dead? You see? The pressure lessened a bit, as the old blind man smiled at the 4 pirates that were still standing. Garp simply scowled. This old fuck. Better have a talk with him later. Both Sasaki and Who's Who seemed to take a few steps back in fear as soon as they regained control over their bodies, their legs shaking uncontrollably. King looked at the situation with horror, his back full of cold sweat. Have I ever felt Conqueror's haki this intense? Is he on par with Kaido? No, this was a lot stronger. Garp scoffed when seeing that King, his opponent, wasn't paying attention to him. With an exhale, he delivered a powerful uppercut to the right hand of the beast pirates, sending him flying upwards, with his mask broken and face bones shattered. Ignore me more, will ya? Garp shouted in indignation as he raised his fist and punched into one of Queen's lasers. The shockwave of his fist parted the laser and seemed to crush Queen underneath it, the boat he was using as a foothold cracking more and more. The fight on their side continued, so Francisco also decided to return his attention to his supposed adversaries in that war. What's wrong? Francisco turned his head towards Sasaki and Who's Who, both trembling slightly as the old man's attention turned to them. Please don't tell me you were intimidated by that much. Francisco scoffed at them, the corners of his mouth turning downwards in a scowl as he raised his head up high. Bah, who am I kidding? You lot have been a disappointment since you appeared on the horizon. I shouldn't have expected more of you. The beast pirates wanted to retort, but they found it difficult to refute the old man's words. I guess I should stop playing around now. Francisco simply shook his head when seeing how tensed up his enemies were. The next second, he appeared in front of Sasaki, his blunt cutlass covered in concentrated armament haki, shining red as lighting rolled off of it. The Tobarapo quickly tried to block Francisco's blade with his own, turning his black in hopes of holding up long enough to dodge. But it didn't work. His mechanical blade was severed instantly and soon followed his half-transformed head, both of them flying off in the same second. Francisco merely sighed while shaking his head. What a shoddy display. I've cut bread with stronger willpower than this. Sasaki's head didn't even hit the ground properly, as Who's Who decided to act. He did what was sensible in that situation. He instantly turned around and started kicking off the air as he tried to fly further and further from the shore of the island. What the hell is this thing? How the hell are we supposed to fight it? Queen noticed his retreat almost instantly. Who's Who? You fucking coward. Kaido won't forget this. Queen's voice rang out, his rage palpable at his deserting former comrade. Fuck Kaido. I want to live. Who's Who continued to run away, not looking back for even 1 second. So disgraceful, Francisco said as he turned the tip of his blade towards Who's Who in the distance. With a single motion, he ran 2 fingers across his blade, bringing the hilt back, as if drawing a bow. Haki once again covered that blunt cutlass, turning it completely black, then red, as lighting once again seemed to roll around it. Piercing blade, autumn fong, and with a forwards thrust, the tip of Francisco's blade seemed to release a different type of flying slash. Who's Who didn't even get to look back when he felt danger approaching. He tried to shift his body, but he didn't manage to do so in time. He only managed to move for 1 centimeter, so he covered his body in the thickest layer of armament haki he could muster, turning it completely black. The next thing he knew, half of his torso was missing. Who's Who was in shock, his body going limp as his eyes seemed to become blank. Francisco simply whistled a bit, as the former Tobarapo's body limply fell into the sea of clouds, like a falling leaf in autumn. The high sea is no place for weaklings, Francisco said as he looked over at Garp's fight, which was also close to wrapping up. I wonder where Enel is, Francisco thought to himself as he watched Garp punch King into the ground. Queen shot laser after laser, hoping to somehow turn the situation around. But he realized that all was lost when King finally passed out, succumbing to his injuries. He trembled a bit when Garp turned his head towards him. You know, you've been really annoying this whole time. Garp started walking towards him, cracking his knuckles. Francisco simply sighed at that, letting Garp continue the fight/torture with Queen. He didn't waste any time though, quickly calling the rest of the Sky residents to come and help carry the injured and tie up the pirates. And so, one of the wars ended abruptly, as the might of the Beast Pirates proved to be far from enough to take on Enel's associates. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 5. Peace.